the shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go, got it. Go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. FAO, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
SCO, I hear you loud and clear, 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well, thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10. Okay, you sound good.
return.
Copy, negative return.
When everyone you thought you knew deserts your fight, I'll go with you. You're facing down a dark hall, I'll grab my light and go with you. I'll 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 go with you. Surrounded and up against the wall, I'll shred them all and go with you. When choices end, you must defend. I'll grab my bag and go with you. I'll go with you. I'll go with you. I'll go with you. Yeah. Stay with me. No, you don't need to run. Stay with me, my brother. You don't need to run. Stay with me. No, you don't need to run. Stay with me, my brother. You don't need to run. If there comes a day, people posted up at the end of your driveway, they're calling for your head and they're calling for your name. I'll bomb down on them, I'm coming through. Do they know I was grown with you? If they hate a smoke, no, I'll go with you. Just keep it outside, yeah. Stay with me. No, you don't need to run. Stay with me, my brother. You don't need to run. Stay with me. No, you don't need to run. Stay with me, my brother. You don't need to run. If you find yourself in a lion's den, I'll jump right in and pull my pin and go with you. I'll 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 go with you. My blood, I'll go with you. Yeah. Stay with me. No, you don't need to run. Stay with me, my blood. You don't need to run. Stay with me. No, you don't need to run. Stay with me, my blood. You don't need to run. You don't need to run. You don't need to run. You don't need to run.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. That's where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title says it all for the day today, and I know there's going to be a lot of people that walk in all day long, and it's going to be the same thing all day long, and I'm going to be like, hey, guys, guess what the title says? Everybody's going to come in, and they're going to say, why is AMC down today? And I'm going to say the whole market is looking like crap today. A lot of equity being sold off in the marketplace across the board, and it's not just commodity. It's not just securities; it's commodities as well. Metals are taking hits. Crypto's taking hits. Everything is bleeding right now. There's very few things that are up, but we'll take a look at some of our numbers from yesterday. And as we do, we'll go through and take a look at some of the different things that are moving in the market. Looking kind of nasty. The futures on the VIX are showing a 14. Last I looked, it was like 14 something. What is it here? VIX futures 1428. When the VIX closed yesterday at 1292. So we're looking at a possible pretty big jump here in the VIX, at least a single point here. Gap up for the start of the day today. That's going to definitely be looking pretty nasty. GameStop is down 4.54% in the pre-market. AMC is down 2.87%. I only have one green pre-market thing on my page here, and that besides, well, yeah, that doesn't count. And the only thing I see here is Robinhood, of course. It'll be interesting to see what stocks financials are running in the pre-market this morning. All right, my glasses are clean. It's just about time for numbers. Let's take a look at a few different stocks real quick here. I'm going to go to the Mag 7. I thought it was kind of interesting this morning. Originally, when I first pulled up the Mag 7 earlier, way earlier this morning, some of them were actually in the green for the day, and so I kind of felt like, okay, so they're basically taking equity out of a lot of things like silver, crypto, a lot of other stocks, and just throwing it into the Mag 7 again. And then just a little while ago, I think finally one went green, the rest were red. Everything was red just a little bit ago, including Nvidia. But Nvidia is the one of the Mag 7 that's starting to make a reversal after a little bit of a drop. So I mean, we could literally be seeing equity being dumped into a single stock. It may no longer be the Mag 7 anymore. It may be the Mag 1, because it is looking. I mean, it's the only one that's up. Everything else is down. So kind of crazy that this market may be standing on a single leg right now. Kind of weird. Let's do it. Let me see what you guys are saying real quick here. Apex. Casey, why is AMC down today? Let's see here. Danny says, Casey, I just saw your 21 nickels comment. Yeah. I mean, we always make a joke on it, right? It seemed like the appropriate name for the group today. All right. Nana says, big day for PET scan for daughter to see if cancer is gone. We won't know results right away. Prayers out to you and your daughter, Nana. Hopefully that goes well. Yep. All right. Cool. Good morning, Jeff. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on. Two out of four of us price predictors completely airballed. We got to give one last congratulations to Tech, who is being replaced by Rex was. And Rex got a point. I'm going to have to move this around here a little bit. I just realized that his name is overpowering. There we go. So Rex and Apex get a point. Twisty and myself were outside of the price prediction points area, or price was outside of our range. So we're not going to get anything on this. But let me hand out points to Twisty. Let me make sure I got this right. No, not Twisty. Twisty gets 0 like I get. And I'm not doing any better from last week. Not starting off the week right here. So there we go. Price predictors. So yeah, so Rex got a point, and Apex got a point. Yep, okay. Short exempt volume. Short exempt volume yesterday was at one. It was just slightly over a million shares. It was 1.094 million shares. And yesterday's price change was up 0.83%. That's not enough to make it 2 out of 3. So I'm going to erase that and we'll put it in 0.0 or 0.83. And then let's see what utilization is here. I think utilization might go up here. We did have borrowed shares yesterday, so should see utilization driving upwards. Let's see what it is today. Utilization coming in at, wow, it actually went down. That's kind of odd. There must have been some aftermarket numbers that we're going through that we just didn't see. So utilization at 56.67%. We'll take a closer look at all those numbers on Ortex in just a little bit here. Max pain. I don't suspect it's going to change from 450. I think 450 is going to still be max pain for the day. Let's give that a refresh. No data returned for ticker. Say what? Come on. Hold on, let's try GMEs. Let's see what happens when we do GME. No data return for ticker. Oh, man, the website's down right now. All right, well, we'll have to come back to Max Payne because this website is not showing it. I would imagine that Max Payne is still 450. We'll revisit this information later, see if we get correct data from it. Let's give it one more chance here. I refreshed again, and it's thinking. Yep, still popping up nothing. All right, we'll come back to that. Taking a look at exchange-traded volume. By the end of a normal day, I expect to see about 64% going through off-exchange and EDGX combined. We had 54.72% going through off-exchange on AMC, 11.38% going through EDGX for a combined total 66.1% or 2.1% more volume going through those exchanges than normal, meaning we probably would have seen a little bit more price increase if more of our buy volume hadn't gone through some of those exchanges. CHX volume was over 30K. 30K is my number where I say like that's a lot of shares being returned. 40.6 thousand shares were returned through CHX on yesterday for AMC, and then GME's CHX volume yesterday was coming in at 36,826, also a high number. Both of those very big numbers. Borrow fees overnight on AMC. Let me see here. What do we have? Final numbers for the day on IBKR yesterday was 1.05 million shares borrowed. It looks like in the later portion of the night, last night, there was about 250,000 shares, actually more than that. Let's see, 350, they returned 50, 400. They borrowed 400,000 shares just before 1 o'clock in the morning, and then returned quite a few. So for today, we're already at 400,000 shares borrowed for today. IBKR's fees are showing up at 2.87%. It's a little bit down from 2.96 yesterday. Institutional ownership. Let's give that a run and see what it's showing up at. 85.442 million. It's a little bit up from yesterday's 85.43. 85.436. Yeah, 442 now from 436. So slightly up. And let me take you over to the other page, and we'll take a look at a full view of all the options after I move a couple screens around. Alrighty, starting with options here. Let's take a look and see what we got going on. This is obviously yesterday's information. Let's see what open interest is looking like today. Highest amount of open interest is at a $5 strike for calls. Yesterday it was at $5. There was 23.2 thousand contracts yesterday. There's now 30.6. Highest amount of put volume yesterday was at a $3 strike. At 3, there was 17,000 contracts. That did go up from 17,000 to 17.9, but the highest amount of puts now is at 4.5. That's up $1.50. Give me a second here. There we go. 22.3 thousand contracts at 4.5. So market is suggesting a closing price by the end of the week in open interest somewhere between 4.5 and 5. Yesterday it was 3 to 5, giving us a closing price somewhere around 4 by the end of the week with max pain at 450. So we've basically seen the market targeting something around 4 to something above, something closer to maybe like 475. I'm going to scroll through the list of options here for call contracts for both this week and next week on AMC, and this is just for documentation purposes. So in case we want to go back later and say like, well, how much open interest was back and open on this day back here. So there we go. And then now we'll just take a quick look at GME's open interest as well. There's a lot of talk about the $20 call options, and I'm not really going to comment on it too much. I'm just going to mention that I think that there may be a lot of people who are trying to encourage you to play options, and I'm just going to suggest to you guys that be very, very careful on who's recommending things to you. If it's not something that you're used to doing, I would, and somebody's trying to encourage you to do something that you're not used to doing, be careful. Just be careful. Let's see here. Scrolling through GME's option contracts. So based on where the option contracts were yesterday, or based on where the price point was yesterday, it blew through quite a few different strike prices. You can see now a lot of this open interest in here on the call side is now in the money. The next big amount of open interest would be at a $25 strike. After that would be 30, and after that would be 40. After that would be 128. And next week's highest amount of everything, all this over here on the call side is open, or this open interest is in the money. The next big spot where there would be some large amount of contracts that would be in the money would be 25, then 30, followed by 100, and then 128. All right, let's take a look at Ortex and see what that's telling us here. So here's our drop in utilization day over day from 59.81% to 56.67. The on-loan amount did decrease yesterday from 65.78 million shares to 65.6, so we're looking at 0.18, so 180,000 shares returned yesterday. Let's see here. Usually Ortex estimates about a third of that is in closed short interest. So a third of that would be 60,000 shares. Let's see if that's what it's estimating. Estimated short-share interest of the free float dropped from 12.57 to 12.55, so 0.02. Our current outstanding shares is 368.09. Yeah, so really close. They're estimating about 73,000 shares in short interest closed out. On-loan average age per day. This should be moving upwards when you don't have a whole lot of borrowed shares that are decreasing the average age. This starts to spike. So on-loan average age per day should be heading up, but that wasn't the case. It dropped from, let's see here, 38.78 days to 36.54. So what does that tell me? It tells me that there were positions that were closed out that would have been really, really, really old positions in order to drop this average age per day. The days that the loans that were open decreased the average age per day. So it must have been some really high positions that were closed out. The amount of security lending volume that traded yesterday was extremely high. So even though there was only a return, the net return yesterday was 180,000 shares. The net return on those positions must have been super old, and we can actually verify this. By pulling up, let me get rid of all the rest of this. I'll just state the security lending volume number. We went from 17.25 million to 21.29 million yesterday. So a lot of activity. The net result was only 180,000 shares returned, which means a lot of new positions were opened up, as well as older positions that were being closed. But the net change was only 180 returned. So, oops. Let's open that back up and get rid of all this, and we will check and see what because they actually do have a feature on here that allows you to check and see how old the positions were, the average age of the positions that were returned, and it wasn't actually very high. Well, it was higher than it has been. But it wasn't as high as back here. Let's check something else here out. On loan average age per day returned. It should have been. Well, this doesn't make any sense. This is probably one of the first times where I looked at these numbers and I've ever thought to myself, these numbers are making no sense at all. There it is. The on-loan amount new. The new on-loan amount. This is really strange. So this is really weird here on the reporting. The on-loan average age for the new shares was really high. So here's the newly loaned shares was 13.54 million newly loaned shares yesterday. Obviously, the return shares was very, very close to. On loan returned was 7.75. Well, these numbers do not make any sense. How do you have 7.75 million shares returned, 13.54 loaned, and your on loan amount dips? That does not make any sense at all. Something's wrong here. I'm going to have to ask Ortex about this. There's a major discrepancy here, so much so that these values don't make any sense at all. You can't return 7.75 million shares, loan out 13.54, and have a negative decrease in on-loan amount to 65.6 million shares, basically 180,000 shares returned. There should be a net positive gain on loan amount here. So I'm going to have to send out a message and find out about why there's a misreporting on this, because there's just no way you could have numbers like this. And that's also why it doesn't make much sense, because the on-loan average age returned wasn't very high. I would have expected that to be much, much higher in order to get the on-loan average age per day to drop. So, all right, I will screenshot that later and send that over to Ortex and be like, WTF. How's that possible? Because here's your on-loan amount right here in the blue line in the middle.
dipping 180,000 shares, meaning that there were more shares returned than there were loaned. But obviously, very clearly, you can see the newly loaned amount for the day was 13.54 and the returned amount was 7.75, which is nowhere close to the same amount of numbers. All right. There's questions to be asked here. All right. GameStop's numbers. Utilization dropping day over day from 72.26 to 69.19. The on-loan amount dipping from 68.1 million shares to 67.39. That's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float from 20.16 to 20.1. And on loan average age per day should be moving up. And it had a big, huge drop. I think this is going to be the same thing. I have a feeling there's going to be a misreporting on this as well. Security lending volume day over day increasing from 14.34 million shares to 20.24 million shares. This is going to be really. I'm going to love to see how they explain this one. Because let's take a look at the same exact thing on GME and see if these numbers just do not make any sense. So here's your on loan amount dipping. We're looking at like just slightly over 1 million shares returned day over day. Oops, that's utilization. Sorry. On loan amount dipping 68.1 to 67.39. So just a little less than 1 million shares. The on loan new amount was 10.07 million shares. The returned amount, just nearly the same thing. It was off by 100,000 shares. It was a net even day, and yet they have on loan amount dipping by almost 1 million shares. That doesn't make any sense. And then your on loan average age per day just massively dropping, which means that the on loan average age per day on the returned positions should have been massive. Okay, now that makes sense. This is what it's okay. So GME is actually making a lot of sense here on this one, because take a look at this. The on loan average age per day drops quite a bit, and you can see the average age per day on the loans returned was 82.05 days. So this makes a lot of sense here. This is exactly what I would expect to see happen. There's a little bit of what almost I would call misreporting on the on loan amount, because it's saying the on loan amount dipped by about 1 million shares, but the new versus returned positions are identical. They're off by 100. There should have been just 100,000 shares less on loan. So the on loan average age per day makes sense why it dropped as much as it did on GME, but it does not make sense on AMC. So there is some weird stuff going on here, but not as weird as AMC's. SSR trigger price for the day is $4.39. GME's is 21.4. There's currently 192.7 thousand contracts that are out of the money on AMC and 28.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 78 on the calls. 78.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 15.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. On GME, 153,000 contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 38.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 83.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 10.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. Orders by Fidelity customers. The final numbers for yesterday on GME, which came in second, had a 52.94% buy to 47.06% sell ratio, which is not the 60-40 that I'd like to see. And AMC has a 51.5% buy to 48.5% sell ratio, so also not a 60-40 number. But they were both some of the most heavily traded stocks by retail. MMRI was 296 or yesterday, I'm sorry, we finished out the day at 295.04. It is currently at 296.93. We are rapidly seeing these numbers increase, likely due to the fact that the 10-year bond rates are increasing. And what that's going, and also the U.S. dollar is also increasing. And so what that's going to do is spike this number, and extreme risk is when that number hits 300. So we're getting closer and closer back to that 300 once again. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates yesterday when we finished the day was 0.432. It is now 0.396. So it dropped quite a bit, which means that the 10-year is starting to increase in rate compared to the 2-year. We started out the week at 0.462, so we've dropped quite a bit since the beginning of yesterday. VIX futures are showing 14.23 when we closed yesterday at 12.92. Suggesting overnight it's up 3.67%, which means the markets are definitely going to be down on a number like that. We've got where did it go? Oh, the Nikkei is down 1.35%. Hang Seng down 1.9, and the Nifty 50 down 0.35. The U.S. markets, depending on what it is that you're looking at, are down anywhere from 0.59 to 1.06%. Looking pretty nasty. Looking not pretty. Looking just nasty. Of the Mag 7, 6 out of the 7 are red. Financial institutions that are down more than 2.5% from yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Let's see what we have going on this morning in the pre-market, because that would be quite a big move. The douche stank is down 2.47, close enough to read it out. That may be the only one that gets a readout. Yep. Gold is down 0.72 and starting to consolidate after a downtrend. Silver is down 0.52 and trending down. Ethereum Classic is down 2.16 and consolidating after a bit of a downtrend. The US dollar is up 0.15 and trending up at 104.83. It's getting ready to break back above. I think I have a number in here. What do I have marked down? 104. Okay. 106 is the number I'm waiting to see this break next. Has oil traded yet this morning? No. SPY is down 0.59. Took a bit of a drop at pre-market open, it looks like. Actually, that was before pre-market open. That was last night. No, it is at pre-market open. It gapped down and trended down, and it's been trending down and has not broken that trend yet. Tesla is down 1.17% and consolidating after a gap down. Amazon is down 0.77 and trending down. Cinemark is down it's down 0.35 on 111 shares traded so far. It was moving up in the aftermarket hours yesterday. Not a lot of volume, and suddenly now we find it down below where it had closed yesterday just a little bit. Not enough to really suggest a trend here just yet. Doge is down 2.74, consolidating after a downtrend. Bitcoin is down 1.39, consolidating after a downtrend. GME is down 4.29% and is consolidating with maybe a slight uptrend after a downtrend. HYMC is up 3. No, it's not. That's yesterday's numbers. It has not yet traded this morning. NCMI is not yet traded this morning. Hood is up 2% this morning, and most of the movement that it had was yesterday. It looks like there's some information or some news that popped up here. Looks like they're doing a $1 billion buyback plan. It gapped up in the, or not gapped up, but it moved very quickly up on the announcement and has been trending down ever since yesterday's closing and move up. AMC is down 2.25%, trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, there's approximately $1 million, or yesterday, there was $1 million more inflow than outflow. 113,000 shares traded so far for the day today. Yesterday's volume, what happened? So I was suggesting somewhere between 80 to 120 million shares traded for the day, and I don't think we hit my numbers. I think we were just on the underside of that range. I'm pulling up my numbers here real quick to see what it was. Come on, pull. There we go. 77.3 million. It was close, but no cigar. So I kind of tend to think that some of the volume that we saw, or we were supposed to see yesterday, is going to kind of show up today. So whatever the volume is that we have after our pokey stick of volume, when I give my prediction, I'm probably going to add an additional 10 to 20 million to the volume. So, because I think that's about how much volume we would have had yesterday had it that just never showed up. So I think maybe it'll pop up today. I thought it might happen in the aftermarket hours, but it didn't. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure than our side, 48.46, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.41, which is below average, slightly below average. And on a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.61, which is below average. On a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.34, which is just slightly above average. Taking a look at a 1-hour time interval for Ichimoto. So we had a quick burst up, which would have been probably related to this cloud right here, and then price movement downwards in the aftermarket in hours. Well, in the in portion of the day yesterday and aftermarket hours of today, and that's signified by this green cloud here. But we have red cloud forming in the future. So I guess perhaps maybe seeing price move maybe sideways today to slightly up. Would be what I would kind of suspect. In order to turn this into a buy signal here, we got to get lagging line, which is on price line, to get above price line, which is going to be pretty tall task to ask for, and then to get conversion back above base again here. So we'd be looking at a price well above 518. I would actually suggest. We got to see at least 525 or higher, I think, to get that to occur. So that's going to be the magic push point for us for the day today, is going to be 525. And then on a 4-hour time interval, lagging line is on price line, right on it. Right on price line, conversion still above base. This still becomes a buy signal so long as the lagging line can get above price line. For today, that's going to be right around $5.15. The conversion price is at basically $5. So $5.15 is the magic number. The 4-hour and 1-hour are pretty much in agreement. They're about 10 cents off of each other on where the big push points are going to come from in terms of price. So if we hit 515 or 525 in that range, we should see some more buying pressure. Do note that we have a pretty large red cloud ahead of us on AMC. A push through a thinner portion of red cloud here is more ideal than a thick portion because it's a lot easier to break through it and have uncertainty about a continuation on price movement upwards. So if we don't get that soon, like today, then we're looking at thick portion of cloud going into all the rest of this week and going into portion of next week as well. And that's all comes from this big move that we had back here. And it looks like there might be some news here. Let's see what the news is saying. Probably nothing good. I don't even know why it's nothing AMC related. It's always that way. It seems like it's always that way. All right, let me head over to the back of the Big Tramp. And I can officially see what it is you guys are writing now. Nana's saying, "Get them, Casey." I would assume that's in reference to Ortex. Yeah, I need to. When I go on my break later, I'll send that message out to Ortex because there's something wrong with that. I mean, you can't have that many more shares borrowed in a day or loaned out, and then say that you had a decrease in on loan amount. So what that tells me is somebody's misreporting, right? Like Ortex is collecting this data, and they're getting because it's all self-reported. Remember that. So somebody's self-reporting that the amount of shares that they have loaned out decreased, but all the reported numbers that Ortex is pulling is saying that there was nothing but an increase in on loan amounts. So somebody's lying. Somebody's either lying. Well, I say they're lying. They're misreporting. Somebody's misreporting somewhere, or Ortex is getting it wrong. One of the two. And it needs to be corrected. Manjit, good morning. Oaks Way Recording says, "We believe the T+1 and the CAT system will change the readings of the chart." Is that what their official statement is already? They're suggesting that that it's going to change who's reporting what? Because that is a drastic difference in what was being reported. I mean, that was really big. I mean, what's the difference here? Hold on a second. Let me go back to it. On loan amount was 13.54. The returned amount, that was the new amount loaned. The returned was 7.75. So you're looking at almost was a 7 million share. It was like a 5 point something million share trade a day. When we were looking at it yesterday, when we finished out the day, Ortex was reporting for the day that there was 2.8 million shares loaned. So it seems like there might have been some more loaned shares by the end. Because I look at it an hour before the market even closes, and there's still activity that happens in the aftermarket hours. So there was quite a bit of lending going on yesterday. I mean, that's a lot. Let me get my handy dandy little calculator out here. 13.54. 7.75. It's a 5.79 million difference. They're suggesting that there was 180,000 shares returned yesterday when the newly loaned amount was an increase over the returned amount by 5.79 million. If I subtracted out that 180,000 out of that, it would be 5.61 million shares. Unreported. That's extremely interesting. Twisty says, "My wife threatened to leave me because of my obsessive love for optical illusions. I told her it's not what it looks like." Yeah, but here's the other part that messes with my mind, Oaksway, is that the on loan average age per day dipped massively on AMC, but and that makes sense when you have a bunch of brand newly loaned shares, which the new shares are showing there's a bunch of newly loaned shares, right? 5.6 million newly loaned shares. So that would make sense if you told me that, but the on loan reported amount was less, was saying there was a reduction. So, and then when we went and looked at the average loan age per day, it was super low, which means that, and that was on return positions, right? We weren't looking at the average age per day on the newly loaned positions because they would all be one, right? It's 1 day because it's that first day that's on loan. But when you look at the average returned age per loan on the ones that were returned, the number was super, super low, not high, which means that the on loan average age per day should have been increasing, not decreasing, and it didn't do that. This is probably the first time that I've ever seen the numbers not make sense. Most of the numbers make a lot of sense when you go through them and you're looking at them, and you can do the math, and you can see what's happening. You go like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. These shares were returned, these were loaned out. This is our new amount, and everything adds up. But in this particular case, what we got going on today here, it's a gross mismatch, a 5.6 million share mismatch between what was borrowed versus what was loaned and what's reported as loan positions changed. That's a lot of shares. Parrot, Rex, good morning.
You keep drawing attention to these inconsistencies at Ortex. You're going to cost somebody a job over there. At the very least, you're going to cost them their Christmas bonus, or they're not going to get a pay raise if you keep pointing out that this stuff mathematically can't happen.
Well, I mean, it's I don't think it's Ortex's problem. I think they're reporting what's being reported to the system,
cooking the books. The
yeah,
data they're turning in is being cooked. Yeah.
Yeah, and so that clearly shows that somebody's reporting an inconsistency by over 5 million shares.
Okay, I'll concede that.
Yeah.
Even if that's the case, you think somebody there, if that was you at Ortex, you'd say, hey, dude, I appreciate you calling that Empire, but none of this jives, right? You think I'm going to put this down for you, pirate, but this is some really dumb shit here. But have a good day.
Yeah, it just doesn't. I have a hard time with this. I like numbers to make sense to me. It's like when somebody tells you 1 + 1 equals 2, you want it to like make sense. You go like, okay, well if that's the case, then 2 + 2 should make 4. And then you do the math and you're like, oh, look, it sure does. Okay, makes sense. I love that. But then when somebody says 1 + 1 equals 3 and 3 + 3 equals 4, you're like, no, it doesn't. That's not how it works. Well, you can't do that.
It's no secret. I'm a little bit jaded here lately. So in the current environment we're in this world, nothing would surprise me anymore.
Oh man, it's just it bothers me. I can't stand it when the numbers don't make sense.
At any rate, good morning.
Morning.
I could come in on such a negative, sour note, but good morning. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you. Let's talk about crazy stuff. Let's see here. Who do we have in the back of the Big Tramp? We got Rex and Pirate. All right, cool. What have you guys been hearing about GME? What's the latest news that you guys have been hearing about?
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
I don't dig into it.
Strange as it is.
Deep because I don't have any shares. I just looked at because I think that we said many times we're two sides of the same coin, but I have noticed a real big uptick in positive. I think the people who hold GameStop have been recently reinvigorated. Seen a lot of real positive posts, and you can just kind of take the temperature of the general attitude of the people on Twitter, or excuse me, X, and it looks like the sentiment on it is way up.
So there's some interesting stuff going on, and I'm trying to make heads and tails of it. And some people are suggesting it actually relates to some of the posts that Roaring Kitty was putting out in regards to some of the videos that he had. Like, do you remember the part where he took the 7 part of the movie, and it's and the part where he goes like, "What's in the box?" And then there's also a guy who's like walking through. And I'm not sure what movie it was pulling that from, but it was another one where the guy's walking through. It looks like maybe like a evidence locker or something like that, and he sees a box on the shelf and he opens it and it's glowing. There was some other things that were there, but anyways, there's some people that are posting some stuff out on GME that's really kind of intriguing. Apparently, they found in the source code some interesting stuff on the website. I haven't done a whole lot of investigating into it because it's I'm not invested in it, so it's not really like something it's on my radar too much. But I am sure having a fun time reading through some of the comments in Twitterville or X, whatever you want to call it. But we had 326,000 shares of volume in our Pokestick of volume this morning. Which gave us a grand total of 453,000 shares, or 451,000 shares. So that means we had over 100,000 shares going into it. Let's see here. So 1 million shares should equal somewhere between 80 to 120 million shares for the day. Half of that would be roughly half, so we'd be looking at like 40. We could be looking at like 40 to 60 million shares traded today. I said I was going to add 20 million to my prediction and give that as a prediction, which would give me 70 to 90. Or 60 to 80, I mean. I think I'm going to go 50-70. I'm going to go 50-70 on my volume prediction. We'll see if that extra volume shows up today and calls me a liar. But Donkey Kong says RC has a $2 billion gun. Oaksway says GME future deal with AMC rumors still buzzing underground. Apex is going 40 to 60. 40 to 60 is what I would predict, but I think some of our volume yesterday was some of the volume that we were supposed to get yesterday didn't show up, and I'm a little suspicious by that. And we actually did have a day last week where that happened as well. This seems to be starting to happen more frequently, where we're supposed to have a large quantity of volume, or at least the pre-market is suggesting that we're going to have a large quantity of volume, and then what ends up happening is it gets redistributed into the day after's volume. So I don't know if this is going to start becoming a common trend, but if it is, then I'm suggesting that today we're going to see a little bit higher volume than what the pre-market is suggesting. Andrew's saying Moana 2 trailer dropped. Let me pull up let me see if I can find some of these posts about the what it is that people are seeing. Let me see. It's kind of interesting. It seems like it's a fun rabbit hole to dive down. But they're looking at, I want to say they're looking at the source code for the GME website, and they're finding that there's something coming, but they're not sure what it is exactly. Where am I going to find this? I don't want to retweet any of this stuff because it's I'm not sure what to think of it yet. It's like it was the only thing that was hitting my it was the only thing that I could see hitting my Twitter feed last night, and then now all of a sudden it's like there's just I can't find anything on it. It's kind of surprising. Did everybody delete their comments? What's going on here? Did they figure it out already and they were like FUD, or what's happened? I did see somebody had reported, I think it was Cat Striker, had recopied from another account that article about a strange package that showed up with a surprise in it to Citadel. I just want to say that the account that she posted it on, or the account that she got it from, is it looks like it's like a loop ring / Ethereum tied account, which I really, anytime I see anything having to do with an account that's like that, I just almost immediately ignore anything that comes from it. It's usually just not good, solid information. I view it as like 4chan 4chan humor or something like that. Like it's just like dark humor and probably not very real. Man, I still see nothing.
Well, as far as the psychological attack goes, even if it didn't happen, it pleases me a great deal to see it trending. So it made the rounds, and I know that's not a very nice thing to say, that if it's complete balderdash, but just to see it retweeted and put out there that box and the reported contents landed on their doorstep, I'd be lying if I said it didn't put a smile on my face.
Did you guys something about the Chase Bank that was blowing up? I don't even know if that was true. Did you see any?
Yeah. I saw that. I think that was the real deal. The question I have is, was it? Well, they're claiming it was a gas leak. Seems to be a lot of gas leaks here lately, and I don't know. That's a tinfoil hat. The footage of that thing turned loose. I put a brief comment in somewhere. I said, "Ooh, the cleaning lady's going to have to work overtime tonight." Because man, it blew that bank from one end of that town to the other.
Yeah.
Yep.
Rex, it's either me or it's you. I'm not sure who, but cutting out big time.
Wax.
This is so surprising to me. I could not, like, there was just tons and tons of information on what I was talking about in regards to GME last night, and zero today. Like, there's just literally nothing. It's like almost like people scrubbed all the information and decided to not talk about it or something.
Yeah, that bank was in Ohio, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. this is going to force me to do a search, I guess. I figure I could just scroll and find it, but apparently not.
It was a Chase bank, I think.
Robert says what bank needs gas lines? Robert, in Ohio, in the north, a lot of places heat with natural gas. It's about the cheapest form of fuel you can have to run a furnace. So more often than not, it's the primarily used for heating purposes in the winter.
All right, let's see here. All right, so this is, I guess this is the, and again, this goes back to another one of those Ethereum accounts, which, like, whenever I see this kind of stuff, it always really kind of gets me concerned about what it is I'm talking about, because I feel like it's just a bunch of fake news. But because anytime I see these accounts with Ethereum in here, it's like, okay, crap count. I don't pay it much attention, but. I guess there were lots of people that were doing this and confirming that it was real. So he said, just took a photo of myself and can confirm it's real. GME, go to thealbum.com and open your browser dev tools. Go to sources, expand next static, expand chunks. Open the files starting in 652- and run a search, Control F for GameStop. This led people down a rabbit hole to where they finally got to this like website that was showing a box and people talking about like a new Wu-Tang Clan album or something like that that's going to be released, and or some I'm not sure if it's old music or new music. But a lot of people are wondering, like, what's going on here. There's a lot of speculation as to what this is exactly. Do note that a lot of this is talking about blockchain tokens, and that's what really starts to worry me a lot when I start seeing like Ethereum accounts that are, or ETH accounts that are, crypto accounts that are trying to suggest that there's something going on here with GME. I don't like seeing those accounts attached to stuff like this because I just kind of I shy away from it.
I got sucked into that one. I couldn't help myself. I'm like, what does all this mean? And I can tell you right now, the funniest thing was one of the first comments I saw on that was a guy asked, I'll try not to butcher this, but he said, please explain this to me like I sprinkle the COVID vaccine on my cornflakes for breakfast in the morning.
Right. Yes, I saw that.
Hilarious. That was one of the funniest comments. I thought, this is my guy right here. Did you see that one?
Yeah, I did see that one. It was really funny. And, but yeah,
that's the stuff I live for. That's the stuff I live for right there. I stopped right there. I'm like, well, I don't know what all this means. It looks like a Reddit post, and it's beyond me to decipher or decode this, but I got a little nugget out of it. Make me laugh, and I moved on.
Yeah, I was getting blown up though last night with hit after hit after hit of stuff having to do with this. So I don't know what it all means, but I thought it was interesting. I just thought I wanted to kind of just talk with you guys about it a little bit and see what it is that you guys have heard, if anything, or
At a glance, I didn't give it much time because it started to bore me. But at a glance, it looked to me like they were claiming that there were messages that were being triggered to GameStop owners. And it was there were two different versions of messages that were being sent out, and
you're not a shareholder, and you are
conspiracy to it.
Yeah.
Right. And I got that, so I'm like, okay, I just chalked that up to fuckery and moved on.
Yeah, same here.
Okay, well, I'm glad you didn't get any more of it than I did.
My bullshit meter these days gets triggered very, very easily, and it's very difficult for me to buy into too many different things, and it's like once something new pops up onto the radar, it's just kind of like I read it, I look at it, I see where it comes from, and that's usually the very first red flags that I get is like, okay, I see who this is coming from, I know why they're trying to push this stuff, and it's just like, I'm not buying into it. So if it happens, great, but I'm not I'm not I'm not gonna promote it or anything. I mean, I feel like I am kind of promoting it just by talking about it, but I just thought it was interesting. It was something to just kind of talk about, I guess, this morning. And if you saw it, you saw it. If you didn't, you didn't.
I have a particular aversion for people who post things, and it's either real vague or it's they tiptoe around things. I'm like, look, just posit your theory, put whatever you think it is, put your thesis out there, and just float it out there and let it go. But I don't like the ones. It smells like engagement farming to me, where they do these real mystical, lots of hints and all that stuff, and I'm supposed to jump through this mental gymnastics to figure out what they mean.
Right.
I try to avoid those kind of things.
I hadn't even thought of using that term, engagement farming, but it does feel very heavily like it's engagement farming. Yeah.
Right. Yep.
So, and I just whenever that happens, I just kind of go like, all right, well, we'll see if the company says something. If the company says something, then great, that's awesome. Now we're into something.
That's one of my red flags is when you see something that's really dramatic, or at first blush it appears to be like earth shattering, and then you just give it even the briefest read, and you find out that it's just a bunch of fluff, and you're like, oh, okay, I see what's going on here. I just got baited in.
Well, there has been some things that people have been right about. For example, and I'll just throw one out here. Billie Eilish posted a picture of herself in the Nicole Kidman suit before it was ever announced that she was going to be doing her release of her album at AMC.
True.
So, and I thought that was really interesting because people kind of detected it, or at least caught on to that a lot longer before it ever was announced. So, but again, I don't like to buy into it until I find out the company's announced it. So, because it might fall through, The Lucas says, Casey already said this. I don't want to be repetitive. My apologies if I am, but have you seen the IC cloud on the 4-hour? I quite like the Ichimoku as an indicator. Would appreciate your thoughts. So every single morning, Lucas, I come in and I do I feel like it's like a 30-minute presentation of all of our numbers. And one of the last few things that I kind of cover is the 1-hour and 4-hour Ichimoku, and where the strong buy points are going to show up for those indicators. And for today on the 1-hour, it's 525, and on the 4-hour, it's 515. Which means that the 1-hour and the 4-hour are in agreement with, because they're only a 10-cent spread on the range there on price, on what would send a buy signal. So I do like what I'm seeing on the 4-hour. I'll pull it up again here on the page just for shits and giggles. But the rules that you have to remember for Ichimoku is that you never buy or sell inside the cloud. It's a point of uncertainty. So you just don't. Cloud periods of time are things you just don't touch. So in this particular setup here, the lagging line, the buy signal comes when lagging line breaks price line upwards, and the conversion is above base and price is above both conversion and base. Well, the interesting thing about this here is that, and this doesn't happen very often, but it does happen, that price movement, there's a gap between where it's at currently. $5.15 is, actually, I'll just put a line on the page for it. Well, I got too many lines showing up when I do that. Never mind. Just kidding. But 515 is going to be right about there. So that would get price above conversion and base. That would get lagging line above price line. And so you have everything between 515 and this cloud here. And towards the end of the day, the cloud does come down to around 554, but it creates a period of time where there's a big buy signal. And if there's enough buy orders that go through, it could potentially push price through the cloud to the top side of the cloud, which would be about $8.13 or higher. It is a pretty thick cloud going forward, and unfortunately, with that comes uncertainty ahead on any kind of price movement between 480 and 815. So I'm not saying price can't move through this. It's just typically, the rule is you never buy or sell inside the cloud on this indicator. So if that's the case, then this becomes a point of uncertainty as to whether or not price can move through this and whether or not we'll see a bunch of buying pressure or not. But I would be extremely bullish to see price move through thicker portions of a red cloud than thinner portions, because usually price likes to move through thin portions of clouds, which today would be that last day of thinning portion of cloud here. So that's my take on the 4 hour. On the 1 hour, this sharp move up in price here was probably related to this red cloud here. This sharp price movement was in relationship to this price movement here. This downwards momentum was in relationship to this cloud here, and this downwards momentum that we're having currently is in relationship to this green cloud that here. And so we pass through this red cloud. Everything's running just a little bit earlier. As you'll notice, we usually pass up through red, which happened here, but usually down through green. And we did pass down through green here, but then we never went up through red here. The delayed upwards momentum happened here, and then we got a quick push down through the green. Never actually broke it, but now we push back up again, and now we're moving back down through the red cloud, which should have been green cloud, which should have happened today. So I'm kind of like waiting. We've got red cloud ahead on the 1 hour, which is going to show up as early as tomorrow, which is going to be Thursday. So a potential break back above maybe $5 by Thursday. It could happen today. You've seen during this period of time here that there's been a lot of volatility. A lot of volatility like this does tend to create ranges for ascending parallel channels. Let me pull this. Let's get rid of this. So you could look at this and say, okay, are we in ascending parallel channel? I don't think that we are. But ascending parallel channels do typically, if I were to use, I just don't think that we are. Because this line doesn't really line up with anything on the bottom side. So it's kind of what we have right now is more of a, and you can see here we're retesting the bottom side of this level of support. What we really have is an ascending broadening wedge that maybe looks a little something along the lines of this. It's hard to tell that it's broadening because it almost looks parallel, but it's not. It is very slightly broadening. Usually, not always, but usually what happens on an ascending broadening channel is you'll have price movement breakout of this going down and retesting the secondary touching point back here. So that would be somewhere right around a price of like 437. Now, knowing what we know about max pain being 450 for this week, a retest of 437 seems like it would be right up the alley of a possibility. And then you start looking at things like SSR. When does SSR trip for us? SSR trips at 439. Wow, isn't that crazy? Like these things all tend to line up for a reason. 436 is the secondary testing point right here on the way down. SSR trips at 439. Today might be an SSR kind of day where SSR gets tripped. We see a 10% loss in price movement. It looks like they're already trying to get GME headed that direction. The market in general's taking a dump for the day today. But the good news is that on a pattern like this, if price does test 437, 438, 439, somewhere around that range, and rebounds off of that, we could see price moving up above our more current high that we had here at 537. What is a synthetic price failure? That's probably another good question. Let's see here. 537 was our high. Synthetic price failure, 432. All these numbers are starting to line up. Everything is lining up to perfectly match. That's almost gonna be my prediction for the day today. I'm gonna guess on testing SSR and probably closing out the day very, very close to that. Maybe like a 434 close is what I'm going to go for. Pretty sure. Yeah. So 384 to 484. Pretty sure that's going to be my price prediction. Yeah. And with that, I think it's break time.
Yeah, I failed to go through my morning routine. I woke up a little bit early this morning, and I was eager to join you. So I think I'm going to take my leave as well and go attend to a few things that I missed this morning, and I'll be back when you come back.
Sounds good. Let's see here. I've got the screen all set up here. I think I'll put the message on the screen and head to break. Did I just put an exclamation point in there? I did. All right. Cool. I will see you guys. I'll see you back here at 8:15 Central Standard Time. Before I go, Quack Quack, good morning to you. You snuck in and didn't say anything.
Yeah. Good morning.
You guys can say hi when you jump in here. If I don't notice right away, like say hi. All right, I'll see you guys later. I think you guys still you guys are still in your morning, just kind of like waking up mode.
Yep, I just got up.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll see you back at 8:15. Later.
All right, buddy.
throttle up. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. site of the orbital discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Every 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Living life on the open road, ain't got no home, just a van for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking MC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Wheels roll down, the wind in my head, I embrace the gritty grind. There's my castle, roots my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. MC ticker, keys on rolling, stock charts and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a world that I'm all inside. Oh, ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight. Bed in bed, living, crunching numbers all night, yeah. Fan of the beer, tinker and the list, chasing dreams in the moonlight. No fancy office, just the open road. This is my life, alright.
Alrighty, guys. So I already gave a price prediction earlier. I'm going with the 384 to 484 close. So basically a 434 price point is what I'm kind of targeting right now. The reason for that is I do think that there's going to be an attempt to try and trip SSR again. If you look at GME, that's already being attempted in the pre-market this morning. It's already down 6.94%. Their price point for SSR being tripped for the day-to-day is at 2140. So I really think that there's probably huge amounts of volume that need to be reconciled, and the only way they can do that is through that short exempt volume. So they're gonna have to continue to drop the price by at least 10% to hit that in order to be able to reconcile that volume. And then AMC, I have a feeling probably going to follow along with it. Now we're seeing the whole market taking a pretty big dive right now. It's not just AMC. If we were to take a look at the futures on the VIX, futures on VIX is kind of pointing towards a big dump today. It's saying that it should be around 1438 for a price, or not a price, but a value for the VIX, and it closed yesterday at like 1290. So it's like almost again a 1.5 different spread. So I'm expecting to see very close to a single point jump, and at least on the VIX today, maybe even close to open. So I'm expecting to gap up. That has the markets down, and SPY is already down right now, 0.75% on. I'm not really sure if that's high volume or low volume. We'll see when the market opens on the SPY, but that looks like low volume to me. So we'll continue to watch that. But of the Mag 7 right now, all 7 are in the pre-market are down. We had NVIDIA that was up earlier. It was up by as much as 0.4%, and as you can see here, it just took a reversal right back down again. So everything's taking hits today. A lot of equity being pulled out. I'm not sure exactly where it's going to be heading towards, but there's definitely equity being pulled out of everything. So in regards to this little bump up that we had here up to 506 on that one candle, we're now down to a T+1 for settlements now. As I told you before, if you go back to when we were having days where we're seeing these bumps like this in the aftermarket and pre-market hours, a lot of that settlement had to do with previous price over the last 2 days. But you can see very clearly that if I pull this out to 1 hour chart here, that 506 price point is right within settlements that would have occurred from yesterday. So somebody was actually transacting the volume today. That may be some of that volume that I was telling you that I think we didn't see yesterday that's getting pushed out to today. And I'm sure there's going to be more of it. But you can see here that the price point at which those shares went through was at a $5.06 price point, which is exactly where price was trading at yesterday. So, and I don't really think there was a 506 price point 2 days ago at all. So you can see now that the T+1 is starting to take an effect because you can only go back a single day to see these settlements finally going through at the same time as the volume is hitting. So that's kind of strange to see that happening all at once. But that's my price prediction for the day today. And let me see what the other guys have got going on here. I've got Twisty coming in at 395 to 495. And then Rex is going 470, so he's going to be doing 420 to 520. And let me go over to the chat, and I'm pretty sure Apex has probably got his numbers in there. He has 406 to 506. All right. Those are the price predictions. Let's see. What do we have? What do we have for a spread for us here? 20, 40, no, 36. 36? Yeah, it looks like 36 cent spread. Apex will correct me if I'm wrong here in a second. I'm starting to want to change my price prediction just a tad bit here. If we're going to start seeing price run on AMC, I feel like I need to put in a better price prediction. Yep, there he is. 434, 445, 456, 470, 36 cents. You know what? I'm gonna keep my price prediction where it's at. I'm gonna stick with it. I'm happy with it. Kind of, sort of, not. It's getting down to the wire. I can't decide. I've been missing price predictions so much over the last couple of weeks, and it's just kind of, it's almost like I gave up on price predicting or something. Let me see here. No, I'm gonna stick with it. If anything, I would raise it just a tad bit, and if I raise it just a tad bit, it keeps me out of getting any kind of extra bonus points. So I'm gonna keep it right where it's at. All right. I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Got it. Go. Fido. Go. Bravo. Go. GC. Go. Max. Go. Eagle. Go. Eco. Go. FAO. Go. Payloads. Go. Scan for the customer. Go. DPS. We're go. Eco. Go. Booster. Go. Surgeon. Go. PRS. Go. Okay. And let's see. We'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
STO, hear you loud and clear. 5 bytes. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
When everyone you thought you knew deserts your fight, I'll go with you. You're facing down a dark hall, I'll grab my light and go with you. I'll 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 go with you. Surrounded and up against a wall, I'll shred them all and go with you. When choices end, you must defend. I'll grab my back and go with you. I'll go with you. I'll go with you. I'll go with you. Yeah. Stay with me. No, you don't need to run. Stay with me, my brother. You don't need to run. Stay with me. No, you don't need to run. Stay with me, my brother. You don't need to run. If there comes a day, people posted up at the end of your driveway, they're calling for your head and they're calling for your name. I'll bomb down on them, I'm coming through. Do they know I was grown with you? If they hate a smoke, no, I'll go with you. Just keep it outside, yeah. Stay with me, no, you don't need to run. Stay with me, my brother. You don't need to run. Stay with me, no, you don't need to run. Stay with me, my brother. You don't need to run. If you find yourself in a lion's den, I'll jump right in and pull my pin and go with you. I'll 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 go with you. My blood, I'll go with you. Yeah. Stay with me. No, you don't need to run. Stay with me. My blood, you don't need to run. Stay with me. No, you don't need to run. Stay with me. My blood, you don't need to run. You don't need to run. You don't need to run. You don't need to run.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. That's where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today is shaping up to be a market bloodbath today. Did you guys see the VIX? So I said a full point higher, but I really didn't believe it was going to happen like right at open. But sure enough, VIX, and it's not showing it up on the chart here yet, but it's opening up at 14.16. And the futures are suggesting 14.38. So it did the almost a little over a full point for a jump here because it closed yesterday at 12.92. So it's going to be moving up quite a bit here, which is going to signal kind of like a reversal in the marketplace. I would imagine that the U.S. dollar should be up as a result. It is. It's up 0.21 and trending upwards quite nicely. That's not necessarily good for the markets, though. As you can see, gold So we've got commodities that are going down. We have crypto that's going down. Everything's taking a big old dumping right now. So we're seeing a lot of equity being pulled out of the marketplace. And the question is where's that going to go? Who's going to get that money? That money's going to disappear someplace, and it's going to come back, and it's going to start inflowing into something. The T+1, somebody had asked a question earlier about, like, does T+1 change how difficult it may be to trip SSR in a single day? And I don't think that changes anything with that whatsoever. What it does maybe do, though, is causes the market to have to try and reposition money at a lot faster pace than what it used to have to. So, in other words, when I say T+1 now, if somebody were to pull equity, or if institutions were to start pulling equity from certain locations and then moving other locations, it's going to have to happen 24 hours faster than it did in the past. So you may see much bigger moves in the marketplace happening all at once. And so we'll see how this plays out here. But yeah, equity's being pulled out a lot of different places right now. And it's looking pretty nasty. There's, on my screen here right now, Tesla's the only thing that I see that's up. Let's check the Mag 7 real quick here and see if we've got a couple of green ones. We do. We got 3 out of the 7. So that money inflow looks like it might be heading over to some of the large cap, big blue chip runners here. This could be where it's going. Why would it be going there? Well, we all know that that's where a lot of the collateral is held right now in the marketplace. And so, seeing money coming out of things like gold, silver, cryptos, a lot of mid caps perhaps, and flowing into those blue chips to try and back that collateral so that people don't get margin calls is going to be what's going to end up happening. But that won't last forever. At some point, that's going to cause a systemic failure in the system. Very, very interesting stuff that's happening right now. Let me head over to the back of the big tramp. And let's see here. Well, I see Quack Quack is over here. Quack Quack, good morning again to you. Top of the day. Let's see here. Stella saying, I ain't scared. Pumpy says, Flying Poo asks for breakfast. Oh, yes, thank you. That kind of reminds me. I don't know why. I got to take Bruno to the vet today. I know this is like the 3rd week in a row that I've had to take him to the vet, but it's not my fault. It's the vet's fault. So anyways, I got to take him to the vet today to get his shot for heartworms. So that appointment's at 11 o'clock. I'll probably leave. Yeah, I'll probably have to leave at around like 10:40 at the latest, which means I won't be able to get the 11 o'clock numbers in, obviously. I'll probably be leaving at 10:30 though, because I got to get Bruno all ready to go, and I need like 10 minutes to get him ready to go and myself ready to go. So I'll probably head out around 10:30, and then as soon as I get done with him, I'll probably grab some lunch on my way home, and then I'll be back for the rest of the day. Let's see here. Rex, good morning to you. Congratulations on your first day of price predicting. Not bad. You didn't miss. It was close, but you didn't miss, and that's what counts. Apparently Rex has got mic issues or something.
All goes well, Bruno.
There you are. I was like, where did he go? Well, Bruno doesn't have worms, but we're definitely getting him a shot so that he doesn't develop any as well. It was kind of interesting. It was really weird. I felt like the last time I was in the vet office, it was like they were trying to fear monger me into some vaccinations for him. or preventative vaccinations, and so they were kind of saying like, "Oh, we have a dog in here right now for heartworms," and I'm like, "Great, that's awesome, love to hear that." But it was they gave me the list of different things that he needed, and I was like, "Not that, not that. I'll do the heartworms, nothing else." Chi-Town Turtle, good morning. I went back and I think I mentioned this yesterday. I went back and was re-watching some of the old Roaring Kitty videos, and I call them DFV. You guys call them Roaring Kitty, so I'm just trying to use your terminology. Most everybody else recognizes them as Roaring Kitty, but I call them DFV. So I was watching DFV videos, and what I thought was really funny is anytime a name would pop up on there, he'd say the name like 2 or 3 times, and so he'd be like, let's see, Chi-Town Turtle, Chi-Town Turtle, Chi-Town Turtle, good to see you again. And he'd be like that. It was really funny. It just made me laugh a little bit. It took me back because I remember watching those videos back in 2021, and it just took me back a little bit. It was kind of fun to watch them. If you haven't seen his videos, I would highly recommend watching some of those. He's got some good information in there. But yeah, it was a good time. I enjoyed it. I also enjoyed watching him drink beer. I don't know if he had. He was always drinking it out of a glass, but I don't know that I could do that. I don't drink beer fast enough to drink it out of a glass, unless it's like a frozen glass. That's why I prefer hard alcohol. It hits faster, and you can throw ice in it, and it's not gonna water it down to the point to where it's undrinkable. It was really funny though, as I was watching DFV. I was wondering, and he kept shouting out different names, and I was like, I wonder if he's ever going to shout out a name that I would recognize from today. Like, do we have any like random just GME shareholders that used to be a part of that from a long time ago that would suddenly show up now and be in our comment section, or somebody that we know and they just haven't identified themselves? And then it got me thinking, is there going to be a point in time after this is all over where people go back and watch some of these videos and they go like, Foo Dog, I wonder whatever happened to that Foo Dog guy, or Pirate, whatever happened to that Pirate guy? And then people are going to wonder. They're going to be like, what happened to those people? Grub is saying, pounding beers isn't like sipping hard alcohol. Yeah, I would agree, but I'm not sure which way you mean that. I'd rather pound hard alcohol than sip a beer. Can I say it that way? Is it okay to reverse it? Brian's still here. I don't know what you're talking about, man. He's already made like several comments this morning.
Make sure you hit live so you can read the chat.
Yeah, man. Hit live. I swear, like, I want to say like 80% of the time, every single morning, I have to type in "Congrats, Brian." I feel like he wins 80% of the first comments of the day.
Oh, when you're in the basement, man, that's the perk. You get your pretty quick internet.
Oh, quick question for you guys. This is I changed something. I didn't realize that I had a setting that could change the latency on which you guys are receiving the stream. Apparently, yeah, and I know, right? So I changed the setting to where it's like ultra high stream setting. So like, oh no, it says normal latency right now. No. All right. It must have switched me because I had moved it from low latency to ultra low latency, and now it says normal latency. So I'm not sure if it automatically switched that for me. So my guess is that normal latency means that you guys are going to see it's going to be even worse because normally I have it set to low latency. So I'll try and fix that for tomorrow when I start up the live stream. My guess is that the stream probably auto corrects based on whatever the amount of information that I'm sending, and if it's not fast enough for ultra low, it probably changes it. Pirateborn says, Gypsy fortune teller told me I end up in a Turkish prison in solitary confinement for my finale, mumbling in the dark, insanity about Kenji.
That's before we bust you out, pirate.
we'll come back for you, man. We'll come back for you.
Apes together strong.
Stranger Things, like, wasn't it Stranger Things? I think wasn't it Stranger Things where he was like in a Russian camp somewhere in jail?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, something like that. Let's see here. Andrew says you may need to put your latency detector on two-factor authentication. Mueller says it was a good party we had with him in 2021. If it runs up this time over 100, I will open a bottle of champagne. Same with AMC. Mueller? Chi-Town Turtle says, yeah, that was last season. Yeah, we'll come and get you, man. We'll come and get you in that prison cell. No man left behind. Grove is asking, what's your go-to hard alcohol? I mean, my favorite mixed alcohol drink is Long Island. And so that's like a lot. What is it, like 7 different clear alcohols or something like that? I can't remember how many it is, but that's my favorite. So that's, but that's not really what you're asking, because you're asking, like, I feel like you're asking a very specific, like, what's my go-to single alcohol? Man, it's a tough one. I think over the last 5 or 6 years, it's been rum. But only because I do Dr. Pepper and rum. So, and a dark spice rum. So, good stuff.
Hey, Casey, I got a good one for you.
What's up? What you got?
You like Dr. Pepper?
I mean, I never drank it until I started doing Dr. Pepper and rum, because I always just did Coke and rum in the past, but then Melissa turned me into a Dr. Pepper and rum fan. I don't normally drink Dr. Peppers by themselves.
Okay. I was going to say, grab a Corona, and you go buy Disaronno or some whatever liquor that is, and you take a swig out of the Corona, and you pour the Disaronno into the Corona, and it tastes like a Dr. Pepper. It's like perfectly Dr. Pepper.
Okay, so what's the name of the alcohol again? Because I'm gonna have to look this up. What's it called?
Yeah, I think it's called Disaronno. Disaronno.
Okay, Disaronno.
Yeah.
I almost had it. Disaronno is proudly ambassador of the Italian Dolce Vita. Discover more about Disaronno Original and Disaronno Velvet.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy. You pour. I don't like Corona.
You said a Corona. I know that's. I'm wondering, like, what happens if you mix it with a good beer?
I don't know.
What do you get?
I think they mix it with Corona because it tastes like crap. But you take it to a party or take it. You can't tell the difference. It tastes straight up like a Dr. Pepper.
Huh. I'll have to try this.
Yeah, you have to try it. You have to report back to me.
This sounds like a challenge.
Yeah.
Roseanne says Dr. Pepper's like drinking cough medicine. Yuck. I've told the story on a couple different occasions, but I went to a place one time where they were doing snow cones, and they had like all the different flavor. They had like 21 flavors out there that you could just self pump into your snow cone. And I just did, I was trying to show off to my kids, and I was like, this is how we did it when we were kids. And then I pumped like all 20. I did like a pump of all 21 of them into my snow cone, and it tasted like Dr. Pepper. Tasted just like, and I'm talking about like the flavors were like bubble gum, coconut. I mean, you just the licorice. The flavors were everywhere on the spectrum. And after all 20 of them were in there, it literally tasted like just like Dr. Pepper. So I think I know the recipe now. It's everything.
It's everything.
It's everything. Yeah, it's all the syrups. They just took everything off the shelf and poured it in and said, okay, what does this do?
Yeah, I guess some people, because I tried it on a bunch of people, right? And some people say it tastes like cherry Coke. Some say Dr. Pepper. So I guess it depends the amount you put in there. It kind of it'll change the flavor. But so basically you take a swig out of the bottle, you just bring it down to the base of the neck, and then just fill it up to the top of the neck with the DiGiorno, and then kind of turn it upside down and drink it.
Oh, so it's a pounding kind of thing. Like you don't just.
No, you just sip it. But I'm saying is,
okay.
When you open it, it's too full, so you just take one little swig out of it and pour it in there.
I thought you were saying once you poured the. I want to call it DiGiorno.
Yeah, I call it DiGiorno too.
Once you get the DiGiorno in there, then you just. I thought you were saying you just tilt it back and drink it all in one shot.
No.
Okay.
You just drink it like a regular beer.
Okay.
Yeah, I call it the pizza making beer.
The pizza making, yeah, DiGiorno. That's exactly what it is. Oh, Pirates saying mixed drinks are for the ladies.
No. Because you're adding liquor to it, so you're actually getting a pretty good buzz with 3 or 4 beers.
Oaks Way Recordings. Sorry, go ahead.
It tastes like soda, right?
Oaks Way Recording says Dr. Pepper is the fake root beer. I like it sometimes. I've never thought of it as tasting like root beer. We got about 6 more minutes before I take a look at the numbers. I don't think I've ever purchased like a really good bourbon before. I feel like one day I'd like to be able to just go out and just say like, yeah, I'll just go buy that $180 bourbon or $250 bourbon that's got like 3 shots in it or something like that. But I've never been that extravagant. It's just like it's all about, for me, it's all about just, quantity over quality, I guess. But I do feel like as I'm getting older, quality is starting to become a little bit more of a prerequisite for some of the things I drink. But that's just because quality means less headaches usually, not always. Just depends on how hydrated you are.
Hey, what's up, JJ?
The JJ.
Good morning, fellas.
Good morning to you. How you doing today?
All this talk, I'm with Pirate. I just go a glass, a Kentucky bourbon. That's it.
Do you make round ice balls?
I do not mix anything with my bourbon.
Oh,
I just
straight
use bourbon.
Do you chill your bourbon, or is it straight off the shelf?
Off the shelf.
Okay. So just straight bourbon, room temp.
Just like we've done for decades. Just bourbon.
Okay. Like I said, I feel like in order for me to enjoy something like that, it would probably have to be pretty expensive. How much are we talking about per bottle here?
30 or 40.
That's not too bad. That's actually really cheap. How big is this?
If you take a $40 bourbon compared to, I'd say Scotch would be like 80 or 90 to me. Bourbon's just fine.
Pro Jeweler's saying I think bourbon should be covered by Medicare. Oh my gosh. When I lived in Phoenix, Arizona, what did we call them? The snowbirds. That's what they have the same thing in Florida. So you guys down in Florida, you know what I'm talking about. The snowbirds come from like I don't know, Michigan or wherever, someplace north, and they come down to these states like Arizona or Florida for the winter. And it was so funny because you knew they were showing up when they started coming, when you would go to Costco and you would stand in line behind somebody who had a cart full of like a bourbon, a vodka, a tequila, like three or four different bottles of liquor, and a bundt cake. It was just like every single time I'd see that, I'd be like, "Oh, it must be snowbird season," because I just knew that they were that was what they were gonna eat and drink, I guess, apparently.
I think the nice thing about bourbon is that even the large distilleries, your Woodfords and stuff like that, are really good. But the one I always like to go to it's spelled Calumet, Calumet.
Mm-hmm.
And they have 5 or 6 different kinds, from how long they distilled to double barrel or whatever. But it's just solid. Just sit there, pour a glass, sip it, watch a show. No need for ice. No need for anything special. Just a glass of Calumet. Good to go.
Simple.
By the way, the voice, I'm in Houston.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's you got more swamp cooler going on, I can tell.
Yep, Houston.
Yep. How was that storm last night for you?
For me, I was in between the one that went towards New Orleans, heading towards Pirate, and then the one that was behind it. There was, I think you guys had it around.
Yep. Last
The
night,
one in Austin.
it woke me up at midnight.
Yeah, I went right between the two of them and never even felt a thing going into Houston.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah.
That midnight one was
the
pretty
timing
nasty.
Was perfect.
It was.
It had 2 huge cells.
It woke me up last night. In fact, I think I may have not gone back to sleep since I woke up from that last night. So that gives you any clue. I'm on low sleep today. So
yeah, there's about 150 miles between them, so we went right between it and just popped into Houston.
Luckily, I think I fell asleep around 9:30 last night, and but the reason I woke up was I thought I heard Bruno whining. And sometimes, not all the times, but sometimes the kids will let Bruno outside and forget to bring him back in. And so the thunder woke me up, and then I thought I heard him whining outside. I was like, crap. So I ran downstairs because it was nasty out. And we do have a porch, but it's not, I mean, it's not going to completely protect him. But when I went downstairs, he was inside. So I was like, whew, thank goodness. But yeah, I woke up and I was just kind of like, man, what a storm.
Yeah, I was glad we weren't going into Austin because we wouldn't have been able to get in. I think we got into Houston around 9:30. It was perfect.
If you're on a budget, buy Night Train and drink straight from the bottle. Paper bag is a must. Night Train.
Here it comes. And the wine aficionados will talk about some Thunderbird next.
Is that what that song is all about?
What's that?
The Night Train?
Probably. Night Train, Thunderbird, Boone's Farm.
Very, very interesting.
Night Train's Guns N' Roses, right?
No. It's oh man, the classic. Something on the night train. I don't know how it goes.
Right.
I don't know the words. Living, is it living? Living on the night train? I feel like that's the words. Something like that.
I actually bought a couple of really nice bourbons for post MOS.
I have cigars that I bought for the MOS. They are wrapped. Just so you can see this. I think I shared them with you guys once before. But I have. Let me pull it out here. They're waiting. Oh, they smell so good. These are bourbon dipped mini cigars. They're actually called, I think they're called Cowboys. I'm going to smoke a cowboy. What's the actual name on this? It's the actual name. Hold on a second here. Let me see. I'll put on the
The actual name? Frank the Cowboy?
No. Hold on a second. Let me see what this says on it. I ordered these because I just was like, I want to have a something to smoke, and I asked Melissa for permission. I was like, when this all goes down, I said I want to have a special something to smoke when it happens, and I said, can I smoke it in the house? And I said, I wouldn't normally do that. In fact, I'm not even really a smoker type, so it's more just kind of a special occasion kind of thing. And she was like, yeah. And I was like, okay, cool. So I bought them, and they're called. Let's see, what is it called here? Ramrod. I'm gonna smoke a ramrod. So they're all wrapped in.
Smoke some rods.
That's right. Smoke them if you
Where's
got them.
Yucca?
I know.
Where's Yucca?
He's missing out.
Detective Ramrod from Super Troopers.
Yep. And these bourbon dipped cigars, I'm gonna smoke them. I've got them wrapped in bubble wrap, so because man, they are potent smelling. Let me tell you, super potent. But I'm gonna smoke those when it comes time. Let me wrap them back up again here. Son of a gun. All right, you don't need to see me anymore. Taped them all up and everything, and now I can't get it undone. There we go. I mean, they're so potent smelling that they're literally double wrapped in bubble wrap, and they're still stinking up everything. It's like ASMR here. Bubble wrap ASMR.
Do you have to keep them in a thermidor?
Well, probably supposed to, but I'm keeping them in my desk, wrapped up in this bubble wrap, so that they're in their own little climate. It's kind of dry in the house.
So that says because you don't have it in a humidor, that means 2 weeks, right?
I bought them a while ago. I don't know about 2 weeks, but I don't know how long cigars last for. But I mean,
yeah, those things they'll be dry as a popcorn fart.
Oh,
Yeah.
can't wait. I mean, I don't have a humidor, so
All right, just throw them in your dishwasher.
yeah, I'll have to do something, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. I have a feeling what's going to end up happening is I'm going to light it. I'm going to smoke probably like a couple drags out of it, and then immediately be like, this is just way too much for in the house, and then take it outside and just put it out. I have full faith that's exactly what's going to happen, but maybe I'll just I mean, they are bourbon infused, so maybe I'll just chew on it or something. I don't know. Ramrods. Just in case. Just in case you want to see what it is I got. think this is it right here. It's something close to this. Are you 21 or older? Yes. As if that really stops anybody. I'm not trying to advertise these. I'm just showing you what it is I got. But there it is right there. 5 bourbon blended all tobacco cigars, ramrods. They're not called cowboys. They're called deputies. I'm going to smoke the deputy. I didn't shoot the sheriff, but I did smoke the deputy. That's what they are. Yep. Oh, it's working on the night train. I think it just came back to me. Isn't it working on the night train? Damn it, I don't know.
You're working on the night shift.
Oh,
There's
is that
a
what it
song
is?
called the night shift.
What's the?
It was popular during the 80s, but I think you're confusing it.
Maybe I'm.
There was a country music song about, well, there's been several country music songs about trains, but I'm certain you're not familiar with those.
Yeah, maybe not. I don't know what I'm talking about. Whatever. Numbers. Let's see here. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Foo Dog saying, Casey, smoke the deputy's rod. Yeah. All right, let me move some screens around. We'll take a look at these numbers. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account when you do sign up for that. If your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, might be a good idea to set that up, as you never know when somebody's going to try and access your account that shouldn't be in there. And that'll help prevent that. When your broker, or if you sign up with your broker, if they allow that to be the case, if they also allow you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive access into your account, might want to set that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Last but not least, if anything ever changes with your... Go ahead.
Casey, real quick, you're thinking of Night Moves by Bob Seger.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking. That's what it is. Thank you. Oh, yeah. If anything ever changes with your brokerage account, like if your portfolio changes, you added shares, reduced shares, I don't care what it is. Whatever you've done, make sure you're getting a copy or statement of your copy of your statement. What am I trying to say? Get a copy of your statement sent to you. It's a couple of clicks usually to get one from your broker, and that way you have full knowledge for your own records of what it is that you hold in case something happens or changes. You'll know that it's changed and not correct. So please take it upon yourself to keep those records. All right, starting with actually, if we're going to do a full rundown here since it's the beginning of the day, let me go look at Max Payne real quick here, because earlier this morning when I was updating it, it was not giving information. So here we go. Okay, Max Payne is 450 for the day today. So we'll take a look at all the weeks going up to 621, just because earlier this morning when we went to go look at that information, it was not showing. Price prediction tally points. Apex and Rexwaz has points for the day from yesterday, but Twisty and I missed completely. We airballed, so no points for us. Price predictions are not meant as financial advice. It's just simply 4 apes guessing what we think price is going to be by the end of the day within a 50-cent range on either side of our price prediction. For today, I have the low end of the stick with 384 to 484. Twisty has 395 to 495. Apex has 406 to 506, and Rex has 420 to 520. Short exempt volume is at 1.094 million shares yesterday. Utilization down a little bit to 56.67%. Day-over-day price increase. There was a increase yesterday by 0.83%, but not enough to make it 2 out of 3 days, so I got rid of that. Max Payne is 450 still. I did not expect to see any changes on that. Let's take a look and see what 6.7 is. 6.7 is 450. 6.14 is $4. And 6.21 is $4. Taking a look at GME's Max Payne, it's 2050 today. Next week, ending 6.7 is 20. 6.14 is 20. And 6.21 20. So no changes to any of those numbers. Institutional, or no, off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange, and EDGX to be somewhere between 11 and 12%. As it stands right now, we got about 55.55% going through off exchange, EDGX at 14.32%. The combined total is 69.87%. Nice. That is way higher than I would expect it to be. It's about 15.87% higher than usual. So a lot of price discovery being hidden through those exchanges. CHX volume is at 800 shares. That's a very, very low number. GME CHX volume for the day-to-day is coming in at 11,484, which is obviously elevated, but not over the 30,000 that I think is a big number. Borrowed shares for this morning. Earlier this morning, there was about 800, 900. They've got it back up to about 1 million shares returned this morning, or made them available to be borrowed, and have since borrowed about 300,000 of those. So in total for the day-to-day, we're looking at about 700,000 shares by IBKR being reported as borrowed, and fees are at 2.03%, down from 2.87. Institutional ownership earlier this morning was at 85.442 million shares owned by institutions, according to Fintel. That is now currently at the same value, no change. Options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day on AMC, coming in at a $5 strike. Yesterday it was 5.5, so we're starting to see a little bit of a reduction in numbers there. And so far, the highest amount of volume is at 10.8. Has 10.8 thousand contracts in volume so far at 5. Highest amount of put volume is at 4.5. There was 2.4 thousand contracts in volume so far. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere between 4.5 and 5 by the end of the day today currently. Taking a look at Ortex. Ortex is showing about 1.6 thousand shares having been returned so far for the day today, so not really much of a change. That's going to leave the estimated short share interest of the free float at 12.55%. The cost per hour ends at 2.32, average is 3.24, and max is at 4.33. There's currently 65.6 million shares on loan. That was a decrease day over day by 180,000 shares. And Ortex is estimating that about 73,000 of that was in closed short interest. Some really interesting numbers popped up today, and I'll show you what I found. And I have not yet contacted Ortex about it, but I do plan on contacting him later today. Utilization dropped day over day from 59.81% down to 56.67%. The on-loan amount stayed relatively close to the same. Like I said, it dropped about 180,000 shares from 65.78 million to 65.6 million shares on loan. Normally, that's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float from 12.57 to 12.55, so not really much of a change. But here's the thing. When you have a decrease in the amount of shares that are being borrowed, your on-loan average age per day should go up because no new shares were borrowed. That would have caused the total average age per day to drop. The only other way that the average age per day could drop is if you had super old borrowed shares that were being closed out. Well, when we pulled up on-loan average age per day, it took a pretty big dip. It went from 38.78 down to 36.54. But the problem is the average age per day on the loans that were returned was super low. It wasn't high. It wasn't a big number. It should be a number that's way bigger than the average, which is 36.54 now. So if I pull up the advanced information on this, we can actually see that the on-loan average age returned yesterday was only 3.5 days old. So the average position that was returned was a very newish position, not old position. Then that started getting me digging into some other numbers because it doesn't make much sense. Why would your on-loan average age per day be dropping if you had most of the shares that were returned yesterday were super newish positions? So we started looking at some other numbers. For example, like so here is the on-loan amount right here. But what was the on-loan amount new there was a lot of newly loaned positions yesterday. A lot. 13.54 million shares were new. Well, what was returned? Returned yesterday was 7.75 million shares. So if 7.75 million shares got returned, but 13.54 million shares were borrowed, you now have a 5.6 million and some change difference in shares going on loan, and yet our on loan reported amount was dipping. So this explains why there's a drop in on loan average age per day, because there was 5.6 million brand new shares loaned out yesterday and showing up on the books, but not in the total loaned amount. Where is it going? Is it new short interest? Is new short interest not being reported as on loan? Where is it? Why is it hiding? But the on loan average age per day does show a decrease. Well, that's why. Security lending volume day over day was quite high as a result. It went from 17.25 million shares to 21.29 million. So something's going on here. I'm going to be contacting Ortex about this, because there's something very, very fishy about the idea that you could have 5.6 million new shares loaned out, but the on loan amount says that it's dropping. That doesn't make any sense. Never seen anything quite like that before. GME. 1.01 million shares returned so far for the day today. That's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float to 20.04%. The cost per hour mins at 2.73, average 2.76, and max is at 4.72. I thought we were going to end up seeing something similar like what we were looking at on AMC on GME, but that didn't end up being the case. Utilization on GME did drop day over day from 72.26 to 69.19. The on loan amount dipped as well from 68.1 million shares to 67.39. That's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float from 20.16 to 20.1, which should cause the on loan average age per day to go up again. In this particular case, it went down, and so we have to ask ourselves once again, and this is why I thought, we're going to have the same situation on GME as well. What happened here? Well, in this particular case on GME, the on loan average age per day of return positions actually was really, really high. Skyrocketing high. Where is it? Come on, pull it up. Way, way up there. So the average age on the loan that was returned was 82.05. When you consider that the average age is 46, the loans that were returned yesterday were double the age of, on average, they were double the age of where the on loan average age per day is. So this makes sense. Everything on GME makes sense here. On AMC, not the case. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. GME is on here with a 62.38% buy to 37.62% sell ratio. Looking very strong. I like anything over 60-40 is good in my book. AMC did not make the list. MMRI has been skyrocketing. There's only two reasons why this would be moving up the way that it is. The bigger of the two reasons would be the 10-year bond rates increasing. The smaller of the two reasons would be the U.S. dollar increasing. We actually have a case where both are increasing right now, and that's causing this to skyrocket. Remember that anything over 300 on MMRI expresses extreme risk in the marketplace. 296.63 is what it was earlier this morning. It is now 299.3. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates earlier this morning was 0.396 and is now 0.37. So what we're seeing have happen right now is we're seeing the 10 years increasing in price, percentage, or I should say, I shouldn't say price. Well, I guess it could be deemed in terms of price, but the percentage is going up, the value, as the 2 years, more exponentially than the 2 year. So we're seeing a much bigger increase here. And that's a normalization of the 2-year and 10-year bond rates, which would be one of the first indicators that there's about to see a market failure. I'm looking for either bond rates in unison going down and then the normalization of the 2-year, 10-year, or the normalization of the 2-year and 10-year without them going down. Either one will do. And you know that the market's going to have major issues. Taking a look at NASDAQ, currently down 0.45. Dow Jones is down 0.85, and the S&P 500 is up down 0.63. We have 4,018 decliners to 1,248 advancers. We are getting close to being able to say that we're approaching the sun, but right now it's just hot lava hot. Watch out, don't touch the floor, it'll burn your feet kind of hot. Looking nasty in the marketplace today. There is no safe sector today. In fact, almost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. More than half of the sectors are over 1% in losses today. The worst sector, energy. Second worst, real estate. Of the Mag 7, we have 2 that are green. 2 that are green and 1 that's trying to flip over. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% will get a shout out. Coinbase is down 2.86%. FRC is down 28.57%. NYCB is down 3.18. Stank of California down 2.78. Douche Stank is down 2.53. Zion Stank is down 2.73. Western Alliance down 2.8. And that is it. Is there any green in the financial? I don't have a single green financial today. Gold is down 0.78. Seems to be starting to trend back up a little bit after finding what appears to be a bottom. I'm going to call it consolidation currently from a larger time scale, but the overall trend right now is maybe moving into a downtrend again. Silver is down 0.4. Looks to be starting to trend upwards here over a longer period of time. Yeah, it is. It's breaking the trend. It's moving into an uptrend. Ethereum Classic is down 2.77 and trending down. The US dollar is up 0.2, trending up. Oil is down 1.78, trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.26 to 0.38 and consolidating after a trend down. SPY is down 0.63 and is starting to trend up since market open. A little bit after market open. What kind of pace are we on here on volume? Down 0.58%, starting to try and make some leaps and bounds upwards here. 7.69% in volume right now after 54 minutes worth of trading. The SPY is on pace to hit about 55.5 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's a little bit more volume than normal. More than lately, anyways. Lately normal. VIX is up 8.9%, taking a full leap on up here. It closed at around like 12.9 yesterday, right around here, and gapped up and is currently, I'm going to call it consolidating. After that gap up, currently at 14.07, the futures are suggesting it should be around 14.23, so it's not too far off from where it should be. VB is down 1.02 and consolidating after a gap down. VB is down 1.12 and consolidating after a gap down at market open. Tesla is down 0.19 and trending up. Amazon is up 1.1% and trending up. Cinemark is up 0.23, trending up. Doge is down 2.12, trending up. Bitcoin is down 1.33, trending. I want to call this one consolidating. GME is down 6.39%. Does not look like it's tripped SSR for the day-to-day yet. And consolidating. HYMC is down 3.79, trending down. NCMI is down 1.6% and trending down. HUD is up 1.83%, trending up. And AMC is down 6.97% and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, we have approximately $2.2 million more inflow than outflow. Actually, $2.3 million. 13.56 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. After 56 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace for 94.43 million shares traded by the end of the day today. And the pre-market volume this morning was suggesting maybe half the volume is what was being predicted yesterday. And it kind of gave me the idea that we would be seeing somewhere between 30 and 50 million shares traded for the day. However, I suggested to you that yesterday some of the volume that we were supposed to have never showed up and that we would likely see it today. And so I upped my prediction in volume as much as I possibly could to try and include that volume that I felt was going to show up today. And so I said 50 to 70 million shares. And as it stands right now, if the day just kind of trucks along the way that it is, that might be an okay prediction. On a 4-hour chart, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.89, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.89, which is signaling oversold, almost signaling oversold. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 26.07, signaling oversold. On a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 21.85, signaling oversold. On a 1-hour time interval for Ichimoto, lagging line is below price line, conversion is below base, price is below the cloud. We don't have a red cloud forming until the afternoon portion of tomorrow. So we may see another quick run-up after this temporary downwards momentum push to more than likely trip SSR for the day, as that probably means that there's a lot of volume that needs to be reconciled, and the only way to do it is to trip SSR. So that's what I think the goal is for the day today, and that's part of the reason why I've got my price prediction rate where I've got it at. To turn this into a buy signal, got to get the lagging line above price line and conversion above base. It's going to be around $5.25. I do not expect to see that. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is on price line. Actually, it's right on price line, and conversion is now starting to look like it's going to cross base. We wanted to see price moving back above conversion and base and getting that lagging line to be above price line, which would have been around $5.15, but I just don't think that's going to happen. Without a breakthrough on the top side of this chart here today, it becomes a lot more difficult to get it in the next week or so, as this cloud is really, really, really big in here. So what will tend to end up happening is you'll see price moving downwards to that $4 range and maybe trying to stay right around that 4 to 450 range, which is where max pain is 450, and would be underneath this cloud. And that's all I got for you guys. That's the numbers in a nutshell. That's the numbers in a coconut, in a big old nutshell. I don't know what kind of nutshell that coconut nutshell. All right. Yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. Parrot, good morning again.
Good morning, bud.
Let's see here. Yeah, max pain for the day today is 4. Oh, is that Hunter? Morning, Hunter.
It is.
The sun.
Here
comes the sun. Da, 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 da.
Or as I call him, that little shit.
Yeah. The little shit that you added as a friend on Discord. So I think everything's made up. Seems like.
That's just so I can keep a closer eye on whatever thuggery you're out there spreading.
Keep your friends closer, but
keep your friends close, but your enemies closer.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right.
Learn, Hunter. Learn. Well, how was your night at work? Now that you got you only have 2 more days left? 1 more day? Two more days.
Yeah, 2, I think.
2.
It was fine. It was good.
Well, good.
Slow, you know. It is
Yeah.
how it is.
Uh,
it's kind of easy because I just get to like watch shows oftentimes.
do you feel comfortable telling people what you do or no?
I mean, what, like watch shows and sit around?
Who you
What
work
do you
for
mean, like-
or what industry you work in?
No, I mean, you've already kind of said.
Did I? I don't know if I said
that
it or
mostly.
not. I don't know if I.
Like you've told me. I work in like hotel industry, specifically like the IHG brand, which is more specifically Holiday Inn Express.
So working night shift, it's pretty boring then, is what you're telling me. Nothing crazy going on.
I mean, I imagine it's different in a different area, because there's more nightlife in different sections of the world, right?
Mhm.
But I mean, like in a small town, there's really not that. The most amount of nighttime people could be like a straggler truck driver that is just needing a spot to stop.
That
Or
sounds like
maybe
a
a
scary
guest
movie
that's already
situation to me.
Okay, but
It sounds like the
life
classic,
is
like
not always a scary movie.
that sounds like the classic
I mean-
scary movie kind of situation. Not just like creep you out or anything, but
No, it's not creeping me out. I'm not creeped out. What I am is like, no, that's not real life. That's just not reality. Because
you never hear
I
strange
don't know, it's
noises
like
at night. Just walking around, doing your rounds or whatever.
well, I hear the usual sounds, which I would normally hear down here 3 to 11, which is some guests, just doing whatever. There's guests
Screaming?
that are up.
Are they screaming?
So you don't hear. So you don't hear no chainsaws or anything?
Nope.
No chainsaws. Okay, that's good. Do you guys have a laundry room or no?
We do. It's on the second floor though.
Okay, I just want to say, I'm going to throw this out there. I'm curious to hear your perspective on this, but I find there are some very colorful individuals in the middle of the night doing laundry. Is that the case? Do you find that to be the case?
What do you mean by colorful?
Interesting. Maybe interesting is a better word. Interesting individuals who are doing laundry in the middle of the night.
I mean, I don't check it because I'd rather just stay on the first floor. But I guess
Yeah.
not really.
Okay.
I don't know. Hard to say.
Yeah. Chi-Town Turtle says, "Did they rent by the hour there?" No, I don't think he's in that kind of a place. I don't think.
Yeah. No, I'm not.
Have you seen prices fluctuating a lot lately?
Well,
this is more homework for me than it is for you.
And all the hookers down there. He has these beautiful golden curls.
Do you mean like in general? Or
Yeah,
like,
just in general. Like, are you seeing prices fluctuating quite a bit, or are they pretty stable?
Not really. I mean, the same base flexible rate on like slow days has been the same, but I mean, I don't know how long hotels have done this. I don't know. I feel like I don't have a long enough period of time to accurately tell you.
Sampling, got it.
Good information.
Yep.
But what I can tell you is that, and I can tell you exactly what my manager tells me, which is, because we don't get, especially like in a small town, because we don't get that many people on slow days, on less slow days, we're going to charge even more. So like days that were full, like it could go from, let's say, after tax 150, it'll go after tax 240.
Wow.
So, I mean, I don't know. I would have to have more data to really kind of say like whether or not that's been like a consistent thing for across the years.
Excuse me. I had a friend who sold. He manufactured lighting. He would sell lighting packages for the construction of new hotels. And he told me, I don't know if this is factual or not, but he said that hotels, they crack their nut at 30% occupancy. So that's where they break even. So anything above 30%, they're in black ink. They're incredibly profitable. You think about the times you go see hotels that are at 100% or no vacancy or nearly full.
Yeah.
If it's indeed true that they only need to have 30% occupancy just to cover their cost, you can see how they can become cash factories.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Rugged says this guy sounds like Lil Casey. That's interesting.
Lil Casey, that's because I am.
Yeah, he is. Joke's on you.
You found us out.
Sleuthing away.
Lots of nut talk today. What?
I don't know. Foo Dog's in his own little world sometimes.
Would it be weird if Casey and Melissa go there for vacation? They wouldn't go there. It's a small town that has nothing. I don't know, Dad. Would you like?
I don't even.
I don't know.
Honestly, I don't even know the town's name, so probably not.
I don't see that being. If it was, it would be a like. Which it even wouldn't be this, but if the only possible thing would be like a stop to go somewhere else. But literally, I'm like an hour and a half away from him, so like if that was a stop, that's pretty weak sauce. Like to be a like you're going to like some northeast area and you're coming back and it's like downpour rain
Can't make that last little bit of the trip and falling asleep, and it becomes you've already been on the road for 12 hours and you're like, we got to stop or we're going to get hurt.
Yeah, like that's the only way. And at that point, that's just happenstance. He just would have to happen to like be in that area. So,
you know, Bradley called those when I took him out to California. We stopped in one of those, and I'm trying to remember the name of it was, but he called them pass-through towns, and I'd never heard that term before. But when we stopped there,
literally the town that I work in is literally called the Crossroads of Texas.
When we went,
well, you know, that was a big thing when they first built the the interstate infrastructure was built in this country. That was a big deal whether you got an exit ramp or not. Because before then, if you run Route 66 or US 50 or any of those major highways, you know, you could run a mom and pop hotel or a greasy spoon restaurant, diner. But once everything changed to the interstates, your town could be literally vaporized by not having a exit ramp. That was a really big thing at the time.
So we stopped. I'm looking for it right now. When him and I were driving, we stopped in. Let's see if I can find it here. I want to say it was before. Fort Stockton. Pretty sure that's where it was. So we stopped in Fort Stockton, and when I was doing Google Maps and just kind of looking around, Fort Stockton seemed to be somewhat large, right? There's somewhat of a population there, and I thought, oh, okay, cool. We'll just pick a place, look up some prices around there, and there seem to be some pretty good prices on places to stay, and so that's where we stayed at, and when we had gotten checked into our room, I came back. We were going to go grab some food, and we went back down to the front office. And I asked the lady at the front desk. I said, "What's fun to do around here? Do you guys have anything, you know, entertainment wise that we can go check out or anything?" And she goes like, "No."
Like, that's what I say to some people.
I know. I was really like, okay, well, I said, do you have like a miniature golf or you know, like just, you know, a bowling alley? And she goes, "No." And I said, "Well, what do you do for fun around here?" And she goes, "Watch movies." And I said,
"Leave."
And I said, "Okay, well," I said, "Well, where's the nearest movie theater?" And she goes, "We ain't got one." was like, okay. I said, all right. This is right after COVID, by the way. And so the place that we were staying at, right next door was their family fun center kind of place, which had shut down because of COVID, and had not reopened. And they went out of business. So like legitimately, the only thing to do in Fort Stockton is either eat, go to Walmart, which they did have a Walmart supercenter that was right next to where we were staying. And that's actually, I think something somebody had said was like, oh, we go to, I was like, where do you guys hang out around here in town? And they go, Walmart.
We don't even have a Walmart.
Yeah. And then the only other thing that they had there was strip clubs. That was it. It was like it was literally a city filled with strip clubs and hotels.
And Foo's right.
And
look at Foo's message.
And that was it. There was nothing else. And let me tell you, there was quite a few. I think between where Bradley and I were at to where we went to go pick up some food, we probably passed like, I don't know, 4 or 5 strip clubs, and it was just like, holy crap, there's so many of them. It was crazy. Food Dog said, you stopped at a hoe and go. Well, they didn't say that was the entertainment that they had there, but we did see it as we were driving by.
I've been asked before, this is a long time ago actually, relative to how long I've been working here. I think so they were like a group of guys that walked in, and they were like asking if there were any strip clubs around, or like people that they could call to like come to the hotel. And I was like, not that I know of.
They were asking the guy at the front desk where they could pick up somebody to bring back to the hotel. That's pretty funny.
Yes. And I was like, man, I was like, what? It's like, man.
Well, a good concierge at a hotel should be able to provide just about anything that a whale needs. If big money rolls in, and they call the front desk and they want a pink toothbrush, it's your job to make that happen. So
I think this is the kind of I think you're thinking of a much higher end classy place than any place I've ever been to.
And that would be in a city.
The no-tell motel out in the middle of Texas with a sign that has the light that flickers on and off, and the tumbleweeds blowing through the parking lot. You're not going to get the concierge.
No. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, that's not us, but we're definitely better than that. But
do you have a pool?
Yes.
Oh, well, there you go. That is definitely a step up. Wait, does it have water in it?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Then
6 inches of water in the bottom with some leaves floating around. And
a bunch of mosquitoes.
Fucking McDonald's cup floating in it. Yeah.
No, not a McDonald's cup, but one of those really old styrofoam McDonald's cartons for your Big Mac that they had.
Styrofoam coffee cup.
You could only find them from like 40 years ago. They don't even exist anymore. But somehow there's one at the bottom of the pool. Yeah. And it's not a McDonald's color anymore. It's just plain white, sun bleached.
Ariel, if you're talking about me letting them know if there's strip clubs around, even if that was part of my job, I'm just not old. Or I guess I am old enough, but like, I'm not old enough to know like all of them. If I were to even start telling. Like, I feel like I wouldn't be able to like get enough information for them.
You should have maps. You should have maps that are like have you ever, how sometimes when you go to like tourist traps and they have like a city map? You should you should make one of those.
Yeah, but the Mexican restaurant has like a bunch of those right next to us.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just thinking you could put little
not specifically what
stickers on the city map and then just hand it to them. You're here.
My dad drug my 3 brothers and myself from Cincinnati to the Smoky Mountains one time, and ultra low budget trip, stereotypical old 1970s station wagon. I mean, it could have easily been a National Lampoon show, but he never had any money, so we stayed at this really seedy, nasty hotel, and he was the cheapest one he could find. But we pulled in during the daylight. It didn't look all that hateful. I mean, it did. it looked acceptable. But man, when the sun went down, and it turned into a family joke years later on, but it was a pure, good old fashioned whorehouse. Soon as the sun went down, man, the girls started bringing the Johns in, and it was just a giant flow, every room all night long. And we were young boys. We didn't quite understand what was going on. And years went by. That became a real big family joke. How we ended up staying the night in a cat house. What do you want for $27 a night and 2 twin beds?
Is that a trick question? Well, that's good. You had a good night last night.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, no, it was chill. It's usually just really easy.
Mm-hmm. What's the dirtiest secret? Oh no, you can't say anything. Wait, I'll have to ask you after you're not working there anymore. I was gonna say, think. Start thinking of this now. What's the dirtiest secret you know about that industry? And then that you can pass on to people to look out for, but not now. Don't tell us now. Tell us later.
No, I mean I could tell you because it's not like they watch this.
Oh, okay.
I can assure you, there's no one from there that would watch this.
Okay.
Because they just wouldn't watch YouTube in general.
What's the dirtiest secret you know? Like, don't ever like for example, I'll just give you like a quick example. Like I worked at Subway, and I always tell people don't ever eat there just before closing or right when it first opens. Right? That's like the dirty little secret. Excuse me. What's your little tip? Like your tip to people who are staying at a is it considered a motel or a hotel?
It's a hotel.
Okay. What's the dirty little secret that you would suggest to people?
I mean, it's hard to say. One, because I don't work in housekeeping. Maybe I could find more things there. I've read on other people's experiences because of just like searching through stuff, being curious.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, you can't expect it to be clean, but I feel like if someone's in the know already, or if someone's at least curious about that kind of question, they already kind of know this. And it's just the fact that like everything will be dirty, in the sense that like it has been unclean before,
So
there has
would you
been
suggest that
activity there?
Would you suggest that sheets are maybe not always cleaned?
No. So what I'm suggesting is that it is cleaned, but what is your perception of how clean something should be? Basically, right? Like, we do the same amount of cleanliness, probably a lot more since it's industrial, like washing machines, than like you would do by just washing your bed, right? And so I think it just comes down to whether or not you're okay with that. And I feel like most people are. And those that aren't already have thought about it and won't stay at a hotel or any hotel anyways.
Regardless, yeah.
Like I feel
it's kind of like
I feel like if you're
preparation of your
worried-
food. Like if you start thinking about like how your food was prepared or even how the animal got on the plate or all that kind of
Right,
thing. Yeah,
exactly.
there's a lot of different industry stuff where when you really start to think about some of the stuff that happens, you just go like, nah, I just better not think about it.
Yeah. It's pretty much that. Like honestly, because we are now in a motel, it's probably a lot different because they care less.
Yeah.
Most of them care less. At
Would
least.
you walk barefoot after having been in this hotel? Would you walk barefoot in your room? Would you suggest people could walk barefoot in their rooms, or would you always wear socks?
It's just your feet. It's not like your feet or your mouth.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
No, I know. I'm just saying. I wouldn't care.
Yeah. So you would walk barefoot in your room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's people that walk barefoot throughout the lobby.
Yeah. I don't feel like I'm gonna get an answer out of you like I'm looking for. I'm looking for like before I worked here, I would never have thought of this, but I will never ever do this again.
Honestly, there's more positive things that come out of it because it's like, oh, I would have never thought about asking for extra blankets. No, I guess that's not true. I probably would have asked it. But like, I don't know, something like we have a wine opener. We have stools for people if they need to like use that to access the bed, or like we have a lot more things.
I've never worked there, but I can tell you some of those continental breakfasts, they look a little sketchy. I mean, come on, let's be real about it. You've been around some of those places where they provide the free little waffle machine and scrambled eggs and what they claim to be sausage. Some of that stuff can,
or eggs.
Just a little, yeah, a little on the sketchy side, man.
Yeah.
Well, okay, but I'd still have McDonald's. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's just processed food to me. Like, it doesn't affect me.
Hey, Hunter. I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Have you ever bring a black light to work?
No, but I can already assure you that yeah, it probably does show stuff, and that's just like I feel like I don't need to because like it doesn't matter.
That's one of those things. What you don't know doesn't hurt you. It's like why put yourself
what
through
you
that?
don't doesn't hurt you. Yeah, but also
my reason.
Like I already know it's happened there, but it doesn't really affect me in the same sense.
No, I know. I guess my side is because I would be working there. I'd be like, I just gotta see, you know.
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't care how expensive the room is or how nice the lobby is. When I go to my hotel room, I'm pulling the sheets back and I'm looking underneath the mattress. I got a mortal fear of bed bugs.
Yeah.
I have a mortal fear of bringing them back to my home because they're so difficult to eradicate once you bring them. So, that's my biggest fear.
That's actually one thing I've never ever done. I've never done that before. Now you got me thinking maybe I should check.
Yeah, when you go into a hotel room, I don't care if you're staying at the Ritz-Carlton. Before you climb into that bed, you need to pull a corner back, even if it's a fitted sheet, snatch it back and take a little peek in it. And then more importantly, I'd lift it up and look between the sheets, the box frame or the bottom and your mattress. And that's going to tell me everything I need to see.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of good rules of thumb that you can gather without having worked a hotel. And so, like, I could tell you, like, the exact same thing that Pirate said, but I feel like, I don't know, it may just be me because I have worked at a hotel, but I feel like if you just do some light research, even just, like, on the internet, you'll find that exact same thing and several others, and even some that you might think is too much for you, that you can do to not be unsafe or whatever you want to call it. Uncomfortable, I guess. So, I don't know. I feel like there's not much having worked there that you can't gather just off of intuition. You know what I mean? That's negative, per se. That's negative.
Yeah.
Because there's always going to be the pessimists that think about it before you ever experience it, right? So, especially because we have internet now, that kind of communication. I mean, I'm sure there's like a million Reddit posts out there you could scroll through endlessly about hotel tips. So, I don't know. That's why it's a hard question for me.
Yeah. Well, thanks for throwing some stuff at us. That's good.
Yeah. Oh, I guess here's one thing. Just because like if you ever like walk up to the lobby and there's no one at the front desk, it probably doesn't mean that there's no one working. It probably just means that they don't want to be out there
Why does that happen
in
to
the
me all the
presence of
time?
people.
That actually happens to me all the time, and I go like,
okay. This is what they're
I
doing.
go like,
This is what they're doing. This is
excuse
what I
me,
do.
excuse me, and then nothing ever happened. I'm like, okay, where did they go?
Well, okay, no, but you just gotta wait there for a little bit. Maybe they're working on something else. Sometimes people might be working alone, and they have to like maybe clean the bathrooms in the lobby or something like that, right?
Yeah.
So, like, if you really need something, just wait, because either they're gonna check the cameras and see you somewhere, or they'll just come back because they're going to. Now, sometimes they can be really bad workers and just not show up ever, but my recommendation is they're just either chilling out in the back, maybe working on something else, and they'll come back to you eventually. Because that's what I do. I just don't like having to present myself if no one needs me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to. It's like if you were live when you were sleeping, you know? Like, what, you want to be live on camera at all times? You seen the movie The Circle?
Yeah.
I think that's what it's called, The Circle, with Emma Watson.
Oh, wait, maybe not then. I was thinking it was something else. All right, no, probably not.
It's based on a book. It's about just like this high-tech company or something, or whatever. It might not be called The Circle, but I feel like it is. Chat can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure someone there has seen it. And essentially, she becomes a part of this whole thing, and her whole job is, she has a camera on her. I think multiple. She's basically being live at all times in her life, and it becomes like a problem at one point because they like put cameras in her parents' house because they were trying to like relate to Emma Watson's character and like just have like human interactions or something like that. And like I don't know, like 3/4 of the way in the movie, she's like, "Let's check in on my parents," and they're just like having sex. And so, but it's uncomfortable, not just because they're having sex, but because the father's like, disabled in a way. I forget what exactly it was, but he has like tubes and stuff, and so there was like a very specific way that they had to have sex, and so it was like really personal, like especially so, and so then they're like, no, we can't have these cameras in our house anymore. We're backing out. This sucks. But yeah, anyways, like it's like that. It's like it's not to that level, but for me, just like to be out there at the front desk, if people are passing by, Hermione from Harry Potter, if people are passing by and they don't need anything from me, I don't want to just be out there smiling at them all the time, because I'll do that, but I don't want to be just like the face that they see every time,
See, I'd find myself a nice chair and put my feet up on the desk, and I'd just go hard to sleep. You'd have to bang on the desk to wake me up.
What kind of movie is this, Hunter? You guys are childish. I mentioned like sex, and it's like.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
He said sex.
Yeah. Let's watch that movie.
Oh yes, we.
That's like one part of the whole movie, and you barely even see anything. It's just like you can tell that's what they're doing, but basically, yeah, it's this whole thing about like Emma Watson is like just live streaming her life. It's a good movie. I recommend. I haven't read the book, but I'm assuming the book's probably really good too. It's been a while since I watched.
I don't. I don't.
Called The Circle.
I don't read. Come on now.
Well, yeah, watch your movie. This is about AMC, man. Yeah, no, it is called The Circle. It's with Tom Hanks and Emma Watson. Those are the two big like the two ones on like labeled on the cover.
Grove is asking what I want to answer his question real quick here. He's asking what is Max paying for the rest of the week. It changes on a daily basis based off of volume that's going in, that's being traded on a daily basis. So it can change throughout the week. So there's no way that I could tell you what it's going to be for the rest of the week. I can only tell you each morning what it is every single morning. So as of this morning, it's $4.50 for this Friday. But like I said, volume. Quantities of volume, whether it's opening of new positions or closing of old positions, can change that max pain value throughout the week. But it doesn't change throughout the day. It only gets updated in the mornings from the trading from the previous day. Break Nation Sports says it's not his fault he can't read. All right, numbers time. Hunter, you going to bed?
Hold on, real quick.
All right.
Well, maybe I don't know. I might not. But it's funny. I say it's a good movie. You look it up on Rotten Tomatoes. People hate this movie, man. 16 on the tomato meter, 21 on the audience score. Man, people just hate this movie. That's funny.
Apparently,
it might not be that good of a movie, guys. Guys, maybe not that good of a movie.
Hunter really liked it, but that doesn't mean it was good.
I just really remember it. I don't know. Like I wouldn't watch it again.
Okay.
I don't think. But it's an interesting.
Maybe it was
concept.
too cringeworthy for some people. Maybe. I don't know.
I don't know.
Who knows?
I think. Here's like a top review. Good premise, great cast. Enjoy the movie until the ending. So I guess people just didn't like the ending.
Mm-hmm.
Which is fair because the ending is really chaotic.
Okay.
So it might just be that they just didn't like how the plot went, but as a general like idea, the movie's alright. Horror movies get hated on. I love it to listen to the critics. Yeah. I mean, watch it if you guys are interested in the story about like someone live streaming their life, which is not like it's not a documentary. It's a fake story, but like the idea of doing that kind of thing as a job, like that's Emma Watson's job that she takes on in this company. So. All right, I will back off for numbers.
Yeah, well, that's good. All right, let's do it. Let's take a look at numbers. We'll start with off exchange. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So all those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see that. Off exchange by this time of the day, I would expect it to be about 49%, and EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11%. We have 53.07 going through off exchange, EDGX at 13.7, giving us a grand total of 66.77%. It's about 6.77% higher than I would expect to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is coming in at 1,984 shares on AMC. GME CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 16,484. Neither of those are above the 30K number. Taking a look at shares available to be borrowed, it looks like mainly returns from earlier, and fees are currently at 2.03%, so there's 900,000 shares available. Ortex is, or not Ortex, but IBKR is reporting about 700,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day. Interestingly, though, however, Ortex is reporting about 8.07 million shares borrowed so far for the day today, which is a pretty big number. That's going to cause the estimated short-term interest of the free float to rise to 13.33%. The cost to borrow min is at 2.32, average 3.06, and max is at 4.33. Today, the shares on loans at 65.6 million shares. That's approximately 180,000 shares more, less on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating about 73,000 that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at options, the highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at a $5 strike. There was 10.8 thousand contracts in volume. It's now 18.2. And on puts, the highest amount of volume is at a $4.50 strike. There was 2.4 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 5.9. The market is suggesting still a closing price somewhere between 4.5 and 5 by the end of the day today, based off of the current volume levels. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. GME is slipping a little bit further down the list, but has a 63.97% buy to 36.03% sell ratio, which is actually a really decent buy-sell ratio. Anything over 60-40 is good. AMC is not on the list as of right now. MMRI, breaking 300. It was 299.3 as of an hour ago. Now currently at 300.86. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.37 as of an hour ago. Now currently at 0.358. That is still dropping pretty rapidly. NASDAQ is down 0.39, Dow Jones is down 0.9, and the S&P 500 is down 0.61. There's 4,093 decliners to 1,303 advancers. The market's just slightly more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago, but still hot lava fire. Don't touch the floor. It'll burn your feet. This market looks crappy. The entire market's not looking good right now, guys. So it's not just AMC. Of the sectors, the 11 sectors that there are, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 sectors are over 1% down for the day today. The worst performing sector looks to be energy, followed by utilities, which happen to be the recessionary sectors. Those are doing the worst. Of the Mag 7, 3 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% from yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Coinbase down 3.98%. FRC is down 28.57%. NYCB is down 3.48%. Stank of California is down 3.14%. Douche Stank is down 2.47%. Zion Stank is down 2.8%. Western Alliance is down 3.06%. And that is it. Gold is down 0.91 and trending down. Silver is down 0.44 and trending, consolidating after a trend up. Ethereum Classic is down 2.94 and trending down. The US dollar is up 0.38 and trending up at 105.03. Oil is down 1.78 and consolidating after a downtrend. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.32 to 0.43 and trending down. SPY is down 0.62 and appears to have found a bit of a top, perhaps, and is starting to trend down now. Let's see here. VIX is currently up 7.66, starting to trend down at 13.91. 13.91 with the future suggesting it should be around 14.23. VB is down 1.1, consolidating. VBR is down 1.14, consolidating. Tesla is down 0.83, consolidating. Amazon is up 0.56, consolidating after an uptrend. Cinemark is up 0.06, consolidating after a little bit of a downtrend. Doge is down 2.53 and starting to slowly climb up. Bitcoin is down 1.77 and trending down. GME is down 8.21%. SSR would have tripped. Let's see what price for SSR, 2140. So it got really close to it. 2161 was the lowest it got to. So about 19 cents off from tripping. HYMC is down 4.61 and trending down. NCMI is down 1.07 and very slightly trending down. Hood is down 0.39, trending down. AMC is down 8.19. AMC trips at $4.39. It was 4.44 is our low for the day today. My best guess here is that there's going to be an attempt to try and trigger SSR for the day today. I do think that with that spike in volume that we saw occur yesterday, the market's trying to deal with the influx of volume And probably the only way that they can deal with that is by dropping price by 10% to be able to complete orders or fill orders in volume in short exempt positions that'll buy them some time to be able to find shares in the future. So if this is your first dance, this is nothing abnormal at all. We've seen this time and time and time and again. A synthetic price failure occurs today at $4.32. What is a synthetic price failure? If you're not aware, you need to go look at the description of this channel. Check out the video that I've got in there that explains what that is. It's an attempt to try and get retail to sell their positions out of fear, uncertainty, and doubt on price movement. And it's entirely what it's designed for. That's usually a turning around point. Is the first turning point would be at 432. The one following that would be at a 35 to 45% downward slope in price, and after that would be 60%. So this 432 is actually 19.5% down from our last high that we saw of 537. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. In about 20 minutes, I got to start getting ready to go to take Bruno to his vet appointment.
I'm going to read part of a positive review that I found for the movie.
Okay. Of The Circle.
Yeah. He describes it as a mainstream-friendly critique of social media, which I think that might be why a lot of critics hate it, is because people... Like, it's funny because mainstream isn't really like... Mainstream gets hated on because it's mainstream, which is funny to me because it's supposed to be like what the main bulk of people like. But then there's like a ton of critiques about it. Anyways, it's basic. So he says, you could call The Circle a dystopian thriller, yet it's not the usual boilerplate sci-fi about grimly abstract oppressors lording it over everyone else. The movie is smarter and creepier than that. It's a cautionary tale for the age of social media, witch hunts, and compulsive oversharing. The fascist digital future the movie imagines is darkly intriguing to contemplate because one's main thought about it is how much of that future is already here. And that's as much as I'll read about that. Anyways, I just thought I'd give a positive review after saying like it's all negative.
Yeah.
Here.
It sounds to me like it's maybe more for people who may appreciate. I'm trying to think of what it's called. Do you ever imagine what it would be like to watch a movie with Quentin Tarantino?
No.
Like he probably doesn't watch what mainstream people would watch. Like if you went over to Quentin Tarantino's house for movie night, he's not going to pull out.
He would have like feet pictures all across the house.
It's going to be eclectic. It's going to be very odd and different and just not like your typical stuff that most people would probably be into, right? And so you could either appreciate it for it being different, or you could just say you didn't like it, right? Brian says annoying. But, you know, and I that's what it's kind of sounding like. I don't know if did you ever see Lost in Translation? Bill Murray was in it.
Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, it's I loved that movie. I could see why everybody hated it, and I think it's part of the reason why I liked it so much.
That's okay, sweetheart. Yeah.
Whoa.
Sure.
Whoa. Hot mic. Hot mic.
You got a hot mic, Rex.
Sorry.
But yeah, that's just kind of one of those things where it's one of those movies where it's just kind of it's boring, but it's different, and if you've ever had to deal with a situation before in your life where things were lost in translation, it probably only those people would have that appreciation for that movie.
Hmm. Yeah, no, I haven't seen that, but I think by what you're saying, yeah, it's kind of a similar premise as to why some people wouldn't like it.
Mm-hmm. Can I get a fish sandwich?
If you like Emma Watson, she's the main role, so like, there you go.
Well, I mean,
This is your movie.
and that's what I'm saying though. Like Bill Murray is funny, right? Like everybody loves Bill
Yeah.
Murray, but nobody really liked. I shouldn't say nobody. There were people that did like Lost in Translation, but it was few and far in between. Like I'll bet you if you looked up the Rotten Tomatoes, I'll bet it has probably very similar ratings.
Let's see.
As the movie you just listed, The Circle. Betcha.
No.
No?
No. Rotten Tomatoes has Lost in Translation. The tomato meter is 95.
What?
And the audience score is 85.
Okay, I'm really surprised by that. I remember back in the day when it came out, it got terrible ratings, and that, by the way, was before Rotten Tomatoes came out. I think it got.
Okay, well, I think it's because it just time has changed it.
I think so.
One of the top reviews it says the culture has shifted in the 2 decades since Bill Murray and Scarlett Johansson bonded in a Tokyo hotel for Lost in Translation, one of Sofia Coppola's best. So I think time has left it.
It did
in a better.
It did. 'Cause I'm telling you, when that movie first came out, it got horrible ratings. It was just absolutely horrible ratings. In fact, so many people just didn't even bother to go watch it because it was so bad. I didn't go see it. It wasn't until later that I went and watched it, and was like, "Damn, I missed out." I'm really surprised by that.
It probably is time. I assure you, that's like a big time thing.
Yeah.
The Bill Murray effect, also Scarlett.
Yeah. I actually didn't even realize Scarlett. I watched that movie and I don't even remember her being in it, to be honest.
Was that like early in her career?
It must have been. I didn't know who she was until later. I didn't know who she was until she was in Black Widow. Honestly. So
she made her debut 1994. No, so well, that's her debut.
Yeah, I honestly.
Apparently, that's her breakout film.
Really? I didn't even know this.
Yeah. Lost in Translation was her breakout, according to like one of the top results I found.
I just learned something new.
Take that how you will. Have you heard about the changing topics here? I mean, kind of remaining on the topic of I guess technology, because the circle is like all about that. But she didn't have boobs then, Casey. First of all, that's what chat says.
That's why I didn't know who she was, I guess. Apparently.
You've been caught. No, have you seen the whole drama with the new AI version where you can like talk to them in real time?
No.
So I don't know. I forget which it's called, but there's like they dropped a thing where it's essentially like Siri almost, but way faster. And you can just like, instead of it interacting with your phone, it's literally just like an AI thing that you can talk to.
Mm-hmm.
And the drama is, do you know the movie Her?
No. Wait, let me look it up.
With Joaquin Phoenix and Scarlett Johansson.
Let me see.
It was 2010, I think. I haven't seen it. I'm just listing this because I know about it from the drama.
2013. Let me see.
13.
I have to look at like images because my memory is just
right.
You know how it is.
I can kind of provide a base plot.
I don't think I saw this. No,
he falls in love with like an AI girl, like Alexa.
I did not.
That's the idea.
I did not see this.
And Scarlett Johansson was the voice of the AI, and so the CEO of this AI company right now that dropped this asked her to voice one of the voices that you can.
Scarlett Johansson?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And she said no. But when they dropped it, there is a voice that sounds eerily similar. Probably not her voice, but someone else who is made to imitate her voice.
I mean,
And-
we've already played around with voice AI that will take phrases that you can plug in for different actors or actresses,
right.
and it'll come up with
Right.
stuff. So it could be her.
But she's suing them.
I can imagine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so it's this whole thing now. That's the drama. Is she's suing them because, and they actually asked her to reconsider like 2 weeks before they dropped it too. And the other reason why it's a little incriminating is because the CEO also tweeted out on like the day of the drop or maybe a day before, just her in all lowercase.
Oh, really?
So
yeah, that's not
like it's
that,
like a direct.
That'll be a
reference.
problem for him.
Yeah, no, that was like one of the like main evidence, like main proof of evidence of like the reason why he would do something to that degree. Anyways, that's the AI drama.
This is news. This is news to me. Is this what's the name of the website for downloading this? I guess you don't download it. You probably stream it, right? I mean, you're directly going into the website, right? I would assume.
New AI.
They're gonna get us all hooked.
What is it called?
Everybody's gonna get
might
hooked
be
on
called-
it, and then they're gonna start doing a pay strategy. I'm sure of it.
Yeah. Well, I think they might already. I don't know. Let me see. Hold on. It might be OpenAI. Is it OpenAI?
What is this world coming to? We're all gonna be in a bunch of chairs, Wally's, all over the place, or Eve.
Probably closer to that movie where they had, where the people stayed at home and had virtual reality glasses on their faces. And they had like a robot that walked around and represented them like a sim.
Was it Bruce Will? No, it wasn't Bruce Willis. Who was?
Yep.
Was it
Yes,
Bruce Willis?
Yes,
it was.
Bruce
Okay.
Willis, yep, and his wife and.
Oh man, that was a good movie. I actually really enjoyed that movie.
Very good.
Yeah.
It was a very good movie, and I could. It's a scary proposition.
Okay, so it is OpenAI. It's GPT-40.
Oh really?
Uh.
So it's literally just GPT, but it's voiced over then.
Yeah, GPT that you can just talk to in real time. It has a latency of 2.8 seconds. Or 5.4 seconds. Depends on what model, I guess. Or wait, no, sorry.
I feel like I wouldn't want to. I feel like it would be too slow. Like I don't know. I think like if I was going to use something like that.
There's videos that you can watch of people interacting with this thing.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen some of these videos. I saw something recently where a guy was interacting with the voice.
Let's see. I think honestly, I think the coolest thing that you can do with this and is most useful and like it's just the best thing you can do with AI is you can do like real-time translation that's way better than like pulling out Google Translate and using its voice function.
Oh, that's nice.
Because you tell the AI, hey, I need you to translate to this. I'm having a conversation with blah blah blah, right? And it needs to be this language, right? And you say something, and then it just immediately, like 2-3 seconds tops, says back what you said to it in the other language.
Yeah, so it's nice if you're going to another country and you want to tell the cab driver you want to go to some place or whatever it is, and or however it is, you can actually have a. I mean, this is getting really close. We're getting really close to that point to where people just wear, eventually somebody's going to have like an earpiece, like in what was that game we were playing?
Neuralink.
Yeah.
Brony said that he operated when he was managing those restaurants. He said he had foreign nationals working for him, and they had to use Google Translate because none of them spoke the same languages.
Yeah, and you'll speak your natural language, but and they'll speak their natural language, but what you'll hear is whatever you're used to hearing. You won't hear.
I'm just
It's gonna get interesting.
I'm just excited that Samuel Jackson is going to be able to field my phone calls for voicemail. That's going to be the badass part. Or even Morgan Freeman. Now he'll be able to narrate our lives.
I can have. Eventually, I'll just be able to put a voice emulator over my own voice. I can be whoever it is that I want to be. I can just be anybody.
For real. Doing numbers with Morgan Freeman. That'd be badass.
Today we're going to do numbers with Morgan Freeman.
The short-term interest of the free floats.
I don't know. I don't know why Andy crawled down that sewer.
Oh, man.
But by the end of it, he was a free man.
I sent a video in the chat if you feel like pulling it up. It's just the real time translation of the AI.
Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. I say it's alright.
Good morning, Censored Content. Good to see you this morning. Also, Funky and Papa Mac, good morning to you guys as well. Hey, do we got a date tonight, Censored Content?
Don't talk like Yucca does.
Oh, come on. You know you want to hook up with me for some hockey. Come on. Don't be afraid.
You're gonna see some serious shit.
All right. We're going to go back to the back of the big tramp. I'm going to go back to the back of the big tramp tonight while I'm watching hockey. And I'll watch hockey back there. If anybody wants to join up, you're more than welcome to. We root for our own teams and have a good time and watch hockey together.
Bet. I'll be there. I don't even like hockey.
Yep. Game 4, right? Game 4. Yeah, 2, 3. Yep, 4. Game 4 tonight. All right, I got to get out of here. I got to get Bruno over to the vet.
Does he have any trazodones?
What? Any what?
The meds that they give the dogs to trazodone.
Oh.
The meds they give them to chill out.
No, because he's just getting his heartworm shot, so it's he
doesn't get all panicked and like try to the vet.
Nah, he's so laid back, it's not even funny, dude. Like I feel like there's nothing that ever really like gets him scared. I know when he barks that probably some people would say like that's him scared, but I really feel like that's him just trying to protect the family. I've never seen Bruno well, actually, it's not true. I have seen him afraid of another. Whenever my sister-in-law brings one of her dogs over, he kind of gets a little flustered about the dog, but which I find is hilarious because he probably outweighs that dog by 10 times, and I don't understand why he.
Hey, elephants.
Yeah.
Elephants are afraid of mice, man.
Yeah, something. I don't know. Highway Frog says, I predict Oilers win in overtime game 7. Oh, he's going straight to the end on that one.
They also said I'm very well spoken, so thank you. I try.
Yeah. I tried to make sure that I always wanted Hunter and Bradley to be better than I was. I was like, I want these guys to be. I want them to be better read than me.
I'm just kidding.
No. I knew I was setting you up for that. And I was gonna see if you took the bait, and you did, and that was messed up, man. But was I ever easy on you guys? Did I ever let you just win?
Well, what do you mean?
Did I ever play chess and go easy on you?
Oh, not very much.
Did I ever play poker and go easy on you? I always wanted.
That's because I was really good.
No. So I always made sure that I wanted you guys to, you got the best, right? So I'm giving you the best that I got, and that way you guys would be better. So
yeah,
you are the better version of me.
You earned it.
Yep. All right, I gotta go take Bruno to the vet. Let me put up my message.
Safe travels.
Thank you, sir. It's not too far away, but I am going to grab some lunch on my way back just because I'm already out and about and I haven't eaten lunch yet. So, probably grab like, I don't know, maybe Jack in the Box. It sounds like Melissa's up right now. Maybe I'll ask her what she wants. Let's see. We'll be back. I don't know exactly what time. Let's see.
Grab me a breakfast burger.
Let's say 1. I have a feeling I'll be back before then. I'm pretty sure I'll be back before 1, but I'm just throwing that out as a time just in case I'm longer than I think I'm going to take. All right. Pro Jeweler says stars and 6. I like how Pro Jeweler's thinking. All right. I'm out of here, guys. I'll see you in a bit. Hunter, sleep well. Get some rest. Good rest. You got another 2 nights of work to go.
Yep.
All right. Later, guys. I'll leave the back of the big tramp open.
And the shenanigans start now.
Come on, squeal! Squeal!
All right, Hedgies. Start paying up. We're going to send more care packages your way.
Time to hit the button!
Hitting a lot of buttons already. A lot of soundboard buttons.
How dare you?
Sorry, my bad.
Just be happy you got your own song now.
Yeah.
Here comes the sun.
Yeah, it's a good song. I'm happy. I'm a Beatles enjoyer. I wouldn't say
So you're
fan,
the son,
but
huh?
yeah.
They rate you a song and you're not a fan?
I'm a fan of that song, but
Right.
okay.
That's
So
fair.
I have a lot of Beatles songs that I love. I just wouldn't say I'm a fan because they just have so much more material relative to like songs that I know of them, that I feel like if I called myself a fan, I'd be fake. Like I could definitely name like 10 probably, and to some people that'd be like, oh well.
But as somebody who's in the music field, you should love the Beatles because the Beatles actually wrote their own songs. They weren't like for that era. They weren't a performance act where somebody just gave them songs and they performed like Elvis.
Yeah,
he didn't write a lot of his own stuff.
I think for sure, if you are a lover of music, it'd be crazy if you hated the Beatles. But I don't know if I've said this before here when talking about music, but I say this a lot, is that like there's so much music out there that it's so hard to find and love it all, because it just there's not enough time in the world to be able to listen to all of it. So I've listened to my fair share of Beatles. There's more to be had for sure, but I wouldn't say I'm like a fan in the way that most people think a fan would be. I'm a definite enjoyer though. Someone puts on Beatles or the Wings, it's always a good time.
Come on, ABBA.
ABBA. I enjoy a lot of, I would say probably like mainstream ABBA. I haven't listened to enough of the deep cuts to really have a take on that. But I mean,
Once
like
again,
Dancing Queen's good.
They did their own music. They produced their own music, and they changed a lot of how music was produced.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I like their sound for sure. They.
A lot of people do because they get copied over and over.
Yeah. Yeah. Mamma Mia. Here I go again. My. There's always. I feel like there's always gonna be like artists for me that I really will love, but I just can't say I'm a true fan because I just haven't spent enough time. It's real easy for me to not be able to, because I get real I get real distracted, I guess, by other artists or other songs. Like it's hard for me to stick. Like I had a jazz kick somewhat relatively recently, but it's not there right now. Like I love jazz music, but I want to like collect more. But it takes a special like amount of time. Like I have to really feel like I want to explore that.
I think jazz. You would have to really like one person and dig all their music. Like, 'cause there's so
well,
much
yeah.
variety out there that you would have to like focus on one.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of good playlists too that you can put on, and it works out pretty well more often than not. But I mean, there are a lot of the ones for me, like John Coltrane, Ella Fitzgerald's, some good names. I think what's her what's her name? What's her name? It's like something Davis.
Miles.
Yeah.
Miles Davis.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about it.
Patty.
What was that?
Patty.
I can't catch that.
Old time music like Patty. I might be cutting out.
Yeah, it's oh well, it's like cutting you out right at the start of it, and so it's hard for me to understand. But I really do love like the Sammy Davis. I don't know if that's that. I think Miles Davis was right. And there's a lot more. I mean, there's like Frank Sinatra's an easy pick. But very mainstream for sure. Ella Fitzgerald. I have a playlist. You know what? I'm resorting to my playlist. Backstreet Boys. Ooh, my favorite jazz band. No, Backstreet Boys are good.
Pretty much anything from Fallout games.
Fallout games, yes. Fallout games. It's funny how like that has made that kind of music
relevant again.
Yeah.
Dude, I
Which
love
is
that.
great. It's awesome.
That was a brilliant idea.
Billie Holiday is another good one. Oh, Chet Baker. Oh man, Chet Baker is classic. Let's see here. Stan Getz. Billie Holiday. Did I already say that? I might have already said that. Did I already say that? Yeah, I think I did. Let's see. Nat King Cole's good. There's a lot of good oldies and but yeah, so it takes me as feeling a certain way to be able to like explore that, because more often than not I'm using music as like a background device to either keep me concentrated or just like kind of have just have something in the background. But when I'm listening to newer stuff, I want to kind of enjoy it, and in my way of enjoying it is kind of analyzing it, which I can't do if I'm focusing on something else. And also it's hard for me because I want, if I'm focusing on something else, but I want to add this song to my playlist, that means I have to pick up my phone and add it to a playlist. So it's hard for me sometimes to like really have the time to sit down and listen to a bunch of music. I was listening to Fallout soundtrack from the games and show this weekend while drinking. Excellent stuff. True. I have not finished the show yet. I still need to. I'm like 4 episodes in. Whoa. Wait. It's so hard. What's that from? Censored content.
What? That's baby metal.
That's baby metal?
Yeah.
Are you saying what? Like I should know, or?
Yeah, that's baby metal. You should know.
I know. I just
I'm
don't.
old and I know.
I just don't listen to. I haven't listened to that yet. Look. I'm 18, almost 19. Like, I haven't had as many years on the earth as a lot of y'all have. So give me a little bit of lenience, please. I beg.
Hey, Censor. Hey, have you ever heard of Fear Factory?
But my point is, baby metal, and you're only 18. You should know who baby metal is. I shouldn't.
What do you mean you shouldn't?
Because you're 18, you should know, and because this is like music that was from when you were, I don't know, 12, 13.
Well, I just wasn't into it at the time. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, you're living on a protected life.
I know I was. No, actually, no, I was.
Taskmaster.
My mom didn't want me.
Wouldn't let you listen to anything like that. Satan's music.
Well, no, she's not like that. But what she was probably overprotective in other ways. But I would say towards music she wasn't really protective all that much. But I don't know. I haven't had the fascination for finding music, also, whereas the access to as much music as I do now and in the past let's say 2 years, and so there's still stuff, lots of stuff, like I was saying, like when I said I've been having a jazz kick somewhat recently. Like, the amount of jazz songs that I have on the playlist that I've curated is like maybe like a half of like 0.05 percentage of the amount of jazz music out there. Like oh no, Nat King Cole and Backstreet Boys are not equals. That's apples and oranges. I'm just saying they're good. It's fine. I was responding to chat. But
How dare you?
how dare me?
Fucking right in the pussy.
No. But what was I going on about? Yeah.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Yeah, it sure is. Main basis is I just there's not again, I said at the start of what I said, it's not enough time in this world, and I'm only 18, almost 19, and I've just now been able to, in the past 2 years, like stretch out and find a lot more music. So there's probably like tons that I haven't heard of or haven't fully listened to yet, even if I have heard. Because like I have a recommendations list that's just like hundreds of artists long, like. And on top of that, I want to sit down for each of them. Like it's gonna take me a bit. So I don't know. I'm 48 and know baby metal. It's just like I feel like you have an advantage at that point. I feel like a genre or type of artist shouldn't be age capped. Like sure, some artists have an audience, but I don't think that makes them limited because people's tastes can vary widely. A lot of time, I'm 36. I have a shit ton that I need to experience music in other ways. What? Yeah. I'm not saying like there's not enough time that I shouldn't be doing it. I'm saying there's not enough time to be knowledgeable about everything there is to know about music. But
do you know who Herb Alpert is?
No. It was that relevant or was that just Backstreet because it
No,
was in the chat?
I don't know who did that, but Herb Alpert is a famous jazz musician.
Oh,
I'm sure you've heard of his stuff.
I may have. And see, that's another thing is I may not just know, I may not recognize a person's name or an artist's name or like a band name.
Yeah.
But
You think of Steely
oftentimes when people tell me, I'll say like, well, I may have heard of their stuff.
Yeah.
What do you think of Steely Dan?
Steely Dan.
Like
I think I've been asked this recently. Same kind of thing. I don't know them enough right now. Like I haven't explored them to where like I could be like, oh my gosh, this song, that song, love it. But I've probably heard a lot of their stuff before, and if they're widely liked,
it's worth listening
like it.
to closely.
Yeah.
I agree.
That's what I'll say about their music. It's worth listening to closely.
Censored. Do you know the great Tijnam? The great Tijnam?
That was for censored, right?
Is this for trap?
No.
Okay.
Check if maybe it could be, but it's just a question if you know the great Tijnam. If you don't, it's okay. It's not a trap. I won't trap you.
No, I don't.
You don't know. Okay, carry on.
Oh, I made it through. Okay. I thought there was going to be something there.
You have to like rest up on the weekend.
I'm very nervous sometimes when I talk to you, Yucca, because
it's like walking through a floor full of Legos.
His mind is a minefield.
Pro Jeweler says, "Don't rush through genres, Hunter. Take your time." And that's what I try to do. That's why I said like a jazz kick, because it was like a day or two, and I was like listening to a bunch of jazz, and then I'm like, okay, and there, that's what I've got for now, and then I'll get another jazz kick later, and it'll get more and more as time goes on, but it's definitely, it's almost like having like a business or like a company to the point where like you don't want to grow too fast where you can't sustain, let's just call it, the knowledge of like all the music that you've heard, but at the same time you want to grow as fast as you can. And that's kind of how I feel about it. So I'm kind of in that moment right now where I've grown a lot in my music journey, and right now I kind of want to sustain as much as I can, which I feel like I've been doing pretty well. But to put into perspective, I started this back in 2022-ish, and I have my playlist of like everything that I've kind of found and explored and like. That's full 3,028 songs. So that's 185 hours and 50 minutes long. Full of a lot of different genres. Mainly rock. Rock is for sure one of my mains. Jazz is getting up there, I'm sure, but mainly rock.
Hunter, have you ever heard of Dredge?
Dredge.
I think
Probably
you'd like
not.
it.
Probably not. Probably have heard their music. Maybe. What kind of genre is that?
It's rock.
Rock.
But they're from the Bay Area here. They're a small group. They're not like mainstream. Take a listen to them. You'll like them. They have a few albums out.
Gotcha. Maybe I've heard one of their songs. I don't know. I'm looking them up now. Probably not. But yeah, I'll check them out.
Yeah, they're one of my favorites.
Music to me is like my favorite sport. Not so much a favorite team. I just like the game. Yeah. I think it's a pretty good outlook on it. I think that for me, there are some teams that I don't really have a preference for right now. I'm not really a big hip hop rap guy. I think there's some out there that definitely I'll vibe with, for lack of better words. But for the most part, I'm just not the demographic for it. And so I don't know. I just don't really. I think it's honestly most of the time it's like pretty good music. Other part of the time I'm just like the instrumentation of this is not something that I really would want to listen to all the time. There's the song what is it called? Gosh. Just a Friend. I'm not the biggest fan of the original version, but there's a version that a rock band had a cover of it.
Biz
And
Markie?
what?
Are you talking about the song by Biz Markie?
I'm talking about the song.
Okay, that more.
Sorry,
Say just the freak.
Yeah, but yeah, Bismarck. Yeah, Bismarcky. Yep.
Okay, so you like the rock version of that?
Yeah, and I wouldn't say it's necessarily like rockified to like the greatest extent, but the reason why I like the version, the cover version of it better, is because it takes the song and makes it a bit more. The vocals are a bit more like musical instead of just like rap hip hoppy. And so like they're putting pitch to more of the words than Biz Markie does, which I think Biz Markie's isn't necessarily bad, but I just like having the version, the cover version. I just think does it better.
Okay.
which is awesome because they didn't just like do it for like
Pencil
fame
whip it.
reasons. Like they weren't really famous when they had done it. When they released it, they were, but they just would do it at like concerts back when they were touring, which was like back in the early 2000s. They released it on Spotify in 2019. But they did it because they really liked Biz Markie. And so I think that's cool because they're just fans of it, and so they understood what it was, and then they converted it to a different genre, I guess. So that's cool. I like that. But yeah, most rap hip hop isn't my thing. I think if it's more unique or I guess musical, it will hit with me harder. I don't know. This guy's pretty mainstream, but I don't know how many of you will actually know him. But do you guys know artist by the name of MF Doom? No hits. I'll wait for chat maybe, but I'll keep talking. Because he's kind of the hip hop genre. I wouldn't say kind of. He is the hip hop genre, but it's a lot more eccentric, I guess you could call it. I don't know. I don't know what a good term would be, because I'm not big in the hip hop scene. But it's different, and so it kind of like I like it more, just because of the fact that like I feel like it's a bit more thought out, not just with like the words or maybe the beat, but just like the entirety of it just sounds different. It sounds unique, and it sounds good to me. So good. Love Doom. Okay, we got someone. Got one. I'm happy. Unfortunately, he is dead. He was a rare breed. The illest villain. I like the community too. The community, the people that like MF Doom, it's kind of, I don't know if to call it funny, but it's kind of heartwarming because like they keep up his legacy, I guess. Was originally in a group called KMD. Yeah, I didn't know that. I know there's listen to his beats, Special Herbs and Spices. I may have listened to that. I'll have to look back and see if I have or not. But there's a group called OMA that does instrumentations, not just of MF Doom, but that's kind of where they made it big. Especially of rap snitch knishes, I think is the name of the song, which they might have just titled. I don't know if they titled it that, or it has the separate title of Coffin Nails, which I think is more often used when MF Doom is not a part of the song in terms of vocals. But they do a pretty good job at providing the instrumentation of it, which like by itself still hits hard. Great song, Hunter. Thank you. I appreciate, but unfortunately it's not my song, so I do not get to take the credit for that. But yeah, no, so for rap hip hop kind of thing, like I like him. But I'm not Doomsday. Yeah. I'm not as well versed in the area. Thank you for the beat, Yucca. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's Herb Alpert. I'm sure you
Oh
know what song that is.
no, maybe if I heard more of it, but not off. Play it. Wait, play it again for me. Oh no, yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah, and then Biggie Smalls. I think they sampled dun 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 dun. You know that.
Okay.
I don't know if you know who Biggie Smalls is.
I've heard of Biggie Smalls. Probably not heard too much of his stuff, but
Yeah.
I've definitely heard the name. It's too funny of a name not to. I feel like at least.
All right. Yeah, it was in the era of
Dial up.
yeah. Yep.
That's crazy.
Where's your dad at?
Oh, he went to Bruno vet visit.
Oh man.
I think he said I don't have his stream pulled up. I just have the chat pulled up, but I think he said
Numbers
roughly
10?
around 1 because he's gonna get lunch, I believe.
Yeah.
So
Another break.
Hey, Yucca, Casey gave the show to him. It's his show now.
All
yeah,
right.
I'm
The
taking
sun.
over.
Casey,
Nice.
The sun
he
is
just
the
retired.
Yep.
All right, man. Let's get the
He's
party started.
shaving the beard.
Let's do it.
So that means you got to grow your beard now until we hit 90.
It's not gonna look as good.
In the channel notes. You didn't read it before you signed
Those
it
three
over?
little whiskers.
Damn.
Does anyone know how Casey's proctology exam went today?
Lumpy and bumpy. Hopefully not.
Well,
Both ends.
I'm surprised you're back here, fool. I asked censored content if he was aware of the Great Tishnam, and
He was not?
He doesn't know. He thought it was a trick. That I was gonna web him. I'm like, that's not me.
No, it's you have to have a certain type of mind to understand that.
He has the mind. I just think I cut him off track, like by surprise.
Yeah.
I'm sure if he was to really think about it, he'd figure it out.
He'll probably come back once he's figured it out, because I know that guy. He's not going to let go.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was just
so-
here like 20 minutes ago.
Exactly.
Did you have to smoke another joint or what?
I think he did. I think I reminded him to go ahead and, get started.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Yeah. Do you like Rick James, the Son?
Doesn't come to the top of my head, but let me check. Is
What?
that jazz still?
Funk, I want to say.
Funk?
Does he sing
Yeah.
Brick House?
Yeah. Brick House. He sings a bunch
Yeah.
of other ones.
Brick House is probably, I think, his most well-known.
Yeah.
You'd probably like that song.
Have you ever been to Rick's house?
I've never been there. Have you? How about Super
Couple
Freak?
times.
Mary Jane, Super Freak.
Oh, Super Freak. Yeah, that's right.
Give it to me, baby. Give it to me.
Oh.
That one's a good one.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me. Sorry.
Oh, you're a super freak. Yes, you are.
I've probably heard some of these songs. They look very popular. It's just not added to my playlist yet, but yeah, I can check them out.
Oh yeah.
Lots of them are remade into other songs. Like, wasn't one of his songs an MC Hammer greatest hits? No, no, man. Can't touch this. Where did he,
I don't know.
Not sure.
where did he copy that song from? Doo, 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 doo. Yeah, it's super free.
Hey Hunter, have you heard of Incubus? That's a pretty popular one.
Yes, I've heard.
Okay.
I don't think there probably is a couple songs that I've liked before.
Yeah.
I think a general thing. I think some of the more mainstream songs of theirs, I'm not like the greatest fan of, but I can definitely recognize the talent.
What is it? This I think it's next month or the month after. I don't know when it is, but I'm gonna go finally see System of the Down. They're redoing an event. I guess they're having a tour. I'm gonna go see them with Deftones, Mars Volta, over here in San Francisco.
Oh, dude, lucky you. That sounds good.
Yeah, it's a big. Yeah, it's gonna be a nice concert. It's all big hit people.
We got to see them out here in Indiana, and they were with Cohera. Are they going with them?
I didn't hear their name, but maybe I just know those three bands are the ones I want to see. So those are the ones I kind of got drawn into because I've never seen Deftones in concert, so that's gonna be nice to see. That was my era, right? How about Deftones? Hunter, have you heard of them?
Yeah, no, they're pretty popular within my generation too. I've never really gotten into
for a good
them.
reason.
Yeah, no, I'm sure they're good. I've never really gotten into them yet. That might change.
If you had to pick one song, Quack, to recommend to him, what would you send his way?
For which band?
For Deftones.
Let me see.
Hard, right?
I don't know.
It's hard, dude. Something that's gonna stick.
Maybe Shove It is probably one of the main ones.
I mean, most of their songs have pretty genius names.
Shove It? It's pretty genius.
Yeah. The what?
Die the Flu or Around the Fur.
Around the Fur, yeah.
Kono Yokon.
Yeah, that's the most popular. At least that's the one on T-shirts for sure.
The White Pony. Yeah, all of those, man. You'll have fun. You won't be disappointed.
No, definitely.
The baby's already heard all the albums on repeat. So.
No,
I'm telling you, man, you gotta start them young.
I haven't heard too much Deftones at the moment.
It's one of those albums you throw and you listen to it for a while and then you get tired of it and you just put it away. You pull it out every once in a while.
Yeah.
But try that Dredge. Dredge is pretty good. It has a lot of melody. It's not really hard rock or anything. Just a lot of vocals, like you were saying you like. So I think you'll really like them.
I most recently checked out Dinosaur Jr. because
Dinosaur Jr.
We're gonna go see Weezer in like September for their
Nice.
Blue Album tour or whatever, and Dinosaur Jr. is one of the openers, and I was like, oh, "What's that?" And so I checked them out. I was like, "Oh, that's pretty cool." I recognize their like top song, and then there's a lot of other songs that are really good. But they're also opening with the Flaming Lips, which I already am a fan of. They got some really good stuff. They got, is it like 1 or 2 songs now maybe in Guardians of the Galaxy? I think it might just be 1. But they have a lot of really good songs. People don't know Flaming Lips. They also were, fun fact, the touring band for Beck, which is interesting. I wouldn't have guessed that in a million years, but I learned that somewhat recently. It's funny, we've turned this into like a music thing, and everyone's talking about all the music that they like. This is fun. This is good.
Yeah, it'd be nice if we can actually hear little sound clips, but you know, it's YouTube, right? Can't do it.
Yeah, well, I mean,
you know what I'm saying? It's like the music we're talking about for people to actually hear a little clip, but
we could, in a sense. I
ding
mean,
you
he doesn't
guys.
get monetized from it, so they don't care as much. I'm sure there's some songs maybe like Baby Shark that's like heavily copyrighted and it might get taken down. But like I think for the most part he's pretty safe. I mean, he plays like a song like what, like 3 times every day.
Yeah, I know.
So I think
we just don't want to get him in trouble.
Yeah.
They'll find any way to take the stream down, right?
Well, I mean, depends on the popularity, I think. I mean, I always see whenever I look at him, he's like on his like dashboard, they're always like they have like a bunch of warnings and stuff, but they never actually do too much, I don't think. If you're not monetized. That's kind of how I feel about I wish like YouTuber like music commentators, if they could have like clips and stuff. Just like little tiny like bits and pieces. But can't do that. It's kind of what I wish I could what I would hope to be able to do in the industry, in the music industry, is be able to like make it a little bit less tense, I feel. Or maybe give some kind of way to not be so like forceful about people not using it, because there's always going to be the people that like copy it fully and don't kind of do any kind of what's the word, they're not doing anything else, they're just straight up just posting the song. I feel like if people are using it in their own kind of way, like for example, I guess a cover or maybe a parody, like if there was a way to kind of easily make that accessible, I guess, in terms of like an artist being okay with it, or if they're not okay with it, like being okay with like a split, I guess. I don't know.
I think if they took the
Interpretative
money out
work.
of music, I was gonna say if they took the money out of music, we would have a lot better music.
Well, I think in some ways that's true, in some ways that's not, because some people, if we took the way the money is getting put into it and changed the what's the word, the like the payment plan, the way that like it's set up, and change it, then I think that's good. But I don't know, because I think a lot of people creating music is a good thing, and having money in the industry causes that to happen. But I think what that does, especially on like, let's say Spotify as a streaming service, right now they have it set up to where it's like based on stream count. And so that can create like people trying to bot stuff. So they can get more money. But what I've heard as a really good plan that should be implemented is having the listeners' money go to the percentage of artists they listen to. Like, let's say someone's a diehard Taylor Swift fan and only listens to Taylor Swift. Well, their subscription money goes to pretty much Taylor Swift. Now, of course, Spotify is going to get a cut still. That's a no-brainer. But in terms of instead of Spotify just paying Taylor Swift for how many streams she has, Taylor's getting that listener's money from them specifically. So instead of it's like pay by stream, it's pay by listeners listening to you, right? What the listener is directly the amount of percentage they're listening to. So if that's 50% one person, 50% the other person, this is like being real basic about it, but and then, it can change month by month. This isn't like maybe like a yearly thing. It's like, well, if they listen to this amount of people this month, but it could change in the next month, and so each month that's getting that you're paying for it, that's getting delegated to where it's going to be paid out to. So for streaming services, I think that could work. I like that idea for a payment plan better than what they are doing right now. But
yeah, I think if the payment structure changed, I guess what you're saying, I think we would get way better music.
Yeah, well, because I feel like right now it's
record-
promoting like just mainstream popular people
yeah,
to put out whatever. And so if you kind of promote what listeners
it's the
want,
contracts. The contracts are you have to push out so much records per year and this and that. So they're just kind of writing bullshit.
Yeah. I think the idea of Spotify leads to allowing the absence of records having or like contracts having to be made. But that was the idea of it. In principle of like it in action, it's not working. And so there needs to be change, but unfortunately it's going to take a lot more work and a lot more of the industry just changing, which is tough. It's tough to get the industry to change. And actually, the person that had that plan, what their proposal is if Apple implemented this, Because right now Apple Music is kind of on the down. There's still a lot of people that listen to it, but it's more often Spotify that people use, and if Apple Music were to implement this, and then hold on, give me a second.
Morning, Papa Mac. I forgot. I didn't see you here.
Sorry about that. But if Apple did that, and then artists were moving to that because, well, that's a better payment plan. And well, you know, artists are still probably going to be in Spotify, but let's say they start doing like exclusive stuff for Apple, then that's going to put pressure on Spotify to want to change to that kind of plan. So that would be the ideal way to get the industry to move in that sort of direction. But that takes someone going up at Apple and proposing that. So. Most of my stream royalties come from YouTube, then Apple and Spotify. Are you talking about you getting paid or like you streaming on those services? I'm confused. Cause I'm thinking that's being said as that's you getting paid. Paid. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I feel like YouTube has done a fairly good job at paying people as long as it's, you know, create like your own content. Because otherwise then you don't get paid because it included like 1 second. But and that's the other thing is like sure for right now I think that's, you know, it's fine for people to have the tool to be able to take down someone else's thing because it includes your thing. But the problem is that people abuse that and do it for stuff that's not their own content, and then it gets taken down, and then people have to like work with YouTube, and it usually takes a while, and it just kind of sucks. But otherwise, it's not a bad thing. But yeah, it does seem pretty nice that YouTube does have a fairly good monetization behind it. could not tell you if we triggered SSR today. This is unfortunately not my expertise. However, maybe there's someone in here. Maybe not. I don't know. Are we no, Dario, we hit 4.44. We need 4.39. There you go. There's your answer. That is a no. Yeah, I can't do that. I don't know anything, unfortunately. Know a bit about music, but I'm not all knowledgeable like my dad is. There's a difference.
I got a question for you, huh? Do you own 10 shares?
Are
you part of?
Well, I'm gonna say no. I'm not gonna say how many I have.
No. Well, we say 10 shares, right? Everyone uses 10 shares, right?
Okay,
Nobody tells you what.
yeah. I
how
have
much
10 shares. Yeah.
you have 10 shares. Okay. That's
Yeah.
that's
I'm
why I
in
said,
it.
are you part of the community? That's why I said,
Yeah,
are you part of the community? You own 10 shares.
Yeah. No, I got you. Okay, yeah. They are all in control of with my dad because of course when this started I was like 15, 16 maybe, I think.
Yeah.
So wasn't right there at the age where I could do it on my own. Well, actually, I think there's I don't know. I'm not knowledgeable enough. I think there might be
Yeah, no.
tools.
I guess I was just asking if you were part of the community and if you had 10 shares. Just it's a
Yeah.
simple yes.
Yeah. No,
I'm not trying to
sorry.
pry into anything, dude.
No, I know. Yeah. No, I'm here.
Sweet.
I'm a part of it, and I mean, I think that's another part of the reason why I like to be in the calls, is because I like I'm not like crazy about stocks too much, but I
Because your
definitely
pop's doing it, you got into it.
Yeah. So and I mean it does kind of or not reflect. It does what's the word? It does directly affect part of my life because I am invested in it, and also because if my dad has more money because of it, then that's awesome and cool. But
So that means you gotta start getting better with the numbers because you can start running the show.
Yeah. Well, maybe when the time nears needing to know more of the numbers, I'll become a bit more knowledgeable. But for now,
You should tell your pops, hey, give me a rundown, so that way when you're not on live stream, you can take over and you can do the numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, not as good as him, right? But just give us the basics, right? It'll be cool.
It looks
Kind of like you
there's a
taking
war.
over, right?
It looks like there's a war for 439 going on right now. That's a big damn can.
Really? Oh no. So have they got us past SSR?
No, not yet.
They haven't triggered it, huh?
Nope. But they just unloaded and someone was fighting back. I don't know who's fighting back on them.
It's us retailers.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know.
No, I'm just kidding.
All right.
I know I bought some tasty dips this morning.
Nice. Yeah, I guess they would call it a cell wall at 436, and it's 20402, which backwards is 20402. So tell me they're not trying to communicate with each other.
What is SSR trip at? I forgot already.
439, I guess.
439. Okay, okay. They got us pretty close. They'll get it by the end of the day. Unless, like you said, someone's fighting back and keeping them from it.
Yeah. You know, a long time ago, I knew, this was like 2 years ago, I met some guy in another chat, and he kept saying that Goldman Sachs and some other group, or Goldman Sachs hated Kenny, but it seems like Goldman Sachs is doing Goldman Nut Sachs is fighting with Kenny, but at the same time they're spoofing. So I don't understand the whole dynamics there.
I mean, they once like Casey was saying, is once they start battling each other or going after each other, that's when the fun starts.
Yeah, Nana posted. I saw this news yesterday, and Nana posted something about that guy from Enron, who I don't know how he was allowed to stay in the market, but he partnered up with some group, and now they're suing him for embezzlement. Imagine that. So they're going after each other. It has started.
Yeah, I think the market dictates that, right? It's like if the market starts going bananas, that they start going after each other for that last bit of profit.
All for themselves.
Yep. And that's when the fun starts.
Honestly, now that I think about it, Goldman Nut Sachs fighting Kenny's bedpost kind of does make sense, because even though they might be short on AMC, they would still like to see if they could use this to destroy their competitor. Dude, why not? That makes perfect sense.
Well, I like your theory.
I just wonder which one I want to win.
We would win.
All right.
Regardless. Either way, we win.
Yeah, they're both a couple of spoofers. That's why I can't stand either of them.
I mean, one of them will come out of the battle, but then we have our side bets.
I don't know, Truckcraft, what that means. I'm not sure if they're terrified of CAD or if they've already got it figured out.
I'm pretty sure they got it figured out. We didn't see any fireworks go off.
It's implemented tomorrow, right?
Oh, I'm thinking about the T1 because that's implemented already, right? It starts today.
Yeah, that's today or yesterday. Like I said earlier, I doubt they're going to comply with anything until they see what the fines are. So I wouldn't expect all hell to break loose tomorrow. If the fines are low enough where they can still do business, then it's not going to make a difference.
Yeah, definitely not gonna make a difference.
Well, it's nearing bedtime for me, so I'm thinking I gotta head out here. Y'all have a good day. Casey safe, Bruno's getting the cone of shame removed. I think he's already had it removed for a bit, so he should be fine now. That's my last bit of information here.
Good. As a former dog, or as a current dog myself, I know I don't like the cone of shame at all.
Yeah.
All right, man. Have a good night or day.
Thank you. Y'all have a good day. I'll have a good night for sure.
Take it easy.
Thank you.
He kept the stream going for a while. It's been nice.
Yeah, he's a pretty cool dude. Not Yucca though. Yucca just bailed on us like later.
Yeah, he's all Casey's not here. Bye.
And the rest of you count. Run Lola Run was first liked by Roaring Kitty. It plays June 7th at AMC. Maybe that's when we run. $2 weeks, right?
2 weeks. Let me mute myself so you guys not hearing me wrench.
No. So someone wants to sell 30,500 shares at $4.60. Maybe I'm looking at this backwards. I look at the red as the buy, and the green as the sell. Because it seems like the green is the one that brings it down. I could be wrong. All right, dogs, you want some more pizza? Here's pizza, boy. More pizza for you. Extra pizza there. Oh, yeah. Couple of the most spoiled dogs on the planet. Yeah, Pirate, that's what I've always thought. But then I always see the bid so a bit lower than the ask, and it seems like the bid's what drops the price. I guess the point I'm trying to make is I don't believe any of this crap on either side. I think it's all spoofing. In case you would probably get mad at me for saying that.
That's it. You're gonna get banned now.
I'm gonna get banned. The last time I leave Fu in charge, falls asleep and crap.
Giving out false information.
Yeah. I just think the algorithm's a lot simpler than people think. They hear the word algorithm like it's this big giant thing. And I'm like, no, all they do is plug in and say, if this goes to this price, then you pretend to sell at that price, and that makes the algorithm chase it back down over there because it's looking for the large orders. Like it's obviously looking for this order for 445, 14,000 shares. It really wants to fill that order. Rugged. I know you know a lot about fluffing, don't you? A lot of spoofing, I guarantee you. Now look, let's watch that 14,225. Nope, it jumped up. It didn't sell. It jumped up 300 or 400 shares. Now it's going to sit there for a little bit until it moves the price down. There it goes. And does it get fulfilled? No, it just sits there. We hit 445, but it didn't sell. Well, now it's jumping up to 14,355, so it jumped up another 100 shares. This is the thing. This thing is going to drive me crazy watching it. That one will never fill, I bet. You'll never see it start dropping, and then go away. It'll just suddenly disappear. Poof. Spoof, I mean. But it's going to sit right at the top and hold that price down. And then they add to it. How do you add to? You can do this in real time. You can just add 100 shares or 200 shares to your order within seconds. I've tried to do this on my own, and it takes forever. It takes like 2 or 3 minutes to change your order, cancel it, change it, put it back in. No, they can do it on the fly.
I've seen that where it says like 1,000 and then it goes 1,200, then it says 1,500, 1,200, 1,100.
Now I'm already crazy. You know it. Yeah, now it went from 14,355 to 14,356. Now it's 14,455. I've lost my mind. I'm just saying numbers randomly in the universe.
Are you sure you actually seen that?
Now look, we haven't even hit its price. It's not selling. Nothing's selling. You get.
If you stare at it too long, they're programming your brain.
They really are.
Digital programming.
Yep. Pornhub. Phil B. Gash. Oh man. See, we hit 445 again. Nothing sold. In fact,
Maybe it's there's probably fractionals behind it.
There's probably fraud behind it. I'll give you that. Who is that guy that disappeared? God, he was really smart. And he was the one that figured out all the canceled orders just by Citadel Security in January of 2022. What was his name again? I followed him. He even made me a mod on his channel. Nobody makes me a mod. But he found all of the canceled orders from January up to, I think it was like almost the end of February of 2022, and Citadel alone had 650 million canceled orders. What was that guy's name? It'll come to me. I'll let you guys know. You can go back and look at his YouTube unless he deleted them. In 2 months, they canceled 650 million orders. Nothing to see here. Right, Joe Pounce? Where did Joe go? BNS, yes, I think they're licensed massage therapists. Lots of mouth hugs at the end. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Phil McCracken. Phil Degash or Phil McCracken? That number's probably understated. That's what she said, right? We're looking. Damn it, Venus. I can't look at the order book anymore. You look at it.
I'm telling you, they're programming you. You're getting angry.
Look, that whole order for 445 is just gone now. Poofed, spoofed. Phil the Gagger. Phil the Gagger, old friend of my girlfriend. And I think she's still friends with Don. I think his last name is Kedick. All right, well, Casey's chart makes it look exciting, but basically we're just barcoding at 450. Who said they were looking for 450 at like 7 this morning? I wonder who that guy was. Brian? Brian, smart. Yeah, donkey boy. Right handy. Was he friends with a dude named Lefty Reacher? Amazing Blue 2, where you were at the massage parlor working with right handy? Amazing Blue 2, you gotta be kidding me. Venus, no. You go up, Amy. I'm gonna give her a little slap. Right in the, yeah. Amazing Blue 2, so I knew a girl named, I mean, I never like knew her in the biblical sense, but I knew a girl named Sharon Cox. And I kid you not, before she got married to Mr. Cox, her last name was Beaver. Sharon Beaver. She was a popular girl back in the day, but not for
Harry?
dog. There was no lipstick from me.
Oh no. If you managed to keep it in your pants there, Fu, then that means it might not have been pleasant.
She wasn't an ugly girl, I must admit, but
You take her to get her upper lip waxed?
Which one? Which one? Oh god.
You know, with a name like that, she had some fun in high school.
I know.
Who are you telling me she went from Beaver to Cox?
She went from Beaver to Cox. She made that transition.
She's still Sharon?
She's still Sharon. She's definitely Sharon. I heard.
So what's this Judge Merchant What's this whole situation about?
Judge Merchant?
Yeah, they're making crap up now as we go along. Is that what we're doing?
Who is Judge Merchant?
The judge overseeing the trial.
Oh, over the fraud?
I think so.
Over the fraudulent trial?
Fraudulent fondling.
I don't know.
I like how he handled that case, huh?
No, I believe Judge Merchant was the judge for the Scotty Scheffler golfing incident last week.
Oh, Lordy.
I think he was. They decided to go not charged on that today.
Wedding announcement. Beaver marries Cox. Yeah. Thank you, Nana, for that breaking news. Oh, now Sharon Beaver Cox is running for president. Beaver Cox? Rugged, you'll have to explain yourself on that one. Little known biology fact. I know you guys love my biology facts. Ducks have the largest penises per pound. Don't go look at it on the internet. It will disturb you for life. If you look at one, you'll be like, quack quack. Just saying, it's just a biological observation. If you guys can't be adults about it, golly.
So if a duck has a horse cock, does a horse have a duck cock?
He wishes. Thank you, Pirate, for clarifying all of that. Blue waffle. Blue waffle?
Blue duck penis?
I don't know what a blue waffle is. Oh, BNS, why did you do it? I told you not to go look. Whatever you do.
Duck penis, man.
Just don't look up. Oh, there he is. Thank God.
I'm back.
Oh, hallelujah.
That bad? It's not that bad. Come on now.
It went really bad. It went from music to duck.
So I heard that ducks have.
I got ducks.
Wieners.
Ducks have wieners. Oh, I would assume.
You don't look it up, Casey.
I would assume that. Okay, I won't do that.
You part of the flat penis gang?
I'll take your word for it. Let's see.
The vet visit go?
Good. The vet said that his back hindquarters, where he had that whole licking ordeal from the get-go, was looking really good, so he doesn't have to take any more medication for that. And then they gave him his heartworm shot, and that was it.
Damn.
Yep.
Did they tell you to change foods at all, or just stick with it?
No, they said it was. They didn't say it was food related.
Good. That means they're not trying to upsell you. They got your best interest at heart.
Yeah, I mean, they've tried to get me to buy food, for them before, but Bruno's such a picky eater that I can't. There's no way I'm gonna go buy anything without trying a little bit first and seeing if it's something he'll even try. Believe it or not,
What do you feed him?
I find that the more expensive I go on the food, the less likely it is that he's going to eat it. It's kind of crazy.
Because the worse it tastes.
Maybe, I don't know.
They don't put as much.
They like that corn because the cheaper it is. Yeah, the cheaper it is, the more filler, and the more filler, the better it tastes.
More sugar. I mean, cat food is basically sugar. What do you feed him, Casey?
Meow mixes, yeah.
Purina something select one or something like that.
Okay,
Yeah, Purina
that's what I
One.
feed
You're
my.
gonna want select protein.
Yeah. And
That's what I fed my
he loves it.
French bull. That's what I fed my French bulldog, and it cleared up all his skin issues, ear issues, and I never switched from that.
Yeah, he seems to enjoy that. We used to feed him. Oh man, I want to say it was a yellow bag, and I can't remember the name of it now. Pedigree, something or other.
For IAMS, there's only two on the market that have yellow bags right now.
I think for IMC it would have been the
Unless it's
green
like
bag.
Natural Balance.
Yeah.
IAMS almost killed my dog, so I never will use IAMS again. We had a big recall, all kinds of bacteria and shit.
It's funny you say that because they got caught, and now on their bags they pay for vet visits. If you can prove that you bought 2 bags, they'll pay for a comprehensive vet visit.
Wow, that's not good.
No, especially when a food brand is advertising that, you're like, hey, we know you're going to have issues, so let's just cover the first visit.
Yeah, we know we're trying to kill your dog, so we'll pay for the euthanizing of them. So.
Just the first one.
My French bulldog, he wasn't a picky eater. He would eat anything. He'd eat hot Thai food. He could care less. But he did best on Beneful, which is the cheap food. But his poops were fine with that. And then I switched him to the Purina One Select, freeze-dried venison and all that. And he loved that. And so I just kept it for these other dogs, and they're in perfect shape. And it's not that expensive, a Blue Buffalo or whatever. Yeah. Are we doing numbers?
Yeah, let's do them. Let's do it. Remember, I'm taking you guys over the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. By this time of the day, see, it's noon, I would expect to see about 63% volume going through off-exchange and EDGX combined. We currently have 54.16% going through off-exchange. EDGX is at 13.03% for combined total 67.19%, or about 4.19% more volume going through those exchanges than normal. So it is definitely elevated, and our price would probably be higher if we didn't have that be the case. CHX volume is 2,843 shares. That's not very high. GME CHX volume is 24,100. That is getting there. It's going to probably, I would imagine, break 30,000 before the end of the day is over. Shares available to borrow. Nothing but there was an additional 50,000 shares borrowed since earlier. So we're looking at 750,000 shares borrowed, according to IBKR, but there's currently 1 million available, with fees at 1.89%. The interesting thing about this is that Ortex is reporting in total, 2 hours ago, it was reporting 8.07 million shares, borrowed for the day. It's now saying 10.34 million shares borrowed. I told you those shares would come borrowing back here in no time. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 13.55%. The cost per hour amends at 2.32, average 3.07, and max 4.33. Shares on loan for the day today is at 65.6 million shares. That's 180,000 less shares on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimating about 73,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call options as of 2 hours ago was at a $5 strike with 18.2 thousand contracts in volume. That is now 26.7 thousand contracts. Highest amount of put volume 2 hours ago was at a $4.50 strike. That is still the case. It went from 5.9 thousand contracts in volume to 8.2. Market is suggesting still a closing price between $4.50 and $5 by the end of the day today. Considering the fact that we're underneath 4.5, it's kind of surprising to see it like that, but we'll see what happens. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this page. GME is on here with a 64.17% buy to 35.83% sell ratio. Looking very, very strong. And AMC has not been on the list. Well, it was not on the list earlier. It was on the list in the beginning portion of the morning. And we actually had a very low buy-sell ratio that I was not satisfied with. But look at it now. We are back on the list here of 30 most heavily traded stocks based off of orders. with a 69.1% buy to nice 30.9% sell ratio. Looking extremely good right now on that buy-sell ratio. Liking what I am seeing. Interestingly, also, we have seen a massive rise in MMRI. We started out the week, I want to say, at like 290-ish, and now we're over 300. We're actually at 302.34. This is showing extreme risk in the market at this point. Anything over 300 is. This is looking pretty nasty the way this is moving, and the 10-year is beating out the 2-year, which means we're having a normalization of the rates. And that 2 hours ago was 0.358 was the spread between the two. Is now currently at 0.363. It's actually a little bit wider. I hope I plugged those numbers in. Let me just double check those numbers here in just a second. Yeah, that's right. What's next? NASDAQ is down 0.31. Dow Jones is down 0.95. The SP 500 is down 0.56. We have 4,175 decliners to 1,426 advancers. The market's slightly more advancing than it was 2 hours ago, but still looks like hot lava fire. Don't touch the floor. It'll burn your feet. Nasty. Every sector is down for the day today. There is nothing beating anything out. How many sectors are under 1%? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sectors are under or 1% or more of losses for the day today. The worst sector is energy, followed up by utilities, the two recessionary sectors. Of the Mag 7, 5 out of the 7 are now green. Go figure. I guess we know now where our money's getting pumped to out of the market. And it's going right into the Mag 7. Right in the Jimmy. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% from yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Coinbase is down 2.75. FRC is down 28.57. NYCB is down 2.88. Stank of California down 3.18. Let's see what else. Zion Stank is down 2.56. CIBC is down 2.45. Western Alliance down 3.58. And that's it. Gold is down 0.87. Seems to be making a little bit of a reversal off of a downtrend into an uptrend. Ethereum Classic is down 2.73. Also looks like it's trying to make a reversal off that downtrend. I'm not going to give it to it just yet because if I pull out to a 5-minute interval, something tells me it's not quite there. It's getting ready to. Almost. The US dollar is up 0.4 and trending up. Maybe a little consolidation more currently, but the overall trend is up. Oil is down 2.94, starting to trend down after consolidation. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.45 to 0.57 and trending down. SPY is down 0.59. Let's see what kind of pace volume SPY is on for the day today. After 222 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for 300. Oh man, I can't math. 222. We're on a pace for about 31.39 million shares traded on a day where we're seeing lower price movement on the SPY. So we're not seeing big numbers. It's nothing crazy. This doesn't appear to be a massive sell-off at this point. VIX is currently up 7.59%. I'd say the overall trend is currently down. It does look like it's starting to try and make a correction a little bit from the downtrend that it was in, but it's not enough for me to really kind of call it out or shout it out just yet. Futures are suggesting 14.18. It's at 13.90, so it's about where it should be, I think. VB is down 1.27 and trending slightly down. VBR is down 1.28, slightly trending down. Tesla's up 0.12 and trending up. Amazon is up 0.37 and consolidating after a downtrend. Cinemark is down 0.59, trending down. Doge is down 2.47. I mean, it's currently trending up, but it was on a hard trend down earlier. Bitcoin is down 1.82, trending down. GME is down 9.84%. Did it trigger SSR for the day today? Let's check it out and see. 21.26 is the low. SSR would have tripped at 21.40. So SSR was tripped on GME. I kind of have this sixth sense or this feeling that we're going to see something like we saw last week. We're at the very last second today. We trip SSR on AMC. I can feel it. It feels like that's coming. HYMC is down 5.96% and trending down. NCMI is down 1.78, trending down. Hood is down, or rather up 0.71 and trending up. And AMC is down 8.4% and consolidating after a trend down. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, there's approximately $5.2 million more inflow than outflows. 27.66 million shares traded so far. We are on pace for about 48.15 million shares traded by the end of the day today. My prediction was 50 to 70, so we're already underneath my predictions. Looks like, I mean, if there's some late afternoon volume, there's a chance that this might pick back up to kind of meet my expectations in the aftermarket hours, but it'll be close. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more equal amounts of buying and that's slightly more selling pressure. Slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI, 40.36, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI, 29.14, signaling oversold. We did print a TD9 here and should see a reversal. We're getting a bit of a doji candle here. On a 30-minute time interval, currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 28.17, which is below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.9, which is below average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp.
I must say, Casey, your son did pretty good. I liked it. Kept the stream going.
Oh, did he? What was he doing?
Yeah. They were just talking about music and all sorts of stuff. It was good.
Yeah. He's really into music. That's what his career path is.
Yeah. It was cool. It was nice.
Yeah. Good. Glad you guys had a chance to get to know him a little better.
Hey, fool, what you doing and shit?
Chingando con la madre tuya.
Is that... Who is that? Who did that?
Oh.
Was that Danny?
No, that was censored content.
Ah,
Said,
okay.
hey, fool, what are you doing?
Danny.
I told him I was effing your mother.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow. Shots fired.
Oh, Hunter put that...
right into that,
Hey,
Danny.
good afternoon. Hey, everybody.
Hunter put that...
Konnichiwa? Konnichiwa? Is that what we say? Oh, no, that's Japanese. Yeah.
I saw Yucca was
Daddy,
what was Real Rugged saying about Yucca and Asian women? Bangkok.
Oh, Bangkok. Yeah. Bangkok youth.
What are you gonna say, Casey?
Oh, I don't even remember.
I think it was something about Hunter.
Oh, yeah. Hunter put in the comment section that ChatGPT for real-time translation thing. Might have to give that a watch later.
Hunter, that guy's awesome.
Foodog says, Wally, Casey, I Rally. I really appreciate the stank bank nomenclature. I didn't make that up. Somebody else did it. I can't remember who it was. Somebody else will have to take credit for it. I want to say it was Donkey Kong. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Keeping the ball rolling there. That makes my day every time I hear it.
Yeah. I mean, it seems fair to me. I mean, if you're going to call a stock a stonk, then a bank should be a stank. It makes sense. It makes perfect sense. I don't know why nobody didn't think of that sooner.
If it quacks, then yeah.
If it quacks, then it's a snack.
If it quacks, it's a duck. It's the same, Casey.
Quack.
What's up?
Hey, quack.
We're talking about you. I think we're talking.
I was hitting the quacks. I know I was hitting the quack sound.
Fucker right in the pussy. Fucker right in the pussy.
Oh.
Fucker right in the pussy.
Yucca can't stop himself. Good morning, Yucca.
Hey, Yucca.
Hey, so this is a special soundboard, or how does he get those sounds?
How's Bruno?
I think he made his own.
Yeah, you know what? Because Casey is
maxed out.
My daddy. He's my daddy, and he's telling me what I can't put on his Discord. So I found a loophole, just like the shorts. I made my own
Say it in
Discord
Spanish.
that allowed me to put a bunch of sounds. But no, but I'm just putting sounds that not gonna create any friction towards other YouTubers. I respect KC, so he says one thing, I follow order, follow suit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's just I have a policy of not making fun of other YouTubers, and so if I sit there and if I allow you to go in and put in those things that make fun of people, then I'm defeating what it is, and I'm asking that I'm holding myself better to. Well, it's not a matter of needing to follow me. It's just it's a standard.
I'm following you.
It's a standard. You don't have to follow me. You can say what you want to say. I'm just telling you that I have a policy that I hold only because of the fact that my wife makes me a better person than I am.
My wife.
And she's right. She's right. There's no need for in-house drama. We have enough BS drama.
Well,
there's no need to create more. There just really isn't.
If you wanna run a communist stream and you have Danny already here,
it's really not like if you consider communism decency, human, like just basic human decency, then that's me. I'm totally communist.
Yeah, we're not on board with that.
That's fine. Make me Chinese.
What the world's gotten to?
What are we gonna be having next? Ramen soup? Couple noodles?
I don't know, man. I don't know. But it's just a conscientious choice on my part.
I took it down just for the respect.
Oh wow!
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I mean, but hopefully the other stuff doesn't. Are we cool with those? You let me know. It's your stream.
Like I said, as long as it's not, if we're not trying to purposely make fun of somebody else in the community, then I'm okay with it. I don't mind anybody making fun of me either. That's fine. Make fun of me. I got a thick skin. I can take it. I've been made fun of my whole life. It's not gonna hurt me now.
You got a little elephant? What?
Were you the runt of the litter?
No, but I just I guess issues growing up. Getting put in classes where I was not seen as being very smart or whatever.
All right.
So
you know what? Good guys finish last.
When they put you in the special ed class, a lot of kids, you suddenly get a name attached to you.
Ed? You mean like special endorsement class?
Yeah, no.
You see, honors classes are all. You see, honors classes are special ed.
Nah, you know what?
Those weren't honor classes. You know, the worst part is like getting put in the classroom and knowing that you don't belong there. Like you're just like, this is like, why am I in here? This is like every day is just building blocks and it was so bad. It was so bad. I knew I was in the wrong spot, but you know, I had ADD growing up, and so, but they didn't know it. They didn't know what it was. They didn't know what was wrong with me at the time. And ADD was kind of like a new thing back in the 80s, where I guess they probably knew what it was, but they didn't really diagnose and everybody was starting to get diagnosed with ADD. And I just couldn't focus in class, and that's all it came down to.
I got EDD, unemployment.
Isn't that a song?
I got that.
You down with ADD?
Right?
Yeah, you know me.
Oh yeah, that's a different one. That's a cool remix.
Hey, Casey, the good thing about it is it made high school a lot easier.
Well, this happened to me when I was in elementary school, but
okay.
But when I got into high school, I didn't have any of those kind of problems at all. I didn't have any picking on like that in high school. So it was just younger stuff when you're much younger, like first, second grade. Well, you know, kind of like during that time of period where nobody really sure, like, you know, I mean, you got a kid that's like, you know, well, how old are you? I guess 8 years old, struggling in school with like, you know, simple things like multiplication tables and stuff like that, you know, and it just, and when that happens, you know, everybody immediately starts thinking that if you can't get your multiplication tables right, you must be stupid. That's what they thought. That's how it worked back in the 80s. So, you know, can't get your multiplication tables, you're stupid.
The ironic thing would be the fact that everybody gets diagnosed with ADD and they can't concentrate. So what they used to do is just take that kid and put him in the corner.
Right, yeah. That's how it started. They put you in a corner at first.
Yeah, but you can't do that, right?
Yeah.
But you know what? Putting the kid in the corner took him away from the external stimulus and allowed him to concentrate. The old way worked.
It didn't with me. It didn't with me.
It would have if they had a belt and they forced
it
to you.
So no. No, trust me. That wouldn't have worked either. That would have been really bad. Yeah, that wouldn't have worked well.
It didn't work with me either.
Yeah.
I was never diagnosed, but I'm sure I got what you got, baby.
I think everybody got it.
Yeah. But, you know, I grew out of it. It just took time. It took time and a lot of work on my mom's part to, you know, make sure that I was getting different types of learning outside of school because the school didn't know how to treat me. You know, they weren't sure how to deal with me as a problem. That's what it was. I was a problem, not a kid who was having a hard time learning, just a problem, right? And so, but I grew out of it. Like I figured things out later on down the road, and thanks to my mom. I mean, a big, huge thanks to my mom for making sure that she pushed really hard to try and make sure that I had like special learning time, like outside of school.
And look at Danny; he's still in high school. I mean, it's just
yeah.
He really is.
I don't.
The only thing is he's teaching now, so it's a big difference.
I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid.
I had one consistent thing on all my report cards, and that was that the teacher just wasn't sure what my full potential was because I didn't apply myself.
Yeah.
And in fact, happened one year is they were like, we're going to have to hold this kid back.
Yeah.
Then the teacher watched me for a while, and they realized I was in a split class where half the class was the grade I was in, and the other half of the class was like an open room. So you could turn around and you could watch the other class, and the class behind me was a year advanced from me. And the problem was, after the teacher watched me for a while, that I wasn't interested in what she was teaching. I was turned around all the time watching the other class. So they ended up advancing me instead of holding me back. So That straighten things out. Like sometimes it's just if something's not interesting to you, you don't care. Like I don't care about grade 4 stuff when I'm already advanced to
Yes.
grade 5 stuff.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened to me. So my parents put me into private schools because I was having a hard time in public schools because they didn't know how to deal with me, and they felt putting me into private schools would help. So they put me into private schools, and the private school did testing on me and said, "Oh, he's behind. We're going to have to hold him back a grade." So they held me back a grade. I was there in that private school for like a year or two or something like that. And then when we moved to California, I was ahead of all the sixth. We moved to California when I was in 6th grade, and I was far ahead of everybody else in my class, and I was bored out of my mind, just bored out of my mind. And my parents saw it. They knew that things were starting to revert back to the way that it was, to where I just wasn't focusing in school anymore again. So they went and had me retested in the public school, and then I skipped half of 6th grade and went straight into the second half of 7th. So I missed my back half of my 6th-year grade and the front half of my 7th grade and went straight to the end of the 7th grade end portion.
Yeah, but were you a bad kid?
Never was. I don't think any teacher would have ever said that I was a bad kid.
Whenever the teacher left the room to go to the office or whatever, I got up and I taught the class. Like I went up to the board and taught the class.
Yeah, I've tutored people before in certain subjects. If there's subjects that I enjoy, I excel in them immensely. Like, I'm really good at some subjects, but other subjects that I don't care about, like you said, I just don't give a crap about them, and I suck at them. I don't pay attention, and my mind starts wandering, and I can't focus. Yeah, I just focus. I can't focus.
Studied the history of Bangkok, so.
But you know what I was wondering, when you said that they said that you were behind, didn't they mean that the school was behind you?
So no, you're right. You're right. That's what they were implying, was that the public school system was worse, and that I was behind because of the school system, not because of me.
Fuck the school system. Yeah, it's not you. And they try to conform. They try to make it easy and try to find what they think is right. And it's not. Everybody's different.
Yeah.
Everybody learns differently. That's where it ends.
Yeah.
This conversation ended right here, right now.
But you know what I found is, for me, having a problem with learning and whatnot, scheduling is everything. When you can't hold a schedule, it doesn't help you to focus very well. And I can't even begin to tell people, like, that's probably one of the biggest things you can do to kind of alter your life or change your life, is to schedule things out and have a planner and know how you're going to plan something going forward. So you have goals and you have expectations on when you hit them. Like, the planning is everything. It's key. It's really, really key on success.
I don't like planning.
I don't either. I hate planning, but it really does help you to be successful, though.
I like to be surprised.
It is fun. There is a fun element to just winging it. And I'm not going to lie to you and sit here and tell you that I plan everything out. I do like winging things a lot because it does make things more interesting, for sure.
That's why Yucca likes Figueroa Street.
That's why I like Figueroa.
He's always winging it over there.
Surprise, surprise.
Yep. They're spreading their wings over there for me,
Yeah, man.
Casey, what grade did you get held back on?
They held me back on fourth.
I got held back on 4th.
I think it was. I was supposed to go into 4th, and they held me back into 3rd. I think.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to 5th. They held me back and kept me in 4th. And the same thing. I ended up in private school.
What grade do you learn?
Almost the same situation.
What grade do you normally learn multiplication tables in? Because I think that was the grade that they held me back in.
I think that was 4th.
Okay, then maybe it was 4th that they held me back from. I don't remember the specifics on those. I do remember the 6th and 7th grade portions of it, but I don't remember the other part as well.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, same thing. I got held back. I was going to go to 5th. They held me back.
Yep.
And then ended up in private school.
Yep. Yeah, we're a bunch of dysfunctional people. And there's nothing wrong with it.
That's why we're all here with numbers, right?
That's right.
Was that an all-girls school, Casey?
No, mine was not an old. What did you call it?
You know.
You said an all girl. It was not an all girl school. No.
All girls, man.
No.
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 Ours was co-ed.
Yeah, ours was co-ed, and they also wore those. I don't know what they call those. The pleated skirts.
Yeah, yeah. And ours, we had white collar shirts with red vests.
Yeah, I don't think we had vests, but we did have white collared shirts and I think blue pants or shorts. Yeah.
Yeah, we went to an all training school. Who you here?
Shut up. Shut up.
I'm over here. I didn't realize I was on mute. All tranny school?
Yeah, how was it? I mean, we're talking about changing transmissions, right? That's what we're talking about.
There are a lot of
Yeah, free Bud Light.
Yeah. Wait, that's different.
Oh, my bad.
Annie, why do you go there? We were talking about transmissions.
Yeah, he learned how to change transmissions and
some transmissions.
Smart guy, man.
Oh no! Speaking of transmission, by the way, I got my cornhole tonight.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. We'll have to. I guess that means tomorrow we get an update on your winnings.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Take pictures.
You gonna be a big wiener tonight?
I hope so. Wait a second.
You gonna hold a lot of balls?
Do you have a? Did you recommend to your buddies your motto, like your little hand? Did you recommend the handshake yet, or
just slide it in? That's the motto.
That's oh boy. All right. Yep, that works. Just slide it in.
Yeah. I'll show them the handshake when we get up there.
Okay. And do you have a handshake for that? Would it be? You should start. Let me. No. I'm gonna do it for you right here. Can you see the live stream or no?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is slide it in like that. Like you just slide it in and then just shake hand like that. You know, that kind of thing. Do that. Yeah, you should do that. But make sure you're saying that, right? Go slide as your guys are like,
sliding it in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It won't be. I promise. It won't be uncomfortable. It won't be uncomfortable. I promise.
Or just tickle their. That's a Freemason handshake, Casey.
It's a what?
Just to let you know.
It's a what?
Handshake.
That's a Freemason. Freemason handshake.
Yep.
Tickle.
You can Google it.
I wouldn't know.
It's like when you raise. It's called raising a man from the dead, like a spiritual death. That's what we're talking about.
Oh, we were talking about cornholing. Hi, Joe. What's going on?
Shut up.
No, and then if you want to take it to another level, Casey just showed you when you grab a man like that, you're actually measuring the girth. So that's what they know. Oh yeah, Danny, you like that?
How many bags?
Circumference.
Yeah, circumference, the girth. Don't do it.
Is that? Are you saying you can tell a lot by a man's forearm? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh boy, Mister over here.
Just confirming.
And for the ladies, if you measure their ankles, you know what that means.
Large cuffed pants?
Nope.
Oh. Okay.
You got to call.
The Ghostbusters?
Now why?
Break Nation Sports. Break Nation Sports says, pretty sure I have some form of ADD, just never been tested. I feel like a lot of people kind of maybe sort of do, and then it's just kind of like some people a little bit more severe than others.
Yeah, put him in the corner.
That's right.
Make them hold dictionary.
Man. Oh, there was a person up above. I almost forgot. Old me says, "Are you fat?" And the answer is absolutely. I am fat right now. This is actually a change in my life. Most of my life I've never been fat. So if there was ever a time where somebody was making fun of me, it was never really about being fat or anything like that. And it's also one of those things that I feel like I can fix it. I need to focus on fixing that. So I'm not,
got a
even if somebody did make fun of me about something like that, I wouldn't bother me too much because I know I can just fix it.
I think he was talking about your junk.
Oh, well,
I think it's more socially acceptable to be fat when you got a beard.
He was
So
wondering
you're
about.
doing good.
Come on, Joe. Behave.
That's what I'm saying, man. What's there to fix,
People go,
man?
oh,
Just
look at that guy.
embrace
Look
it.
at that guy. He's got a beard. Don't worry about him.
I don't want to embrace it though. I want to get skinny again. I'll get back. I've done this a lot of times in my lifetime where I've gotten overweight and then I just reduce it back down and get in better shape than I've ever been in before, kind of thing. So it's just
As long as you're doing it for yourself, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it for somebody else.
Yeah,
it's gotta be for
absolutely.
you.
Yeah. It's just a lifestyle change.
I do it for Mr. Winky. That's all.
Oh, you don't fit in your mini skirt anymore?
No. I have to talk a lot more than I used to.
Yeah.
Break Nation Sports wants you to buy somebody a drink, Danny.
Is Danny getting any good at cornholing, or?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty good.
Are you
Yeah.
practicing at home? Do you have a practice board at home?
Do you have a friend that you can practice?
Yeah, but
All we know, he's in the back of the big tramp and he passes gas. It sounds like a breeze flowing across the open tundra.
Oh, come on. You son of.
Damn.
What was that?
Yeah, there it is. That's it. That's exactly what it sounds like.
I hate you guys.
Man, it's like a very hollow whistle.
Like a spring breeze drifting across the open prairie.
Like the bat cave at Carlsbad Caverns.
This is me practicing the other day. I'm putting it in the bubble.
Oh wait, let's see. Oh, he really is practicing. Look at that.
Yeah.
Nice.
What is it? I don't really want to see that.
Hold on a second here.
I'm scared.
Those are Costco. Those are from Costco, by the way.
Look at that. He is practicing.
Cornhole set.
Dang.
Look at you go.
Oh,
Slide it in.
Oh.
That is a lot. I hate to break it to you, Danny, but that's a lot of misses right there. I'm just saying. I mean, I see.
Such a big hole.
How many?
I just want to get on the
How
board.
many bags do you get? 3 or 4? It looks like 4. Did you
Well,
get
it's 4 each.
As many as
I don't have anyone to play with that.
I see
It's 8.
1, 2, 3. I see 4 reds, and I see there's 2 black ones here and 2 here. Did you make any?
I think I just got them all on the board on that one.
Yeah. My goodness.
That's good. Hey, if I can get all 4 on the board, I'm happy with that.
Why is that points? You get points for getting it on the board?
You get 1 point.
Oh, I didn't know that.
If it's in the hole, you get 3.
Oh.
But then if the other guy gets, let's say, they cancel out. So you add up all your points, you add up their points, and then you subtract it, and whoever has the more points, you just keep that for the round.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean?
The more points you have, means you're on top.
You should make it like curling. I mean, I see 1 point for black there, and that's it.
You curl
The more points you
exactly.
insert.
Whoever gets closest to the hole.
You curl.
Oh, no. Just the tip.
On this board, I see there's arrows towards the hole. Is this for people that just can't understand what
That's
the
called
game's
a
about?
tramp. A tramp stamp.
They have to have an arrow towards the
sometimes to
hole?
give them a point of reference, they stretch a pair of old underwear around the bottom of that box so it looks like somebody pulled their skivvies down.
Tidy whities.
Skivvies.
I did tell my wife I had more practice.
What do? You curl your toe?
No.
Huh? I'll take your silence as a yes.
Screw you guys. I'm going home. Screw you. Oh.
Not bad.
Nah, but I'll let you know how I do.
No,
You know, you got to win this week. You know, to be 2-2.
2 into
2-2. Oh
okay.
no.
Okay.
Oh no. Damn you. You son of a.
He went
2 and 2.
2 into.
2-2.
Oh, he
Yes,
means
you-
like an
Yeah, we
N.
do.
2 and 2 in 2 and 2.
2 weeks.
That's gonna be what you know. It's funny you share something that censored content once.
Oh.
Wait.
Well, censored content's either gonna be 1 and 3 or he's gonna be 2 and 2. So it just depends on which way it goes for him tonight. So you and
He
him,
likes 1 and 3.
you and him are sharing.
You and him are lovers.
Yucca likes a tutu also. He'll wear one on the weekend.
A tutu? Island of Dr. Moreau says, Weeble just asked me to put up shares for lending. I think that notification went out a week ago, if I'm not mistaken.
A year ago.
They had a notification for share lending. Do check your Weeble status on share lending because sometimes when they put out... I'm actually going to check mine right now. Update your profile. Yep, here we go. Update your profile permissions to earn additional income on stocks you already own. Our seamless and secure process ensures you make the most out of your investments without any extra effort.
Time to suck it.
Let's see here. Put your shares to work. Ooh, I am not doing that. I'm not signing that shit. I am not putting my shares to work. Go F yourselves. All right, let me check my...
Put your booty to work.
Let me check my settings here real quick and just make sure, because I've seen it happen to where I've made sure that my shares were not loaned. Let me see how I get there again. Account management. Oh my goodness. Okay, so here's how you get there. If you are on your phone, because I'm not actually doing it through the computer here, but if you're on your phone, you can go to account management. So go to settings, which is under the menu. Go to menu, go settings, account management, and then you want to look for stock lending income program. When you click on that, it's going to ask you, put your shares to work, and it says on my phone, put your shares to work, enroll in the fully paid securities lending or FPSL program, and start earning on shares in your portfolio. I am not going to sign that because I do not want to be a part of it. So my shares should not be loaned out.
So they can give you a few measly dollars and then loan your shares out so somebody can pound the price down with them.
And they can,
who in the right mind would ever do that?
And then they can also make tons more money than you're making off those loan shares.
Oh yeah, they're gonna for every $10 that comes in, they're gonna give you 10 cents of it.
Yep.
And then so you're getting shafted on that, and then again they take it out and use it as a baseball bat to beat you to death with.
Mm-hmm.
They can all suck it.
Yep.
Like a dune bucket.
You suck a dune bucket?
Suck
I
it
went
like a
to see
dune bucket.
Garfield yesterday, guys.
How'd you like it?
Yeah.
Yeah, my daughter got a little bit emotional, but me too.
Aw.
It's all right.
Do you know what that
I
means?
didn't cry though.
That means she might love you.
Let's not go that far.
I mean, it's literally about a movie about a dad that never spends time with his kid, but was always there watching.
That's creepy.
So creepy.
Dang
Where
it.
are we going?
I think I just gave away the whole movie. Whoops.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, spoiler alert. Sorry about that. Just gave away the whole plot.
Yep. Fuck that up. It's over now.
It's all right. All the parents
What's
out there.
going on with the volume we're expecting? Where's the volume we're expecting?
Yeah, I'm not seeing it, but I'm thinking maybe towards the end portion of the day. I mean, it is higher than where I would have expected it to be. So I said 50 to 70. So the initial volume this morning was suggesting 30 to 50 million. That's what I would have predicted was 30 to 50 million. And we're getting that volume for sure. I mean, we're 29 million shares and we still have another 2 hours of trading to go here. So the additional volume that you're asking about, I think shows up basically in the last 2 hours. All this volume in the last 2 hours is going to be volume that should have been there yesterday.
All right.
Now, whether or not that ends up being 20 million or not, I don't know.
That's just, yeah, I mean, what are they doing?
And we end the day at 449.
But yesterday I was expecting about 100 million shares. We were shy by about 20-ish million. And today I think that 20 extra million shares is going to be, it looks like it's looking like it might actually only be about 10 million more today, but it's certainly higher than it should be right now. Based off this morning's pre-market volume.
I hear you.
Somebody's asking a DRS question. Boomstick says, is it really that much different from DRS other than the selling part from DRS blows? Hold on a second. Wait, what?
Maybe we should lend our
I
shares.
think he's talking about lending shares out, letting them borrow your shares. He's like, is lending your shares out for rent any different than DRSing? Two completely different things, Boomstick. If you put your, I don't believe in DRS, but DRS just, the way they tout it is it locks the shares up. But loaning your shares out, they're literally handing them out to people who want to short the stock. And so you're cutting your own throat. They're not the same thing.
He says, I'd rather not have volume on a red day. I agree. I tend to be with you on that in regards to what's going on. What I would suggest, though, is that I would look at yesterday and I would say, okay, well, we had 70-something million shares traded yesterday with an up day. It wasn't much. It was less than 1% up, but we were still up. So you're getting less. You're certainly getting less volume today than what you were seeing yesterday. And but what I'm saying is there should have been more volume yesterday, and it never showed up. And I think it's showing up today. The whole T+1 could be a reason why some of this is happening, why we're starting to see volume that should have been showing up one day showing up another. Since they had T+2 before, maybe they're having to change the way that they move volume on certain days so that it's I don't know. It does seem to be changing things a little bit, because I've never seen that in the past where volume that was traded or pre-market volume is suggesting you should see some number in volume, and then it doesn't happen, but the next day you have less pre-market volume but more for the day. And so it's almost as if they're now moving volume from one day to the next. It's like a cornhole league. That's funny. Don't you, Venus, don't you dare start talking about a corn Venus. Don't you dare start talking about a cornhole league when you don't even. Do you know what a cornhole league is like? Because it sounds like you're talking like you know what a cornhole league is like. Don't you make compare? Yeah, that's like telling somebody this tastes like poop, and then everybody goes, "What did you eat poop before?"
Danny.
Well,
Danny, why?
there are two distinctly different types. You have a cornhole league, and then you have a cornhole.
Hey.
So they're not exactly the same. There's a subtle difference.
I hope someone clips that and replaces my snoring on live TV.
Did that get clipped? Did somebody clip that?
I hope so. Yeah.
Oh man.
Fucking Papa Mac.
We got to get Pro Driller over there on that and have him clip that out for us.
Yeah, thank you, Pro Driller.
He's our resident expert on clipping.
He's professional at it. I've noticed. He got ice mocha in there.
I'm sorry that I'm still laughing at that whole cornhole thing. There's cornhole and then there's cornhole.
That's it. You nailed it. That's perfect right there.
It can't
they're
get
not
out
the same.
I can't get out of my head.
The same.
Damn.
Hey, cornhole.
You know what that sucks about all this is that somebody's going to ask me here, because inevitably living in Texas, somebody is ultimately going to be playing cornhole someplace or another. And somebody's going to ask me if I want to play cornhole someday, and I'm just going to start busting up like Beavis and Butthead.
So rude.
Yeah.
So rude. So just.
And it's going to mean something for me, and for them, they're not going to have any clue.
Insulting. Yeah.
Yeah. So, thanks a lot for ruining that for me.
Cornhole or corn?
Yeah, that's when you ask him. So, I'm gonna need you to ask me one more time so I can focus on your inflection. You're like, what?
They're gonna be like, "You want to come over for dinner? We can play cornhole and toss the ring." And I'll be like,
"Oh,
I don't know if I can go."
The other one, I don't know.
Ring toss. Oh my goodness. I don't know. That sounds like too much fun.
Did you say ring toss? Oh no.
Ring stretch.
There's another game they have here, and I don't know what it's called. You guys are gonna laugh when you hear this one. It's usually it looks like PVC pipe, and there's like 2 or 3 different rungs, and then you've got 2 balls that are attached by a rope.
With a string on them.
Yeah,
it's like a laundry rack, like something your wife would hang lingerie on a laundry rack. I've seen that before.
And then you throw these. I don't even know what they call those things. I don't know what any of this called.
Yeah, it's like a bolo. Yeah.
Is that what it's called? Bolo? I don't know. So you throw them and you're trying to hit specific rungs for points. And
right.
I don't know what that game's called. What's it called?
Boomstick.
Ladder golf.
I thought you were implying that DRS was the same as lending out the shares. I misunderstood you. If you're saying DRS and not lending her out to shares is the same, then yeah, that's pretty obvious. And people who DRS their shares, they're locking them up, and by refusing to lend your shares, you're essentially saying they're not available as well. So yeah, and in that regard, yeah, it's kind of the same, I guess. Is the same.
Ducky and Bullish has a question for you.
Richard says it's called ladder ball. Thanks, Richard.
Yeah, I did not know that's what that was called. Thank you for letting me know, because I had no clue. Ducky and Bullish says, I have a question, Casey. If institutions are buying tens or hundreds of thousands of shares, millions, by the way, how do we know they aren't selling them to the naked shorts? Undoubtedly they are. Lending. Selling them, that does happen on occasion. And whenever we see, I can point out probably a half a dozen times over the last 3 years where institutions have sold off on very large block amounts. And in regards to what you're asking, like how do we know that they're not selling? They are. They absolutely are. Not only that, but I think there's enough proof now, especially for this last year, that they've actually been selling off their positions without recalling back the loan shares that they had. So in other words, they were still lending the positions that they had, selling their positions, and then buying back in at a lower cost while still lending the shares. There's enough evidence to prove that now. So, and it's really, really, really bad. They shouldn't be doing that. And I would imagine in the next couple months, I'm probably going to be pushing an effort for myself, nobody else. I'm going to do it myself, to have a lawyer get involved in going after some of the brokers who are doing that. And the reason that we can tell that that's the case is because none of the institutions are claiming that they have shares of AMC when we know that AMC has been diluting millions and millions of shares into the marketplace. So if they're not buying, but they're selling, they're not reporting any of that. None of it. They're not, because otherwise they would be reporting, over 5% ownership to get the amount of sales that they've been pushing out into the marketplace in shares. So they're selling off their positions, rebuying back in at a lower cost, and it's messed up.
I mean, it's good for them.
It's great for
Casey,
them.
I don't mind telling you, I've grown weary of the teaching aspect. I don't know how you do it, the arguing, if you will, or the people who want to know this, that, or the other. Not for anybody particular today, just in general. I think I'm just become so exhausted. I want to just tell people, look, I don't give a flying F what you do. Come, stay, lay, or pray. Just go read. There's so many videos out there that cover all of this. You can come in this thing today if you lived under a rock, and you could sit down tonight and read through the videos, and you could bring yourself up to speed pretty much in one good evening. So I become a little impatient with some of the new names that come around, and it's like day one, and they want somebody to sell them or hold their hand. And I guess maybe it's a character flaw of mine, and I'm willing to admit that, but I'm just done. I'm done trying to convince people or show them the light. Sometimes I just want to tell them, I don't give a shit what you do. I know what I'm doing, and I'm not here to educate you, but I'm certain it's just a factor that I've been worn down from all of this.
Yeah.
I'll hold your hand.
Sometimes when you get that way, I find it's best to just kind of take a step back and refresh.
Yep.
But I mean, you're gonna do what you're gonna do. Why am I so patient? Because my mom was freaking patient as ass with me.
I admire you for it. It's commendable.
She had so much patience for me that I and let me tell you, I have my days. I totally have my days where it's like I'm just like, oh, I can't believe they're asking this again. And it's
I'm not. I can't be more clear. This is not because of any one particular question today. No, anybody, please don't read into that. I just meant it as a normal course of conversation. That I personally a little bit battle weary, and I guess more in my personal circles, like with my best friend and some other people. I just become so exasperated with them. I just shrug my head and say, "Do what you want. I'm done. Do what you want. You want to ask me what I'm doing, and I'll tell you. But don't ask me why I should sell you on what you should do."
Yeah, that's
button for it. It doesn't matter. We own the controlling interest in the company.
Yeah, I'm not here. I've decided a long time ago that I'm not here to try and sell anybody anything. I'm not.
Absolutely.
I'm not here to do that. That's not what my purpose is.
Share your thoughts.
Yeah, if you wanna buy into this, it's something you have to decide for yourself, and you have to have your own commitment to wanting to be a part of what it is that's going on here. It can't come from me. Because if your motivation is coming from anything that it is that I'm saying or doing, then you're in this for the wrong reasons. It should have nothing to do with me whatsoever.
And if you're that easily swayed, you'll be just as easily swayed to collapse at the worst possible time as well.
Yep.
So
absolutely.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Absolutely. Dario says, "What if we don't hit SSR, Casey? Then the short share restriction will not be will not be active going into tomorrow, and they will."
Monday.
Say again.
And Monday, right?
Well, no, tomorrow's Thursday, so it would be on. If they tripped 10% today, it would be today and tomorrow.
I see.
So it just means all that would mean is that there's less short exempt volume that would end up being marked as short exempt. It doesn't mean anything good or bad. It's just a matter of pressure that's being put on institutions to find shares at a later date. And the more times that they have to SSR and to create more short exempt volume, the more that's going to cost them in the future on shares that they have to find in the future.
They tripped GME.
Yes, they did.
That's what AB's.
Yep, GME got tripped already. And I think part of that is because of the excessive volume that we saw yesterday. I think that's a good reason. That's probably a pretty dang good reason why it's probably going to get tripped again today for AMC. I think. We'll see. I mean,
I'm trying to run it down like an hour and a half ago.
I think if what they're going to do is they're going to trade it sideways right up until the end of the day, like they did. What was it? I can't remember if it was Thursday or it had to be Thursday last week. One of the days last week, they hit SSR at the very last second, just before market close. And I have a kind of a hunch that that's going to be the same case again today too. I love Dr. Moreau says, "Hey Casey, we call it bags here in Chicago. Never heard cornhole. Is this like Texas, like queer and steers bags?"
That's Florida.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't
Wait
know.
a second.
I don't know.
It's called bags in Florida too. It's just like this little group called it cornhole.
Oh no.
Seth is officially out of school. Yay! Yay, Seth. Seth just got home. He's officially out of school. School's out for the summer. He says it's too hot outside. He's gonna go upstairs. All right, so here goes my internet. I'm just teasing, but I probably will. So let's go take a look at numbers real quick here and find out what's going on. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna be from this day going forward. I'm gonna be competing with summertime kids at home. Internet. So that's gonna be a lot of interestingness.
You tell them to get a job and pay for their own phone.
No, they're not old enough. Seth's actually, this means he's graduated from 8th grade. He's now officially, I don't know if they consider you official high schooler after you graduate or if it's when you first start your first day, but he's going to be in his freshman year of high school next year, so. Yep.
Yeah. Nice.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, let me take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here.
Words of wisdom from Mr. Know-It-All.
Thanks, Censor Jonathan. Let's see what we got going on here. Where am I again?
Wasn't that Bullwinkle?
Yeah, I think
Right?
so.
It was from
Yeah.
Bullwinkle,
Yeah. Off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We got about 53.85% going through off exchange, EDGX at 12.96. Combined total 66.81%. That's about 2.81% higher than what I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 3,444 shares. Nothing unusual there. GME CHX volume for the day is at 26,570. That is very elevated. Not quite over the 30,000, but it'll probably get there before the end of the day is over. According to IBKR, there's still 1 million shares available to be borrowed. And look at the fees going up here. It went from 1.89% to 2.74 all of a sudden. I wonder if that's because of the fact that Ortex is saying that there's been 9.22 million shares borrowed for the day. Maybe shares are being hard to find, becoming hard to find. And IBKR has got 1 million of them. So it was 10.34 million shares according to Ortex an hour ago. Now 9.22. It's going to drop the estimated short share interest, the free float, slightly to 13.44%. The cost per hour min is at 2.32, average 3.06, and max is at 4.33. Shares on loan for the day today is at 65.6 million shares. That's 180,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is suggesting there's been 73,000 shares returned for the day. I have not yet sent Ortex out a message yet for the day on that information. I need to remember to do that. I probably will get to it after market closes. Yeah. Looking at options. Highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at a $5 strike with 26.7 thousand contracts in volume. It's now 29.4. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4.50 strike. There was 8.2 thousand contracts in volume. Now it's 9.8. Market's still suggesting a closing price between $4.50 and $5 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers. GME is on the list here with a 64.44% buy to 35.56% sell ratio. Looking pretty sweet. And AMC managed to make it onto the list an hour ago. Look at this buy-sell ratio. 69.47% buys. Nice. To 30.53% sell ratio. That's beautiful. Love it. We're looking really good. We're on the top 30 most heavily traded stocks based off those orders. And we have an amazing buy-sell ratio, which is great. I'm loving what I'm seeing. MMRI an hour ago was 302.33. It's now 301.13. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates an hour ago was 0.363. It is now currently at 0.367. NASDAQ is down 0.24, Dow Jones is down 0.92, and the S&P 500 is down 0.5. We have 4,177 decliners to 1,479 advancers. The market's just slightly more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago, but still, hot lava fire, do not touch the floor, it'll burn your feet kind of nastiness going on right now. Still has not fully recovered from this morning. Sectors that are doing poorly for the day today, we had about 5 sectors that were down 1% or more. Still 5. Worst 2 sectors are energy, followed by, I think, utilities. Yeah, utilities. The 2 big recessionary sectors. Mag 7, we now have almost all 7 in the money for the day today. 2 are really close. They're going back and forth between breaking even. Financial institutions at plus or minus 2.5% or more are going to get a shout out from yesterday's closing price. Coinbase is down 2.78. FRC is down 28.57. NYCB is down 2.73. Stank of California is down 3.59. CIBC is down 2.73. No, I don't hate California. And that appears to be it. Gold is down 0.74 and starting to trend back up. Silver is up 0.39, trending up. Ethereum Classic is down 2.8 and finally breaking that level of resistance here twice so far. Looking like it's starting to consolidate and wanting to break out above this level of resistance that it's currently breaking through after a downtrend for the day today. US dollar is currently down 0.4 and consolidating after an uptrend. Oil is down 3.56 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.3 to 0.41 and starting to trend back up. SPY is down 0.54 and consolidating. VIX is currently up 6.66 at 1378 and slightly trending down. Futures are suggesting it should be around 1418. It's pretty close. VB is down 1.2, consolidating. VBR is down 1.16, consolidating. Tesla's down 0.03, consolidating. Amazon is up 0.6 and starting to make a trend up. Cinemark is down 0.64 and consolidating after a downtrend. Doge is down 2.54, and I'm going to start calling this consolidation. Some consolidation with volatility. It's almost like a dead even point right here is around 16.165. Bitcoin is down 2%, trending down. GME is down 9.82 and consolidating after a trend down. HYMC is down 5.96, trending down. NCMI is down 0.89, and looks like it's trying to break a downtrend into an uptrend. Hood is up 1.76, trending up, and AMC is down 8.38 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, there's approximately $6.2 million more inflow than outflow, 29.76 million shares traded so far. After, what are we at here? 283 minutes. After 283 minutes of trading, we're at about a pace for about 41 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's going to be underneath my expectations of 50 to 70 million shares, so it's all going to come down to this last hour, but I'm pretty sure we'll end up seeing less volume today than what I had predicted. I upped my volume today a little bit based off of some of the numbers that we didn't get yesterday, but I think I may have gone too far. Originally, I think I'd said 30 to 50 is what I wanted to guess for my volume prediction, then upped it to 50 to 70. So this morning, so we're getting, basically what I'm trying to say is we're getting more volume than we were initially looking like we were going to get from this morning, but it's not as much as I predicted. I should have gone 40-60, but whatever. It's too late now. 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 40.39, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 30.8. Which is below average and almost signaling oversold. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 28.89, signaling oversold. On a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence on the Vortex indicator looking like it's about to curve, but also a lot of whipsaw, meaning that both the buying pressure and selling pressure have crossed paths here on multiple occasions within the last half hour. RSI is at 48.52, which is average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. Let's see if we can get an idea where this is heading. I really... I don't see a clear indication as to where price movement is heading towards. So I think one of the things that I was kind of talking about earlier this morning on a 1-hour time interval, I'd posted up, maybe it was the 30-minute. I had posted up an ascending broadening wedge, and I said that if price breaks out of this, which it was looking like it was going to do, and it did, that was probably going to be retesting the secondary touching point, which is right here at about $4.37, as indicated by this value rate here. 4365. I said 437, close enough. So a retest of 437 is looking like what it wants to do here. There is a greater chance that this is going to hit 437 and see a continuation of price movement downwards. Then there is a chance of a reversal. Let me pull up. I always forget what the percentage is on this. Give me 1 second and I'll find it. Oh, no. I don't think I have this page saved. It's all right. I'll find it. I don't know how I can remember some of the... I'm really bad with remembering names, but for some reason, Bulkowski just always sticks with me. Encyclopedia... Here we go. If you guys have not been to this website, I highly recommend it. I think it is a brilliant website dedicated to Bukowski's visual patterns that are out there and what to expect from price movements based off of those indicators. Holy shit, he has cat ears in here. I didn't even know that was a... He's literally got cat ears in here. I didn't even realize that he had that in here. I find that really interesting. I just always call them cat ears because that's what I thought they looked like. I didn't know that was an actual Bukowski term. I mean, there's tons of them. You're going to find that link that I just gave you takes you to a lot of different charts and what to kind of expect from price movements based off that. One I'm looking for right now is an ascending broadening wedge. Let's see here. Downward 52% of the time. The ascending broadening wedge is a chart pattern that tends to disappear in a bear market. Most often you'll find them in a bull market with a downward breakout. For more information, let's see, where do we get? Downward trend breakout. Secondary touching point. I think it's like downward breakout, downward 52% of the time. Both trend line slope upward. Let's see here. At least 3 peaks and valleys should touch their respective trend line. We definitely have that. Okay, so let me pull up this chart here. Oh, you're not going to let me pull that up. All right, let me take a picture of this chart. Hold on a second. So it looks like, and here would be your secondary touching point right here. In this example right here, I don't think that they're, and I've got a really thick line on this. If I could customize the pen. Let's make it fine. So you've got your secondary touching point like right about here. Hence the reason why they've got that red line and at where it's at. It's just slightly lower than the secondary touching point on the bottom side. So in this particular example right here, price movement tends to trend upwards, gets that breakout going down, should retest that secondary touching point, and then the reversal has a 81% of them have reversals, trending in price back upwards. What is the percentage? 66. Breakout downward 52% of the time. I can't find the percentage in here. I'm pretty sure it's like, I thought it was like a 62% number, but I don't see that number in here listed. Maybe it's 52. Which breakout upward? Oh, 66 to 67% of the time. Volume irregular, but trends upwards 60. Okay, so it's just talking about volume. So it's saying that on price movement downwards, it should see increasing volume 66 to 67% of the time as it's trending down. And I would say that's maybe a little bit of the case in the beginning portion of the day where the big move started to happen at. But I'm not seeing the point. I could have sworn there was a statistic on this somewhere that gave like a percentage meeting price target for oh, here it is, 61. There it is. I just found it. 60% meeting price target for up down breakouts 61.71. So up is 61%. So basically a 61% chance that you'll see price bounce off this line here and start heading this direction. Now 60, for those of you who are out there going like 61% chance, that ain't shit. I understand, but in the game, in the bigger picture, if you can bet more often than not on the right direction and you're 61% of the time correct, you're going to win more often than you're going to lose, and that's a good percentage. So I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but being able to predict which way price is going to move and then getting that right more often than not is really what you're trying to seek. So I want to see price come down and retest 437, which would be the secondary touching point right here. And then a reversal off of something very, very close to that amount, which happens to be SSR, off by SSR by 2 pennies. Did I lose anybody in that? How many people did I lose? How many people did I lose here on that, like that whole talking point right there? Anybody like just decided to turn off?
I'm listening, but I got announcements. You got my mic muted. Good stuff.
I wasn't paying attention. I have ADD.
Thanks for that link.
You're welcome.
You down with ADD?
Yeah, you know me. I like the fact that Full FOMO says, yeah, Casey, talk about SSR for the 100th time today, please. You're welcome.
So where does SSR trigger at again?
439. I love you guys because I think it's funny sometimes.
Casey. Hello?
Yeah.
You there?
Yeah.
What the hell's going on? What's 439?
Yo, mama.
Oh.
Wait.
That's messed up. That is messed up. I can't believe I just said that.
439. I don't get it, but you only see a 9 there. What is that 9 for? That green 9?
The
on your
green,
screen.
the green line.
The 9, the green 9. You said 439. I don't see 439.
The green 9 right here is a TD9 that was printed out. That means that you have 9 consecutive points closing in a downwards direction. In this particular case, it's a down direction. When you get the green 9, it means it's going to start trending back up. If it's a red 9, it's going the other direction.
9 titties? Somebody's short. 1.
9? Isn't that like 0?
You said 9 titties.
9?
A titty 9.
9 titties.
A titty
4,
9, you said.
439?
You said it printed a 9 titty. Don't they come in pairs?
I don't know, Yucky. You tell me. Do
Total
they?
Recall.
Do they come in pairs?
Except in Total Recall.
I don't think they may come in pairs, but if you I screwed the joke up. Never mind.
Pair of these.
They usually come in pairs, but if you ask Lance Armstrong, he'll tell you that it's not. They don't always go in pairs. Damn it! I still screwed it up. I tried to recover and I still couldn't do it.
Damn it, Joe Pound. Stop following me. He's spying on me.
Did you? Let me ask you a question, Yucca. You said you took your daughter to see Garfield, right?
Yeah.
Did you
She's
give her?
following me too? What the hell?
Did you give her a hug at the end?
Yeah, I always give her a hug.
Oh, that's good. That's really good. I'm glad to hear
Even
that.
when we're
That
not
makes
watching, like
that makes me happy.
the question is, I want to know the feedback on the Mr. Beast Feastable Peanut Butter and sea salt.
You know, I don't get in that whole Mr. Beast stuff. I don't know. What's that guy freaks me out a little bit. I'm not sure what's going on with him.
Well,
like it just seems weird. Like you want to like him, but you want to hate him at the same time. And I'm never sure if he's like a jerk or a nice guy. I feel like I did something really, really mean when I was in middle school. Me and my friends put a quarter in a drinking fountain, and then we we chewed up a bunch of food and spit it on top of the quarter in the drinking fountain. I'm sure this is how, if you guys want to judge. This is something I did in middle school. I would never do it again. But then we sat there at the table and we waited to see who was going to come by and actually picked up the quarter out of that drinking fountain after we had just done all kinds of nasty stuff to it. And I feel like that's what like Mr. Beast is like. He like throws down like $1 million into like a really bad situation, and then says, "Have fun," and forces people to do stupid, humiliating things.
A brand new iPhone 10 in a box into a porta potty.
Now
who's willing to reach down in there.
Yeah, and then videotapes it and says like, oh, you know, I'll just give you this anyways, or I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to get at is that that's the kind of stuff that I did when I was in middle school, and I think back to it and I go like, it was mean, it was cruel. Just be nice to people and give them something. Don't make them fight over it or do stupid shit or humiliate themselves. Because all it really does is it just turns you into like the guy that's the host for like the Hunger Games. And nobody really liked that lady. So do you really want to be that person? I know I wouldn't want to be that person. It'd be cool to have his money. But just give the money. Just give the money to people. Like, don't force them to do stupid shit. Or force them to do things that are kinder, things that make them grow and to be better people.
So you don't care for the guy, the old man with the fishing pole with the $5 on the commercial, where he's like, you got to be faster than that. You don't care for that guy. I love to do myself.
Yeah.
Gotta be quicker than that. Gotta be quicker than that.
And you know, and I see some people are saying, but people like it, and they do, but it's because they think they can win something. Some people walk away with getting nothing, and nobody ever thinks, I guess, about those people that got nothing, and they sat there and gave up their time and their. Sometimes
leave a
he'll
little bit of their self-respect behind.
Yeah, nobody ever really thinks about that. But I mean, he does sometimes gift them something if he just, I don't know why, for whatever reason. I'm torn. I'm just torn. I don't know how I feel about it. I just don't know. I just think that sometimes I feel good about what it is I see him doing, and other times I just feel like he's just being a jerk. So I don't know. But it kind of bothers me, though, because it's just like, it really is the Hunger Games. I mean, we're not killing each other yet. But this is like this is how you get these are the kind of baby steps that you take in society on getting to the Hunger Games. It's like, well, I'll drink a gallon of milk to win money, but actually, I don't know if you guys heard this or not, but somebody actually did die in a contest where they had to drink milk, and the lady died for the prize.
I seen one for water. I didn't see
Water.
one about milk, but I seen one.
Yeah.
She drank too much water. I did see.
That was actually the first time that I learned you could die from drinking too much water. I didn't even know that was a possibility. I was like, what? Crazy.
Well, to be fair, listen, I know it's cruel, it's awful, and I think the guy caught all kinds of hell over it. But the dude who was doing the bum fights where they were driving around and he had offered like two homeless guys $100 to beat the hell out of each other. I don't know why, but I just thought it was incredibly funny. And I guess I guess that just shows you that that people can have a mean streak in them. And,
Yeah, I'm not into that. That's why I liked American Idol, but I didn't like it. I didn't like the people that were getting tortured on those shows, but I liked it when I saw people who had good talent and were competing. So there was a portion, the first couple weeks, I could skip that entire portion where people were really, really bad. And when it gets down to the meat of like the really good people, when they go to Hollywood, like that's where it starts getting good for me, because I like seeing people legitimately compete against each other with good talent. But I didn't like that.
Well, it's interesting. It's an interesting thing because at first blush you say, well, the guy who's trying to engage them in that, he's victimizing people. But then you say, well, how's that any different than two professional boxers who get in a ring that are offered money to club each other to death? And then you take it a step further and say it's really a commentary on where we are as people, because if two guys are willing to beat the hell out of each other for $100, that says something. So.
Yeah, I don't know. Thor-bladed, yes. I
think Food Dog likes all that.
What, American Idol?
Nah, man. Well, he watches American Idol while eating Mr. Beast bars.
Are you just saying shit just because he's not here to defend himself?
Oh, he's here. I see his
Is
face
he?
right there.
Oh, is he here? I don't see his face. Where's his face?
You don't see him?
No.
Is it just stuck on my phone?
Must be. I don't see his face.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not. It's weird because I see him. Let me refresh. This is ridiculous.
Oh, so you were talking. So you were talking crap, but you thought only because you thought he was here. I got you.
I'm still talking crap. He's not here.
All right.
But he's listening. I know he's listening. Anyways.
Ducking Bullish. Do you remember? Oh, I want to forget his name. The dude that had like the first and the last name that was like the same thing. What was his name? It was like David Davidson or something. I can't remember what it was. It was something like that. Jack Jackson or... Shoot, I can't remember what it was. Anyways, same thing happened the year that guy won American Idol. I predicted in his first audition that he would win the American Idol that year. I had money on it. I was like, this guy is gonna win. I know he is.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Did you win?
Yeah, he won it all.
Yeah. Mm. All right. But did you win any money?
I didn't think. Oh well, not really, but I was fake money. A gentlemanly bet that I didn't collect on. I can't remember his name. I don't know. It's gonna bother me now. What bothers me even more is the fact that he didn't even do anything. Like afterwards, he did like one album, and I haven't seen anything from him since.
She banged?
No. Let's see here. Philip Phillips.
Pull up on these.
Season 11. Yeah, the minute I saw him, I was like, this dude's... The only problem that I didn't know on the first audition was how he was going to do with some of the... Because sometimes they give you songs to do that just aren't your cup of tea. And I think they do that for a reason, because they want the people to be kind of flexible in what they can sing. And I was like, oh, he's going to struggle. Whatever week that ends up being on, he's going to struggle on it. And he did. He did kind of struggle on it, but he made it through, so that was all he needed to do to make it to the end, so. Dick.
You think he likes tea?
I think, if I remember correctly, didn't he audition on like a aircraft carrier or something like that?
Probably. Did he come out in a movie as well?
Did he what?
Come out in a movie?
I don't know. I feel like they get him a lot of exposure. Well, at least they used to. They used to get him a lot of exposure whenever they would win.
You know, we're talking about the magician or not the magician, right? Singer.
They're all magicians.
Oh, who was the one that was a singer?
they're all magicians. I don't know what you're talking about. That was oh man, I can't remember his name either now. What was his name? Fan or something? I don't know. Was that his name? I'll have to look it up. William Hung. He was your favorite, wasn't he? Yucca. Man, Yucca just disappears on us. Just like in and out. Drops little one-liners. Ducking Bullet. See, Ducking, I haven't watched American Idol in years because I kind of gave up on it a little bit. It just, I don't know, it started getting mean. I think I gave up on it when Avril Lavigne was on. It pissed me off. You know what really pissed me off about it is that there was a guy that was like a school teacher, or I think he was a youth pastor or something like that. And he had a wife and a kid. He just had a brand new baby, or the wife was pregnant when he was on there, and the wife ended up having the baby while he was on the show. And Avril Lavigne didn't want to push him through, and the reason for it was she was like, "This is no place for somebody who's married and got a new kid expecting or on the way or already born or whatever." And so she was like, "I don't vote for you." And I was like, "You son of a bitch!" I'm like, "You go in there and ruin somebody's dream." Because you think you know what's best for him. Let him live his life and decide his own. Like, if he's good enough to go through, you push him through.
Presumptuous, yeah.
Yeah, and it pissed me off. And then afterwards,
that's not her. That shouldn't be. That's not your decision to make, lady.
Yeah, afterwards, I think him and his wife ended up having issues though because of the fact that he was on the on the TV show. So I was part of me was sitting there going like, she was right. But at the same time,
and she could be right, but it's his right to be wrong. It's his decision to make.
That's what I felt
his
like.
mistake to make. It's
right.
Yeah.
And he was damn good too. He had a great voice. He was really, really good. I was happy that he made it on. He didn't need her vote, luckily. And I just stopped watching because I was just like, these judges are biased, and I just don't, if they're good, they're good. Put them through. Ducking Bullish says, "What kind of vocal judging is that?" I know exactly. That's my point. It's like I couldn't watch a show anymore where it was about them deciding whether somebody would make it through or not because of their life situation or some
right.
BS
Making lifestyle choices for them, or like they've got some long list of prerequisites that have to be met.
Yeah, it was American Idol. It was the season that Avril Lavigne was on there. I think it may have been the first season she was on there. I don't know if she was on multiple seasons or not, but I guess I really started not liking Avril Lavigne after that. I was like, oh man, judgy much? Yes, Casey, she was a judge. Well, maybe it is. Could be. I don't know.
And now for something completely different.
It's Corona time. Hey, it's Corona time right now. It's Corona time. It's Corona time.
Yay! Okay, thank you for that. So, censor content. Are we down for Back of the Big Tramp or someplace to watch the game tonight?
For the love of God, censor content. Please tell this man.
Guaranteed.
Please tell this man you'll watch this hockey game with him.
You gonna be there?
Yeah, for sure. I went out and bought a sports bet ticket in your honor.
What does that mean?
There you go.
I picked the Oilers to win, and then I took a baseball game where KC's going to win.
Oh, nice.
And I combined them.
Nice. I'm not a big Royals fan, but whatever.
Oh, I'm like, which one should I pick? I'm like, I'll pick KC. KC to win. Yay.
So what is that, like a 2-for-1? Both teams have to win for you to win?
Yeah.
Man, what are the odds on that? Pretty bad, I would assume.
$10 pays like 50 something.
That's not bad.
Now, is this, you guys have an even bet, KC, or is you giving points on this?
No, I'm not betting. I'm not betting.
Giving up points or anything?
To be very honest, and I'm not, and it's not because I'm hating on the Dallas Stars or anything, but I think the Oilers look like a better team every time they get on the ice. And I don't know what happens.
Who's the odds makers? Who's the odd makers giving this the favorite tonight? If I was to pull up Vegas,
it's got to be Dallas.
Team over the other?
It's got to be Dallas.
Okay.
Oilers are the favorite.
Are they really? Are they? They're not in Edmonton, are they?
Yeah, it's second game for Edmonton. Second.
All right. Well, maybe that's why they've got the favorite. It didn't help them 2 days ago.
No, it didn't.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Does that mean the rest of the games are going to be... Wait, 1, 3...
The rest?
Goes
2 at home for you guys, then 2 on the road for you guys. Then it alternates the last 3.
Okay.
So the next game after this will be in Dallas, then Edmonton, then Dallas.
So is Fu back or no?
No, but you are.
Yeah, I had to take care of a customer.
Well, that's good.
Came in, collected some money. She paid.
Donald is saying the Avril Lavigne was never on American Idol. Hold on a second. Is that true? I don't think I ever watched The Voice. Hold on a second.
So
If you go back and you look, if you look at it, it says Avril Lavigne, season 9 of American Idol.
Oh, William Hung.
Yes, we got that when you
Casey.
left. That's why I was.
That's
yeah.
who it was.
Yeah.
So yeah, so he was pursuing, I think, becoming a police officer or a sheriff.
Oh, really?
Did you know about that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, and I think he was for some time. It's interesting, you know.
Oh, don't you worry, Donald Devoid. I was heavily into American Idol in the earlier years, so I was pretty sure because I never really watched The Voice before. So
Maybe they have a Dunner, what they call a Dunner Krunig effect, where these singers, they think they're really good, and when they hear themselves, they think they're really good. Maybe that's what the Hung guy was doing.
well, it is. Yeah, it is actually what it is, and I experienced it in college because I was a music major, and one of the prerequisites that you have to, as a music major, is that you have to sing. Believe it or not, like you can't just play an instrument. You actually do have to sing too, even if you can't sing. And I've seen it firsthand where somebody thinks that they can sing, but they're tone deaf, and they think they're hitting the notes that you're playing, but they're not even close.
Yeah.
And
Right.
no,
You're just letting it rip. Yeah.
you're laughing, and I'm gonna be straight with you and tell you that I wish I could say that I didn't laugh, but it was funny. It was funny until you had to sit through it all year long, and then it was sad.
Right. And that wasn't funny.
Yeah, it wasn't funny, and I can never laugh at that stuff again, because to me, I had to go through a year's worth of music with a person who desired and wanted her entire life to be about music, and she had no capability of doing so. And it was so devastating for me to experiencing that happen in real life. But it is a true thing. Tone deaf is a real thing. And the people who are tone deaf think that they're hitting the notes just fine and have no clue. It's horrific. It's horrific.
What about Carl?
I again, like I said, after having lived through that, I can't laugh at it anymore. I mean, it used to be funny to me, but not anymore. It's sad. So
yeah,
because I want people to enjoy or love me. I love it when people love or have passion for music, and to see your desires or your dreams flush down the tubes because you just were born with tone deafness and you can't fix that. It sucks.
How about Carl Hungit?
Who's that?
They made a feature length movie with Meryl Streep in it about I think it was she wanted to be the lady. It's a true life story about a lady who was a patron of the arts, and I guess she was a billionaire or heiress, and she was the benefactor. She paid all the money for the opera house, so they were kind of like honor bound to let her sing, and I think she was just completely awful. And I watched the entire movie from beginning to end, and it made me uncomfortable so many times. But if you get a chance to see it, it's got Meryl Streep in it. I mean, it wasn't some summer stock production. It was a real movie. But apparently, it was based on a real true story in a woman who bought her way on stage.
Yeah, Donald DeVoy is saying she was a guest, that Avril Lavigne was a guest judge on one episode, apparently. That's why I don't remember. And that's probably what pissed me off more than anything, Donald, is that, now that you're mentioning that, I think that's what made me angry, is that she was determining whether or not somebody made it through for their live stream to become, a famous singer. And all she was doing was guest judging on a single day. And it was like, F you. Don't you destroy this person's dreams and hopes because you got to be a guest judge in a show where you're one-time hit wonder.
Especially for that reason. The justification was bad. It'd been one thing if the person couldn't sing or whatever, but to do it on such a flimsy reason.
Yeah, it pissed me off. You keep saying Carl Hungus. I don't know who that is. I'm not looking it up. Let's see here.
Casey, did you look it up?
No, I'm not going to look it up. Why am I looking it up? You want to look up Huge Hungus?
No.
Okay.
Carl Hungus.
Okay. Let me go look up Carl Hungus then.
You know who that is?
No.
All right.
It's the Big Lebowski.
See what I'm saying? Every time I want to get into a conversation, I get a phone call.
That's what it's like when you're a mover and a shaker. Can't help it. Yuck. Got a lot of irons in the fire. Comes with the territory, man.
Well, so Chi-Town Turtle, Avril Lavigne said the guy was great. She told him he had what it took to, vocally to be good and compete, but she didn't want to push him through because of his life situation. And I was like, that's a bunch of crap. But I agree. Absolutely. People should have talent to make it through. And it does. You're right that people need to find out that they're not good at singing on national television in front of a lot of people where there are some people out there. So look, when you go to pay a voice coach or a vocal coach to teach you how to sing, they're taking a paycheck. They don't care how well you sing, and they're going to give you positive reinforcement because they want you to feel good about your singing, because half the battle is just performing in front of people, and you have to have confidence to do that.
Therapist, just like therapy.
Yeah.
It's just like therapy.
And
they
so
don't want you to get better. They want you to come back next week and cry and whine some more for $100 an hour.
Yeah, and so you're paying this person to basically like teach you to be better singer, and they keep giving you positive affirmation, and you feel good about yourself, and then you go out and you try out, and everybody's always telling you, your parents are telling you, your brothers and your sisters are all being nice and telling you you're great, and then you go on to live TV in front of the nation, and you suck butt, and everybody tells you suck butt, and you leave there feeling like a piece of poo.
Confused.
Yeah, you're left going like, why? I spent all this money. I spent all this money, and everybody says I'm great, but then these 3 judges get up there and are like, "Dog, you're terrible. I can't take it." And it's horrible. It's horrible. It's not cool. There's got to be a better way to tell people they're not good than that.
Yeah. That's why everybody should watch The Big Lebowski.
Yeah.
Starring Steve Donald.
UPS delivery guy says maybe she wanted the spot to go to someone who wouldn't have to quit. I can't even argue. I can't even argue with you because you're right. But I don't know. Give them a chance. Chi-Town Turtle says, how many rappers, singers use voice-altering stuff that are famous? Probably a lot. Way more than you would guess.
Do you own a bucket hat?
A bucket hat?
Yeah.
I have a fuck it bucket.
Oh.
What's a bucket hat?
A hat that looks like a bucket.
No, I don't have one of those.
It's like a Gilligan's Island hat.
You mean like a fishing hat?
Yeah, I guess. More of a bucket hat.
Yeah,
They call it.
I used to have something kind of like that, but not really. Apex, we'll take a look at the numbers here in 2 minutes.
Yeah. Apex.
I can tell you
It
we
was
have
2
not
minutes.
we have not tripped SSR for the day today. But I have a feeling, I have a weird hunch that there's a possibility maybe we see that trip right at the very end of the day.
My price prediction based on it.
But
Yoko Gilligan wore a traditional sailor's hat. I think he
Is
just
that a
had it
sailor's
folded
hat?
down.
No,
he
I thought-
had it folded down.
Wasn't it
He had
just
it folded down as opposed to having, you know, it has the rim. It has the rim that goes a brim that goes all the way around. And I think Gilligan turned his hat down completely. If I'm not mistaken, that was just a traditional sailor's hat.
Oh, was it? Oh yeah, how about that?
I don't know.
I guess I never realized that.
I've watched every Gilligan's episode 10 times each. I'm telling you, man, that was the shit back in the day.
I guess I just never really
I thought it was a
noticed
bucket.
what it was.
That was a bucket hat.
Huh. It's like, is that really? Hold on, Pirate. Tell me if this is the case. Where do you want me to put it, on the live or in the? That's a sailor's hat right there?
Live, man.
Is that a sailor's hat?
I think I'm 10 seconds behind or something. It'll pop up here.
Good morning, Casey.
Morning.
Crew.
It's really interesting
I just-
though, because depending on where you go in some of the pictures, some actually do look like a sailor's hat, but then other times it's not. Like this one here the picture I'm showing you right now doesn't look like it is. I feel like there's other pictures that I could pull up where it
Might
does
be
look like
mistaken.
one.
I might be mistaken on that. Yeah, that might be just a beach hat. I might have shit the bed on that one.
The captain has for sure a captain's like officer's kind of sailing hat or something, but I don't know about Gilligan. I thought it was just like a fishing hat when I was a kid.
Yeah, I'd have to have it. You'd have to turn the brim all the way around and see them.
Because here's a picture. Here's a picture where I feel like this may be more like what you're talking about here, like that.
Casey, I have a question.
I guess I might have been wrong all these years. I just always assumed it was a sailor's hat because he was a little sailor man with a captain and his crew, and I just always thought that he wore the hat improperly. But
What's up, Stockwiz?
Have you made a video or explanation on the CAT system in depth?
No, we don't have time for that, man.
I mean, what would you want me to say about
And
it
the
specifically?
timelines?
No, I mean other than the fact that it goes official on the 31st, I haven't said anything beyond that.
So, and is that in the when market opens, or is it on the close? Do we know? Because the CAT system is they have to report everything. That's the conclusion, right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm not.
Every trade must be reported. Every
Yeah, I'm
transaction.
not sure I'm not
Or am I
100% certain
wrong?
of the specifics on that. The type of transactions that are being reported, I'd have to go read some documentation on it before I could comment on it, and I haven't, so no.
Can we find probably on the SEC website, right?
Yeah,
Has to be there.
I would head there.
Because I was looking on Google and they're trying to, it's like they're trying to hide. It's difficult to find information. If you just Google CAT system, it brings all up kind of nonsense bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
probably hedge funds are trying to manipulate Google. Wouldn't be surprised.
No one's hiding anything.
What did you say?
I would type in
Japa?
Rule 613 Consolidated Audit Trail. The Commission, check
Okay.
that out. I can give you a link right
I
here
will do that.
on the live stream.
Because May 31st is Friday,
Oh, that's cute.
meaning it has to have a reason why it's always on the Friday. They're trying to buy in.
Well, I would assume that has more to do with the end of the month, and that they're trying. My guess is that the system would probably be in place moving forward for any month going forward. So like maybe it goes live on the 31st, but the actual reporting first reports that probably come out will probably either be I would suspect maybe the first, because settlements are now T1, so the first reports will probably come out on the 1st. Well, not the 1st, because that'll be the weekend. It'll be the 3rd of June.
3rd of June, yeah. But the overall sentiment, why we're down today, is because of,
Nothing to do with cat.
shape of the market.
I would,
No,
yeah,
I
yeah,
know.
I would say more having to do with the market right now, overall, in general. So we saw elevated large amounts of volume yesterday, and I think that if they're struggling with finding shares, SSR is always going to be the first go-to. It's going to be the very first go-to whenever they have to create new positions.
It's the only thing they have, right?
They don't have any, yeah, because if they can't buy any shares, then they got to make new shares. They just got to create a position that they have to find in the future. So drop the price by 10%, create the ability to be able to create these a larger, vast quantity of positions. That's essentially what it is. And then and then somebody's and then they front run all those buy orders for that volume that was occurring, and they end up buying the shares for a cheaper price than what they actually were bought at.
Rinse, repeat.
Yeah. Yep.
It's funny how we trade inverse to many things. It's so obvious, and they don't even care anymore. They're doing it in plain sight. They know they're doing crime.
So most of them, I feel like most of the money today has been moving straight over to the Mag 7. Like we watched silver and gold drop today. We watched crypto drop, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, all Mag 7 at just before market open, all 7 were down. And then before the end of the day is over here, we're probably going to have like 6 out of the 7 being green.
Green.
No, okay, it's only 4 out of the 7 right now, but one of them's two of them are kind of close. It could very well be that by the end of the day today, 6 out of the 7 of the Mag 7 will be in the green. When they were all red, and you lost money came out of gold, money came out of silver, money came out of cryptos, money came out of the mid caps, large cap. I mean, we don't have a single sector that's green today. There's not a single sector that's green.
Not even one?
Not a one.
Everything's red.
Every sector is red. 1, 2,
What is he saying?
3, 4,
Cocaine is white.
5 sectors are 1% or more down for the day today.
That's pretty cool.
That's got to tell you something.
You know what that tells me?
What? I knew I was going to be afraid to ask. All right.
I'm going to mute myself now.
Let me take you guys over the other page here. It is time for numbers. Let's get these numbers done.
Okay.
Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
All right, starting with off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. As it stands right now, 53.26% of our volume has been going through off exchanges. EDGX is at 12.95. Combined total 66.21%, so it's about 0.21% higher than what I would expect it to be. CHX volume 3,526 shares. Nothing unusual about that number. GME CHX volume 28,820. It's really darn close to that 30,000 number that I feel is a big number. Borrow fees, still 1 million shares showing up on the books for IBKR to be borrowed with fees at 2.74%. An hour ago, Ortex was suggesting that there was 9.22 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. That is now showing up at 8.54 million shares. Ortex is suggesting that that's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float, which it should, to 13.38. Cost per borrow mins at 2.32, average is 3.06, and max is 4.33. Shares on loan for the day today is at 65.6 million shares. That's 180,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex is estimating that about 73,000 of that was in closeout short interest. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume so far on the options for the day today has been at a $5 strike. An hour ago, there was approximately 29.4 thousand contracts at that strike. It's now 31.3. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4.50 strike. An hour ago, there was 9.8 thousand contracts in volume. It's now 10.3. The market is still suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4.50 and $5 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. GME has 64.41% buys to 35.59% sales, looking really strong. AMC barely made the list for the last 3 hours, but did make it with a 69.06% buy to 30.94% sell ratio. Nice. Looking good and strong there. I like that. And we're back up on the list as well. Buying the dip. Taking a look at MMRI, it was 301.13 an hour ago. It's now 302.03. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.367 an hour ago. Now it's 0.361. We started out the day at 0.396. So it has dropped a little bit. And you can see it as it's kind of getting closer and closer together here. NASDAQ is down 0.46, Dow Jones is down 1.01, and the SP 500 is down 0.66. We have 4,236 decliners to 1,454 advancers. The market is less advancing this hour than it was an hour ago. And Ortex is suggesting that it's on fire, hot lava. Don't touch the floor. It'll burn your feet. Nasty. Sectors that are green today, nothing. The worst two sectors is energy and utilities. Both of those are recessionary sectors. Of the Mag 7, 4 out of the 7 are green. Stanks, financial institutions that are down up or down 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. FRC is down 28.57. Stank of California is down 3.55. CIBC is down 3.01. Western Alliance is down 2.58. And that is it. Gold is currently down 0.97 and trending down. Silver is down 0.31, trending down. Ethereum Classic is down 2.42. It is breaking into an uptrend. The US dollar is up 0.46 and trending up at 105.11 now. Was consolidating earlier and starting to break into another uptrend. Oil is down 2.22 and looks like it's starting to break into an uptrend after some consolidation. That usually means the market's going to make a turnaround here. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.3 to 0.41 and consolidating. SPY is down 0.68 and trending down. VIX is currently up 7.89%, and it's starting to move. It was in a downtrend, and it looks like it's starting to consolidate a little bit here at 13.94, with futures suggesting it should be around 14.18, so it's not too far off where the futures are suggesting. Big move today on the VIX up. That should have the markets down, which they are. VB is down 1.34 and trending down. VBR is down 1.26, trending down. Tesla is up 0.24 and consolidating. Amazon is up 0.11, trending down. Cinemark is down 0.59 and consolidating. Doge is down 2.22, trending up. Bitcoin is down 1.96 and trending down. GME is down 8.26, trending up after having tripped SSR earlier. HYMC is down 8.12, trending down. NCMI is down 1.96, consolidating. HUD is up 1.64, consolidating, and AMC is down 7.89% and starting to break into an uptrend after having been consolidating. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today. There's approximately looks like $6.3 million more inflow than outflow. 32.52 million shares traded so far. Huge reduction in volume at the end portion of the day today. After 43 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for 36.97 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is pretty low volume. I had considered 50 to 70 million shares, and I gave an increase off my initial volume prediction because I felt like some of the volume from yesterday was going to bleed over into today, and so far we have not seen that. So I think anything over 40 million would show a little bit of bleed over volume, but at this point we're not even going to pace that. So 4-hour time interval, there's currently more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 41.53, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.08, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.41, which is below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.77, which is above average. And it looks like there might be a little bit of news here. It's be like, what's going on with AMC Entertainment Stock today? How did I know that was going to be the case? That's exactly what it says. Yep. Some cockamamie reason. AMC is down. I'm sure probably, I can almost guarantee you I know what that article is going to say. It's going to have something to do with the movie's not doing as well for Memorial Day this year as it did in past years. It's already been all over the news. Yeah, we know there was a strike. So sue us.
Furiosa's poor box office.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, but we still are doing well on concessions, you know. So whatever. They got to have something to pick on. MCON saying so low volume and prices rising. No, we're down 7.68% on low volume. So you got to take a look at a bigger picture. Like, you can't just look at a snapshot in time and say like what's happening right this second. I mean, volume is increasing right now with price movement upwards. So compared to where we were at when we were just stagnant in price movement, we're getting an increase in volume right now with price movement upwards. On a bigger picture, we are less volume today with price movement down. And essentially what I think is happening a lot of the times is a lot of the buy orders are being gathered and held for end portions of the day, and you see them get pushed through all at once.
They're being batched, like in big batches, and then they release bit by bit.
Yeah, that's how you minimize the impact of buy orders.
Mm-hmm. Imagine if they couldn't do it.
That motherfucker back there is not real.
That's right.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
That motherfucker back there is not real.
Brandon.
Is that sensor content or is it yucca?
That was Yucca. Brandon and Trevor, good afternoon.
No,
Stockwitz,
that
I
was
think.
Brandon. I said good afternoon.
Oh, wait, what? No, Brandon. Yeah, Brandon said. Yeah, Brandon.
It's Trevor. Trevor's not here.
Well,
I hope
oh,
Yucca
wait.
is not using this in his store, because otherwise you might be careful.
Trevor's here.
Soon he's not selling trophies anymore. If
Yeah,
he calls his customers the motherfuckers.
It's what he calls trophies.
Yeah. You know.
It all matters on what he calls it. I feel like there's a lot of products out there that are sold as one thing but are actually used as something entirely different.
Like what? Like combs? Like brushes? With weird handles? With weird handles?
Well, you guys seem to know more about it than I do.
Why do these combs have ripples on them?
Where are you seeing? What are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you know.
Yucca, why don't you call Adam Aaron and ask if
I'm
you
gonna
if you
call-
make cookies for AMC? What about that?
Did you alter that
Doesn't anyone
voice?
ever know what he's saying?
Would be booming for your business.
I don't need to call Adam Aaron. He knows what he's doing. You know what I bought as well, Casey? I bought the bucket with the Garfield.
Yeah.
Teddy bear and the mini.
I
like the whole
joked.
kit. You know how they put.
Yeah.
I got that.
I joked around with Seth and asked him if he wanted one, and he said no. So.
Really?
Yeah, he didn't want it.
You just get
Yucca,
it
you
no
have
matter
to-
what.
You're gonna have to turn in your man card, Yucca, if you bought a Garfield bucket.
He's got a girl.
You got that. You got that, and then you got
I think-
a bottle to drink.
I think it's
You got
okay,
some
Yucca.
drinks in
You
there.
you own it. That's okay. You
Freaking
if
30
you wanted it, you buy it.
You're helping. It's either you buy that or you buy shares. What do you want to do? Make up your mind.
Yeah, you own it, Yucca.
I wanted one for myself.
There you go. With or without the stuffed toy?
With the blow up doll.
Oh, sorry.
With the blow up kitty. Well, Trevor was here. He left though.
I am here. I haven't left.
What do you? Really? Did you get my fax?
Did I get your fax?
Yeah.
No.
To you.
Yeah. This guy.
Do they even really have fax machines anymore?
Yeah, they do. They have to for hospitals.
Wow.
It's more secure than freaking email.
Normally,
You
isn't
can't-
it
you
like
can't
a
really-
fax scan machine all in one
You can't.
these days?
It's harder to hack a fax machine.
I just felt like that was
I
like
think
a
there's-
thing of the past.
No, the future.
Hmm.
Fucking AI can't even communicate with it.
Sometimes it's better that way.
That AI can't communicate with it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Got your own dedicated line no one can mess with.
Problem is, the hospitals have their incoming faxes actually just get digitized and put into a system, and then they get lost anyway.
That's just an
Have you-
excuse for your doctor not to ever call you.
Have you tried faxing a full color image? Have you tried that? It's a mess.
I don't know, but I sure do like these apps now for your doctors where like all your medical stuff goes into the app and you can just look it up. I like that.
Oh, like your MyChart?
Yeah, I like the MyChart stuff.
Yeah, and other hospitals can gain access to it if you go to a different one.
Hold on a second. Melissa's got something for me. What's up?
I'm going to the bank.
Okay.
She asking for me, Casey?
No, no.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I do like the my chart stuff because that's really convenient for getting your results.
Apparently, Yuka's fax of his STD results accidentally got sent to Pro Jeweler.
Ooh.
Exactly. Yep.
That doesn't sound good.
It's we're talking about we're in business, so the STD is not what you think it is. It's the what is it called? The standard trading documents. That's what he's talking about. Standard trading documents. Damn it! I had bookmarked a vendor that I used, and it's missing. So now I got to go to. Happy Hump Day, guys.
Can you believe it already?
Yeah,
Melissa,
I don't like this whole.
Are you talking to us or the Garfield bucket?
Talking to everybody in here.
Because Yuka's always trying to confuse us. I had to double check. Is it really Wednesday or not? Because if he says that, it makes him think it's not.
What did you say, Casey?
Sorry, I'm having conversation. All right, side conversation.
You talking about me?
No, side conversation. We got everybody's last day of school was today, and so we got a graduate from 8th grade, we got a graduate from high school. So we've got stuff going on right now, and so I was just conversing with Melissa back and forth, but anyways, yeah, 'cause we do. No, I'm not going to. I did the whole stuff earlier, but we have. I'm not going to say how much, but we usually give. Excuse me. A sizable amount of money to graduates from high school, and we usually do something.
Random students?
No. To our kids when they graduate high school. So I've got the two oldest, and so Bradley and Hunter got theirs, and now it's Kelsey's turn, and so. What we usually do is we do something kind of fun with it, decorative. So it's like a fun decorative cash. What do you call it? I don't know what to call it. Some people call them cash cakes. Some people call them cash. I don't know. There's lots of different names for them, but depends on what you do. I guess what you make with it. But it's just for fun to hand to them, and so. She's heading over to the bank, so I was like, okay, well, we got to pull out the money for that.
I thought they each got 10 shares of AMC.
It'd be more than 10 shares. No, but they certainly could buy them, buy their own shares of AMC if they wanted to, with their money.
See, they didn't trip SSR, so you think they're going to go for it tomorrow?
I don't know. It's a good question. We'll have to watch and see what happens with volume overnight, going into tomorrow morning, and see if the market's going to still look red tomorrow. I mean, we've had a couple different cycles now where we've seen some big down days on the market, and then the next day follows it up with a big green day. So, I mean, we can
now,
go ahead.
So the other question is, do they have to?
I mean, they may. We'll find out.
Okay. Day's not over quite.
The what?
The day's not over.
Yeah.
No, I understand that, but it's the whole market's kind of shifting upwards, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get it in half an hour, and because of that volume is missing, it's almost we were saying that they were going to hit it because of that. Now that they can't, or they're not going to be able to. Now my question was, do they need to?
I mean, we'll know the severity of the issue when, the last minute hits and we've either hit it or we haven't hit it. So far, the way it looks right now, 450 is max pain. It looks like they're just trying to hit max pain for the week. So, 10% down from 450 would be 45 cents down from that. So we'd be looking at like, a 405. Like if we closed right at 450, we'd be looking at like a 405 to trip SSR for tomorrow. An attempt to try and drag price down to 405. You can almost guarantee that puts are going to be trying to close out at $4. So we should know in the morning. I would suggest that if we see large quantities of volume tomorrow morning, then that's probably not going to be the case. If we're seeing high quantity of volume, other way around. I don't know what I just said. If we see high quantity of volume, I don't think that's going to be the case. If we see low quantity of volume going into tomorrow morning, then I think there's a chance that could be a possibility. So we'll see. Mason Bluetooth says, last week we dropped 8 cents in the last 20 seconds. There was a real hard push at the end of the day, and I'm not putting it past them to try and go and just do a dive bomb attack for 439? I mean, it's not that many cents down from where we're at right now. You're looking at, 14 pennies down? I guess we'll find out whether or not they've been holding back buy orders, or if they've been saving up enough sell orders to kind of shove through at the end of the day to drop price down. Let's see what we had for price predictions for the day today. Let's see. Did anybody have... Apex has 406, so he was looking for a 456 close for the day. So he's the closest as of right now. And he's actually eligible. Everybody's eligible for a bonus point today.
Boner point.
Mm-hmm.
Is my mic on? Damn it.
Break Nation Sports says, Casey, isn't this a dangerous game, though? I know they have no choice, but most holders can buy at 10 and still average down. I've been saying that for a long time, Venus. I've been saying it for a really long time that it's very, very dangerous to be playing this game. Absolutely. But it's the only game they can play.
If they drop it to $1, I'm selling my kidneys to buy more shares.
Do you remember, I don't know if you were around for this or not, but there were people who were legitimately taking out like credit card, they were opening up like new credit cards and like somehow they were managing to buy, I'm not sure how they were doing because I don't think you can normally do this, but they were buying stock with like credit cards, advancements. Mm-hmm. I was like, how in the hell? Some people were going on like on crazy amounts of option contracts and just all kinds of crazy stuff that was happening back in 2021. It was nutty. Super, super nutty. MCon says, I just hand you my card. I don't carry cash. I don't carry cash ever. I shouldn't say ever, right? Every once in a while I do get some cash, but for like a gift or something like that. But I don't personally pull out cash and just carry it either. But it's just kind of fun to have, a fun little graduation gift like that, though. And then they can just take the money and right back to their account and put it right back in. So. Thor Bladed saying GDP is tomorrow. Let me see what I got for economic reports. Let's see, today is Wednesday. I had Melissa tell me like this morning or yesterday, she was like, I'll take Bruno if you want tomorrow. And I was like, are you kidding? You're going to be sleeping. You got work that night. You're not staying up till 11. And then she's like, work tomorrow night. It's Wednesday. I'm not working tomorrow. I was like, oh, that's right. I started Tuesday this week. I forgot about that. Let's see here. So we have initial jobless claims, GDP, first revision, advanced U.S. trade balance in goods, advanced retail inventories, advanced wholesale inventories, pending home sales are all happening tomorrow. And then we have PCE on Friday. I wonder. Dragos, congratulations on your newly found shares. MC, I think those are getting, so those should be reported. Well, here's the deal. I feel like most of the time, whenever we get reporting on failure delivers, it's usually like the first of the month or the second of the month. So I think they're supposed to be reported tomorrow. I'm sorry, I said tomorrow. I meant Friday. But we may not actually get the actual data until Monday of next week or Tuesday. You know, half the reason in when I went down to San Antonio not too long ago, when I went to the Riverwalk, they said that the reason that they got rid of cash on the Riverwalk was because of it would help reduce crime, and they said they've had a significant drop in muggings since they've taken cash off the streets there. Kind of interesting to, I mean, what are you going to do? Hold somebody up and then take their card? Doesn't really work all that well. I mean, you can get a card, but it just get canceled right away, so it doesn't really help you out much. So if people aren't going to be carrying cash on the Riverwalk, what's the point in holding them up? Because they're not going to have anything.
On the flip side, there's a lot of restaurants here in New Jersey that only take cash. They won't take cards.
Yeah, it's really weird. Some places are resisting and saying like, no, we're not going to go to that, or we're not going to do that. Other places are mandating it and saying you have to go to cards only.
Well, it's because their margins are thin. And I had a credit card machine back in the day when you had to have a machine, but excuse me. The simple fact is they tap you for 3%. It can be higher than that. The rate they charge you is based on your volume and your average ticket sales. But it generally, 3%, it can be more than that. And that bites, man. That takes a chunk out of your gravy. So that's why you'll see a lot of places that say, if you're going to pay with a credit card, we're going to add 3% to it, because they're passing that on to you.
Chi-Town Turtle says they've been following peeps to ATMs and making them withdraw max amounts. I heard somewhere one time that if you put your PIN in backwards, I don't know if there's any truth to this whatsoever or not, but if you put your PIN in backwards, it's supposed to alert the authorities. I wonder if there's any truth. I never looked it up to see if there's any truth to it. Let me see.
Normally it should be like that, yeah. Or it's just...
That usually happens when you insert it.
The famous trick is the shoulder tap, right?
The shoulder tap.
Yeah.
A little too late by that time.
Shoulder tap, shoulder surfing, all that.
You already know what's up.
Okay, so apparently that claim is false. The entering it
Yeah.
backwards will do something. I'm seeing here it's saying false. I had heard it somewhere and I never even bothered to go check and see, and I just now thought of it as we were talking about it. I was like, I wonder if there's any truth to that now.
Well, now
I
you
think
know.
in this day and age, all pins and passwords should be obsolete. It should all just be biometrics with your thumbprint. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, they're still gonna get it though, right? I mean, if they hold you at gunpoint,
They're
yeah.
gonna take off your thumb, you know. If
Or a
you
chip in
want-
your forehead or your right hand or something.
If you want them to cut off
Your forehead,
finger,
you're right.
go ahead.
I see what you did there, Papa
In the
Mac.
back.
Yeah, boy.
I'm not doing it.
You know what?
I refuse to do it. I will not put chips in my
Like
body.
the-
No thanks.
Like the eye scanner.
Put it in the back.
You know.
When I think of Texas, I think of pretty liberal gun laws. I think people would think twice about trying to ambush someone.
Yeah, you would think.
Just saying.
Oh dear.
How about the gangs in Los Angeles, Yaka?
Gangs of New York? Is that what you're saying?
No, gangs in Los Angeles.
There's no gangs here, man.
Oh yeah, we about to believe that. Mm-hmm.
They're a club. They're a club,
Outside.
Yucca.
They're some of his best customers, so he has to be careful what he says.
There's no gangs here, man.
Some of the okay, I see.
Yucca, when I first moved to La Mesa, which is not even in LA. When I first moved to La Mesa from the East Coast, I think I wore like a red shirt and a red hat to school one day and black pants. And I almost got jumped that day, I swear. I kid you not. And so many people were like, "Are you blood? Are you blood?" It's like I didn't know what the hell that was. I was like, "What's the blood? Are you blood? Are you representing blood?" And I was like, "I don't know what this means. I'm new here." So I found out real quick you didn't wear blue and black or red and black. Those were like off colors you just weren't allowed to wear.
You weren't reading. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I never again after that would I. And that's not even LA. That's San Diego. So.
KC, you know what would have fixed that?
No. What?
If you just wore a Raider cap, you'd have been fine.
Balance it out.
That probably would have made things a little bit worse, I think.
The Raider Nation's a neutral color.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I was a season ticket holder in LA, man. Yes, they thought I was cool.
Look it up.
I had no clue. I was so innocent. I had no clue what the hell they were even talking. I didn't know what a blood and a crip was. I was like, to me, it sounded like somebody was talking about like, your blood and then a crip, like something where you would bury somebody. And I had no idea it was even a gang thing. I didn't know what gangs were. I'm talking like sixth grade. This is back when I was in sixth grade. I didn't know what any of that stuff meant.
No, if you look up gangs in Los Angeles, the second one that comes up is the blood.
Nah,
Just
man.
Yeah.
Don't believe the hype.
Yeah, Yucca is protecting the gangs. He got exposed.
No, man. Casey was closer to San Diego.
Are you some kind of gang leader that we don't know of?
Yucca's a gang leader. He is definitely gang bang leader.
He's making leader. Gang bang.
He's
something else.
He's gang banging.
That's right. I'm a gangbanger.
Oh, man.
So you are the one that sent all those dildos to Kenny, right?
Yeah, those are used. I had a good time with my girl.
Oh, man. How many tattoos you have, Yucca?
And I got it all over my face.
You got no ink?
Yeah,
you're not representing. What the hell, man?
You got ink on your balls.
I got tattoos everywhere, man. Even between my toes.
You do not. Do you have one tattoo? Do you have one?
Nah, man, you can't. I'm too dark. I don't like the way it looks.
What? I have never heard somebody say that in my entire life.
I'm not being racist. I just do not like the
You're
way
too
the
dark.
tattoo looks on dark people.
Just pick a color tattoo, you know.
You know, it's okay to say you're scared. It's all right.
He doesn't want needles in his
Lower back tip too.
He doesn't want needles in his testicles.
And what are you gonna do? You're gonna put white ink?
I had a buddy in the military. I had a buddy in the military that tried to get a tattoo of he wanted to get his private parts. He wanted it barber pulled like a candy cane. And the tattoo artist, I'm not kidding you now, the tattoo artist told me, said, you're never going to be able to take the pain. You'll never be able to do it. It's like, first of all, you need to be erect for me to do it. And then on top of that, the pain. He swore up and down he could do it, but I'll cut to the chase on it. He ended up right at the very end just getting a little tiny heart put on. That's all they could. That's so, right on the head. He's got a little tiny heart.
Oh, that's oh my gosh. Oh, that's really bad.
Yeah. True story.
Oh man.
Some people have, tattoos at the craziest places of their body, right?
Like where?
You've heard the joke many times, but I had another friend. He was actually one of my supervisors for a brief time. You've heard the joke many times, but he literally did it. It's a picture of a rooster with a noose around its neck, and it's down below on his calf. And it's so he could tell people that he had a cock that hung down below his knees. And they would say, get out of here. And he'd say, it was a bar gag. He'd say, I'll bet you at the next round of beers that I have a cock hung below my knees. And they're like, bet. And then he'd pull his jeans up and you'd see that rooster hanging from that. And then you'd get a free beer out of the deal.
Texas Aggie says, Casey, pull up the picture of my back with the AMC tattoo. Hold on a second. Let me find it here. Let's see. Where is it? I don't see it. I see the tattoo where I remember the one that you were showing me. You had the tattoo for your brother or something like that, and then I don't see the one for AMC though. Are you saying the one for AMC? Hold on, let me go back and reread what he said. Pull up the picture of my back with the AMC tattoo. Yeah, I don't see it. Did you send it to me? Because I'm looking right now on Twitter, and I don't see it there. Did you send it to me on Discord? Why don't I see that? Oh, I see it now. Hold on a second. You know what it is? It confused me because it took me a second to figure out I forgot that the AMC part looks like the Texas A&M kind of tattoo, and so it threw me off a little. But here it is right here. I don't know if you guys can see. There's an A, and then there's an M, and then the C. For some reason or another, it kind of reminds me of like the Texas Aggie kind of logo, but it's not quite. It's like it's different. Can you see that on the page?
Yeah. Yeah.
had to, like, some of this had to hurt. Like, I know, like, I've only got one tattoo, but I can only imagine that this part, I imagine, would probably be pretty, all that right there would be probably pretty tender. Let's see here. I've tossed around. So Melissa's asked me. She said, "Are you going to be getting an AMC tattoo at some given point, like a gorilla, or what are you gonna? You're gonna get an AMC tattoo, right?" And she's like, "When it's all said and done, you're gonna get one." And I said, "Well, I hadn't thought about it. I mean, I have thought about it, but I really don't know exactly what it is that I'd want to get." And she's like, "Well, you should put your logo on you somewhere." And I'm like, "That's cheesy." I'm like, put my freaking face on my body. It's AMC, Casey. I'm like, that just doesn't seem right. I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. And she's like, well, then you should do something. And I was like, well, I'll think about it. I just don't know. I'm real picky about, like, when I get a tattoo, I want it to be something that I really, really, really super want. Something that's, like, meaningful to me and not something that I'm going to be disappointed about having in the future, you know?
I know exactly what it's going to be.
Oh, no. What's it going to be?
No.
Tramp stamp? Let me guess. Oh, the picture of the big tramp.
With all of us in it, man. Come on. And then you bend over and then we'll sign on your back all our names.
Oh, man. That would hurt. That's a pretty complex picture, and it's got a lot of colors, and I don't know. That would be painful. At first I thought you meant like just the big tramp like I have up on the screen. And I was sitting there thinking to myself, like, cool. Everybody would think, well, but if everybody saw that though, the very first thing that's going to go through their mind is, well, first off, it says lowrider big tramp. I don't know if I want that stamped on me. But the other thing that might go through people's minds when they see it is they're going to immediately think like some kind of weird mystery bus from Scooby-Doo. And yeah,
Bang bus.
I'm not feeling it.
I always had sort of an issue with how expensive it is. It seemed to me like it was incredibly expensive for, young people who are more or less in a part of their life where they're just starting to get squared away financially. And it just seemed to me like it was a frivolous waste of money. I mean, I know some of those tattoos can be thousands of dollars.
I know. Actually, I wanted to talk about this earlier yesterday, and I'm not leaving myself a whole lot of time to talk about it today. But Thorblade said, "Suck, squeeze, bang, blow soon, or more volume drop." Casey, and the thing was, I put in the title yesterday, "Welcome to the blow," and I thought for sure with the pre-market volume that we were seeing yesterday that we were going to see a pretty big volume day followed by a big increase in price movement, and it didn't happen. So that's what we're waiting for if we're going to be seeing. If we're going to be moving into the blow phase, we should be seeing price relatively remaining close to the same, and which was $5 and I think it was 19 cents when we went into that phase. So it's kind of sort of getting low right now, but it's close. And then volume needs to be decreasing day over day, and we had a bump in volume yesterday, which was very abnormal. Now we're kind of returning back to lower volume levels. So I'm not sure what that whole one single day volume pump was, unless it simply just had to do with GME's announcement that occurred on Friday at market close, and that carried into some additional pressure that pushed into Monday, or I should say Tuesday. But you're right, though. We need to see a big day where we have like just massive quantity of volume and price pumping out of nowhere. It just pops up, and it's just like, what the heck? Venus says, get a couple of apes playing cornhole. No thanks. Pass.
Best friend has a chimpanzee holding wrenches. He's been a lifelong mechanic, and just, the old joke about grease monkey. So he leaned into it and had a beautiful tattoo. Chimpanzee holding two wrenches.
Melissa had suggested the rocket, the classic rocket. But I think that just looks, for a guy, I just don't really know that I want that on me. It just doesn't seem, I don't know. I'll know it when I see it. Whenever it is that I feel like I see something, I go like, I want that. That it'll stand out like a sore thumb, and I'll just be like, that's it. That's what I want. But nothing's triggered anything inside of me yet to where I've had to pull a picture up and say like, okay, I got to save this for the right day. Not yet.
Just what about
I got
a fool?
You know what I might do? This is what I would consider doing. Maybe like the AMC price chart on a daily for the period of time that I was doing the live streaming. I know that sounds really stupid, but
no, and then have the amount of shares you have times the multiplier of what you made.
I don't want all that, but I maybe like just like like some kind of graphical representation of the moves in price over a.
That was my idea. If you go back and look sometime back, Casey, I was going to get a chart, like a 1 minute chart, and just show the spike, and then show my exit point. You know, kind of like an EKG.
You
machine,
are here,
like an EKG machine. Yeah, and I'm just going to have the whole thing, you know, starting from the beginning and then all the way up, and making an exact replica of the daily chart with the most violent move, and the apex, if you will.
Yeah.
And then hopefully, if I'm willing, even if I can get rid of one share somewhere close to the top, so I can claim victory, I'd put that number on there.
Yeah, I think I would be more inclined to do something like that, like some kind of price, 3-year price movement.
Right. Exactly.
But it's something that doesn't
would be real accurate. Like, it would be very, very, very accurate.
Very, very accurate, precise on the move, and but I would also want it to maybe not necessarily look exactly like, I wouldn't want them to like make it so that it looked like it was price movement, but have it maybe look like maybe it relates to something different, like Morse code, or I know Morse code doesn't make sense, but. Right. Have it
I wanted
obscure.
Mine to be simple, like maybe just have the date and time. I wanted the date, the exact time.
Ooh.
And then
what if it was,
like I said,
what if it was sideways and holding on to the very end of it is an ape swinging from it like it's a rope?
Yeah. That'd be creative, yeah.
Something I just want it to be more than just, you know, like with Texas Aggies tattoo, you know, it's like, it's different. It's not exactly like, somebody can look at it and not know exactly what it is.
There is a fucking drop.
All right. Another question is there a way to put musical notes?
Ooh.
Like translate music into the chart, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
that's a good idea.
Yeah.
That idea
like a score, like a musical score. That keeps getting more and more intense.
Damn, that's
instead of candles, you could do the same thing. You can, instead of candles, or you could use notes.
I can do this. Yep.
I could wrap my head around that.
Yep.
I could steal that idea.
That's because it's up your wheelhouse, right? Music, you like music.
Yeah.
So
yep. And it's cool because you get that story where people's like, "Hey, man, what song is that?" You're like, "It's not a song."
It is.
That's a replication.
It is a song.
That's a replication of the stock chart.
It is.
Yeah, they're like, that's a stock chart, and those are 1 minute candles, and that was the day I became wealthy. And,
no, but the thing is, you can actually write a song with the beat, you know.
Yeah.
With the actual chart, like as it gets higher, it gets more intense, and then drops down. Right? It'd be crazy.
Yeah.
I like it.
All right, it's. I love the ideas.
That's probably one of the better ideas I've heard.
But it is unfortunately time to go, so I got to back out of here, and I'll be back in just a few after I get done closing out the day. It looks like they're not going to trip SSR here, at least in the last minute or so. So I'll see you guys in a bit. All right, guys, it is that time. Unfortunately, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Take your pets for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we're here to do, is help support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep, beep. shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now in S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
When everyone you thought you knew deserts your fight, I'll go with you. You're facing down a dark hall, I'll grab my light and go with you. I'll 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 go with you. Surrounded and up against the wall, I'll shred them all and go with you. When choices end, you must defend. I'll grab my back and go with you. I'll go with you. I'll go with you. I'll go with you. Yeah. Stay with me. No, you don't need to run. Stay with me, my brother. You don't need to run. Stay with me. No, you don't need to run. Stay with me, my brother. You don't need to run. If there comes a day, people posted up at the end of your driveway, they're calling for your head and they're calling for your name. I'll bomb down on them, I'm coming through. Do they know I was grown with you? If they hate a smoke, no, I'll go with you. Just keep it outside, yeah. Stay with me. No, you don't need to run. Stay with me, my brother. You don't need to run. Stay with me. No, you don't need to run. Stay with me, my brother. You don't need to run. If you find yourself in a lion's den, I'll jump right in and pull my pin and go with you. I'll go with you. I'll go